running? Are you not running? I am officially running for President of the United States. The American dream is dead. But if I get elected, I will bring it back. Bigger and better and stronger than ever before.
His poll numbers are up.
No matter where you look, I was number one.
If nothing gets them down,
I run, I win.
our country's had it tough.
Our country is in serious trouble.
But he's the toughest one around.
I stick up for myself.
He's not PC,
I'm sorry.
and the media's not his friend.
I don't think they like me very much.
He's saying what we all think, and he doesn't care who he offends.
I just want them to suffer.
So can't you see this country needs him more than ever, and I hope you'll agree.
You want some? You want some?
Give Lady Liberty
A truly great leader.
a true commander-in-chief.
Nobody can do that like me.
Might as well vote Trump. Go ahead and Trump. Might as well vote Trump. Go ahead and vote Trump. Now I know it's true, our country's been in a tailspin.
People that are selling this country down the drain.
But now we know who can make it the greatest again.
We will make America great again.
Can't you see he's on a mission resurrecting the American dream?
I will bring it back.
Even the Pope would agree.
I don't think it's going to happen.
And I believe in me.
You better believe it. President Trump.
Trump. Go ahead and Trump. President Trump. Trump. Go ahead and vote Trump. Trump.
If I decide to run, you'll have the great pleasure of voting for the man that will easily go down as the greatest president in the history of the United States. Me, Donald John Trump. I will be the greatest president that God ever created. I think the big problem this country has is being politically correct. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be talking about illegal immigration. Me, I have no problems, you know. I love my life. Your grapefruits are no match for my Trump Towers.
Might as well vote Trump. Go ahead and Trump. President Trump. Trump. Go ahead and vote Trump. Trump.
Thank you very much. That's really nice. Thank you.
Trump.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Trump. Trump.
So I gotta ask, is Periscope kind of like the same thing as Twitch? You know, where you have like a bunch of potheads over there? Because look at over here. Look at this guy. Tragedy 420. Tragedy 420. I'm scared Trump doesn't know what he's doing. I don't think this guy knows what planet he's on, to be perfectly honest. All right, welcome everybody to our live election day coverage. Let me get all situated because I feel like I'm going to be here for a little bit. Now, just so you know, after 4 hours, StreamYard goes and cuts us off after 4 hours, which we don't know if everything will be done at that time. And to be perfectly honest, 4 hours is more than enough for me. Okay. And what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be going through the returns as they come in. We're going to be watching the cable news. We're going to be bringing it up on screen here for you, and we're going to be commentating on the commentators. All right. And so basically what we're going to do is we're going to kind of kick it off here with we actually thought about having a drinking game. Whenever the commentators would say the word racist, you take a drink. Or every time that it is that the commentators say the polls were wrong, you take a drink. And, for me, my drink of choice will be Coca-Cola. Sorry to disappoint you guys. Sorry to disappoint you. But I think we will stick with that. If you choose to do Coca-Cola, if you choose to do maybe a chamomile tea, which I will be hitting hard after this live stream, to be perfectly honest, because I gotta be at work in the morning. I'm not a liberal, so I have to work. Yeah. But one of the things I mentioned before is that we're gonna be taking to take a drink every time that it is that the commentators, and we'll be going through all of them. We're going to be going through CNN. We're going to be going through MSLSD. We're going to be going through Fox News. We're going to be going through ABC, NBC, CBS. Luckily, we got the Hulu Live all queued over here and all that stuff. So I figured out how to bring that online with us and all that good stuff. So we have the second box with that playing and all that stuff here, everything that's going through. So this should be a lot of fun. And we got a lot of fun stuff that we're going to be doing throughout the broadcast as well. And also, make sure to go and share this link around. Share it to your friends on social media. Email it to your friends saying, hey, if you have a person who doesn't have cable news and they want to watch the returns, well, they can do that on here because we're going to be bringing the box up here very soon. So we'll be doing that, and then we'll be taking breaks in between certain parts to go and talk about other things. And we're going to be talking about other things at the beginning here. We're going to be talking about this whole narrative, first of all, of the supposedly racist Donald Trump. And so what we're going to do is we're going to play a couple of montages. We got a montage of President Trump, him talking about race, and then we're going to we got two different files here. Joe Biden talking about race. Okay, so let's go and break this down for you here really quick without me having to give any sort of commentary. You're just going to hear it straight from the horse's mouths. Okay, so President Trump first.
We are a country that stands united in condemning hate and evil in all of its very ugly forms. The anti-Semitic threats targeting our Jewish community and community centers are horrible and are painful, and a very sad reminder of the work that still must be done to root out hate and prejudice and evil. About the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. We condemn in the strongest possible terms this egregious display of hatred, bigotry, and violence. It has no place in America. Racism is evil, and those who cause violence in its name are criminals and thugs, including the KKK, neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and other hate groups that are repugnant to everything we hold dear as Americans. Those who spread violence in the name of bigotry strike at the very core of America. Love for America requires love for all of its people. When we open our hearts to patriotism, there is no room for prejudice, no place for bigotry, and no tolerance for hate. We have it in our power, should we so choose, to lift millions from poverty, to help our citizens realize their dreams, and to ensure that new generations of children are raised free from violence, hatred, and fear. We want our country to be a place where every child from every background can grow up free from fear, innocent of hatred, and surrounded by love, opportunity, and hope. There must be no tolerance for anti-Semitism in America or for any form of religious or racial hatred or prejudice. We must never ignore the vile poison of anti-Semitism or those who spread its venomous creed. With one voice, we must confront this hatred anywhere and everywhere it occurs. We forcefully condemn the evil of anti-Semitism and hate, which must be defeated. In one voice, our nation must condemn racism, bigotry, and white supremacy.
Okay, now the video that I ended up putting up, apparently it was the one that had just the audio. My apologies. I don't think that is the case here with Joe Biden talking about race. So let's go to
apologize,
that
Cory
montage.
Booker
Apologize for what?
Cory Booker's called for it.
Cory should apologize. He knows better. There's not a racist bone in my body. I've been involved in civil rights my whole career.
You cannot go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent. I'm not joking.
The world is different. There's too much unfinished business for us to just look backwards. We have to look to the future.
I know Joe. We know Joe. But most importantly, Joe knows us.
That's right.
And by the way, you know, I sit on the stand and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap. Even call centers, which rushed overseas in the hundreds of thousands. How many times you get the call? I'd like to talk to you about your credit card. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. They're going to put you all back in chains.
In my opinion, we don't need white people leading the Democratic Party right now. The Democratic Party is diverse, and it should be reflected as so in our leadership.
But I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black.
Why does this happen?
I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this, Chuck, I'm not going to do this because let me just be really clear. Vice President Biden absolutely has a respect level for all people around him, for voters across this country, young people, older voters, voters of color, Black people, Latino voters, Indigenous, Asian American, Pacific Islander. So I'm not going to even traffic in any hypothetical conversation about if he is sensitive enough. In my opinion, we don't need white people leading the Democratic Party right now.
But I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black.
I think Joe Biden might be suffering from that same white entitlement and privilege and ego, where he's just that old school white male who feels like, hey, man, they need me, I don't need them, or I got them already.
Joe Biden is under fire this evening on comments he made about working alongside segregationist senators in the past.
Biden recalling his early Senate career, bringing up two segregationist senators, Herman Talmadge and James Eastland, who called African Americans an inferior race. I was in a caucus with James O. Eastland, Biden said. He never called me boy. He always called me son. At least there was some civility. We got things done. We didn't agree on much of anything. We got things done.
I think the two-party system, although my Democratic colleagues don't like me saying this, I think the two-party system is good for the South and good for the Negro, good for the black in the South. Other than the fact that they still call me boy, I think they've changed their mind a little bit.
All right, and that's not the end of Joe Biden's montage.
It's that
Part
old
two,
school
go.
white male.
They're going to put you all back in chains.
30 seconds or less. What kind of a chance would a northeastern liberal like Joe Biden stand in the South if you were running in Democratic primaries against Southerners like Mark Warner and John Edwards?
Better than anybody else. And you don't know my state. My state was a slave state. My state is a border state. My state is the 8th largest black population in the country. My state is anything from a northeast liberal state.
It's that old school white male.
Choosing Joe to be my vice president was one of the best decisions I ever made.
Not the first sort of mainstream African American who is articulate and bright and clean and a nice looking guy. I mean, that's a storybook, man.
My son is Attorney General a year in Iraq, came back, and that's one of the things that he finds was most in need. When he was over there in Iraq for a year, people would come to him and talk about what was happening to them at home in terms of foreclosures, in terms of bad loans that were these Shylocks who took advantage of these women and men. Back from Mumbai to go meet with President Xi in China, I stopped in Singapore to meet with a guy named Lee Kuan Yew, who most foreign policy experts around the world say is the wisest man in the Orient. There's not a racist bone in my body. But I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black.
All right, so there you have it. Now, I guess it is time that we go ahead and start getting into what it is that the talking heads are saying. All right, so let's go ahead and roll with this thing. Let's get going.
Should point out, George, tonight that as we make our way through the night, that these are exit polls, but we might want to call them voter polls this year because they're exits from today, people in line today to vote, but also early in-person voting and telephone polling with those.
Okay, now, first of all, in terms of these exit polls and exit polling, the thing that it is that we must realize is that in terms of these things, you are not going to have a Trump supporter go and be a part of the exit polling. Okay? It's just not going to happen. So, let's go back.
Campaigns, whether we should contain COVID or open the country right now. Look at that. 52% saying we should contain the pandemic first, 42% saying rebuild the economy. Now, when asked who would better contain COVID efforts, how are we doing so far? Before we get to that, how are we doing so far? 18% very well, 30% somewhat well.
Now, let's think on this. Let's think on this, first of all. Because right now,
52%, Donald Trump's 43%.
Right now, in terms of this, the thing that we need to realize is that this is ABC doing this poll, first of all. That's important to realize. That in terms of handling the pandemic, this is going to be ABC viewers saying this. Okay? I don't think that if you ask in terms of the job market and the job economy, you are going to get the same answer. Okay, let's just keep on going here.
550,000 cases across the country. And largely these upticks we're seeing in states that President Trump won in 2016. Talking, of course, about North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, Wisconsin. If we drill down on Wisconsin a bit, this is a state that he narrowly won in 2016. That might have a little bit to do with why he was there late in Kenosha last night and rallying the troops on the ground. But additionally, every single day they're averaging more than 4,700 cases in the state of Wisconsin. More and more, we're starting to really see these outbreaks taking place in rural areas that could have a major role on the battleground states. Primarily, we're talking about cases that are up, hospitalizations that are up in every single battleground state. Our analysis is showing that the redder a state is, meaning the more support they have for Trump, the higher the number of hospitalizations per capita in the last 2 weeks.
Lizzie Davis, thanks very much. Now I want to take a close look at the battlegrounds we're going to be looking at all night long. Tom Yamas is here with that. We've been focused on 6 key states right there where the campaigns have spent most of their time, most of their money, most of their energy.
George, good evening. These are the big 6 right here: Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, North Carolina, and Florida. We're going to be watching these very closely throughout the night. In this column, you have 2016, the president's margin of victory. And you'll notice in the first 3 states, all less than a percentage point, that's the blue wall that collapsed for Democrats. And then in this column, this is the average of polling from our friends at 538. And there's a clear sign right there, George. You can see Joe Biden on top in every single one of those 6 states. Republicans will remind us the polls were wrong 4 years ago.
Let's bring in Nate Silver from 538. Nate.
Oh, Nate Silver. Yeah. Real genius right there.
10%, 1% chance of a tie. Obviously, no calls we've seen yet would change that very much. It's all things that are expected so far. But as states like Florida, we get results there that could be quite decisive in how things go.
And remind everybody where you had it going into election night in 2016.
So in 2016, we had Trump with a 30% chance of winning, roughly 29%. That was a lot higher than a lot of people thought. But look, I don't control when the 30% happens, the 10% happens. So there is a possibility for Trump to win. He will have to hit his marks, though, win almost all of the battleground states because Biden has more paths to 270.
Let's give people a sense of those paths right now. Let me go back to Tom Llamas. Let's start out with Joe Biden's clearest path to those key.
Okay. In terms of Nate Silver, first of all, Nate Silver, one of the things that you'll constantly hear from individuals is trust Nate Silver. Now, the problem with trusting Nate Silver, well, there's several issues with trusting Nate Silver because he has been wrong more times than he has ever been right. Okay, so I find it funny that considering that this guy has such a horrible losing track record, that CNN, or not CNN, but ABC says, we are going to look to Nate Silver in terms of all of these things in the realms of how to look at the vote and so on and so forth. I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous. Just absolutely ridiculous. I see that we've had some computer slow down over here. So we are running Clean My Mac right now. Going to try and optimize some RAM and all that good stuff because what we are doing over here right now is very, very intensive in terms of running on a top-notch laptop like this MacBook Pro. And so what we're going to try and do is we're going to try and conserve resources for just a couple of minutes while we let Clean My Mac go and do its whole thing. And it's asking me to go and close certain applications, and they're not applications that I can close right now. So we're not going to do that. We're trying to optimize the system, letting it do that, and it's running all of its scans and all that stuff. So I apologize for the little hiccups here at the beginning and all that good stuff. But notice that whenever it is that we get these hiccups, we will very much be on top of them. And we went and had it do that. Now we're going to go to optimization, let it run an optimization test and all that good stuff. Do heavy consumers. All right. So there we go. All right. So maybe this will help out, and we will go and pull up the talking heads again here on our Hulu Live. And we're using Hulu Live for this, just so you guys know. Hulu Live, great program for live television and all that good stuff. So if you're wondering what we are using, that is what it is. Okay, let's go to another. Let's see, who do we have here?
Trump had placed an emphasis, his campaign had placed an emphasis on some of that early vote instead of telling voters that vote by mail was a bad thing. A lot more seniors would have probably participated. A lot more independent voters probably would have participated. So you're now beginning to see the failure of that strategy as he's got a drop off of 4 or 5% in some of these early vote counties. So the question now.
Here's the thing that they're not understanding. early voting, okay, is something that has always been predominantly Democrat. So to try and do any sort of analysis based upon early voting is just ridiculous.
Race, you're looking at maybe, I think Donald Brazil can tell you from 2000, you know, they were lucky if they got a 3% makeup in terms of closing the gap between where their opponent was and where their campaign was. The reality of it is it's going to be hard to make up these larger gaps of 45 to 55 from the last time, or 55 to 59 this time. It's just a problem because you didn't do the full stretch of the campaign, and you're now seeing it play out in the numbers.
Michael, we appreciate you being an engaged viewer from home. Keep us honest with what you're seeing throughout the night. Steve Kornacki, who clearly needs more electronics on his belt. Steve, I notice a couple more counties have lit up.
Yeah, we are looking at...
Oh, look at this. They got the tech guy in here.
looking at Biden here jumping out. This is a 12-point edge. Again, let's take a look. This is a Democratic county from 2016. This is obviously Democratic overperformance for the time being relative to 2016. This is an 11.5-point advantage for Biden. Clinton won this one by 7. So again, the question here, as this, we say about 80% of the vote here, about 135,000 votes remaining to come in from this county, 600,000 basically reported out so far. Does that 55 continue to stay above the 52 that Clinton finished at? Any county where Biden is finishing over what
the thing
Clinton
with
finished
this
at
here about Florida is that in Florida, the panhandle always comes in late. The panhandle reporting is always late. So this over here should not really make the Democrats feel very reassured here.
That's about 312 votes right there. So I'm just, Broward. Here you go. Look at this. We've got, well, now this looks like 163,000 votes reported out here with about 860,000 to go. I believe what we are looking at here, and I want to check this, and if my producer can say this in my ear, is this same-day vote in Broward? Unclear is the answer I'm getting. I say that because this is very small, what you're seeing here. We're also getting a different color out here. Let me get some clarification on this. Broward, it's a big...
Well, if it's small, sir, then it's probably not the same day vote. I mean, geez.
Come back to it. Let's take a look at Palm Beach County. We continue to only have a scattering. We have a couple precincts in these places. I'm just looking to see where we have not yet checked. Let's see, did we look at Lee County earlier? Again, I think we did. The question here is, can Trump get up to 59%? All right, I'll continue to monitor these and let you know if we got a little bit more,
well,
Rachel.
Steve, let me follow on with that. And Joy, let me ask you as well. It's been so focused on Florida. Is there any reason to expect something special about Broward in terms of why they would report their proportions so different compared to other counties?
Well, Broward, unfortunately, my former county where I used to live, they tend to report a bit slowly versus the rest of the state. And Broward is one of those true blue counties that is a bellwether for Democrats. They call it the 6th borough because there's so many New Yorkers who live there.
Okay.
You rarely hear a Southern accent in Broward. You hear a lot of New York accents. Broward underperformed a lot in 2016. It came in toward the bottom in terms of turnout. And that was a big problem for Hillary Clinton. It was also a problem in 2018 for Andrew Gillum, that when Broward underperforms, Democrats underperform. When it overperforms, and what I was hearing today is that Broward is potentially going to hit 80% turnout. That's their projection. Miami-Dade was hoping for the same thing. And
That's
that Broward
mammoth, isn't it?
It's really high.
Yeah.
And Broward tends to sometimes, I mean, they can do, when Obama ran, the 08 and 12, Broward was one of the best performing counties, but it tends to be better performing for Barack Obama personally than it has been for other Democrats. Miami-Dade was...
See, and again, the panhandle, which is mainly conservative, has not been reported. I don't think MSLSD realizes this.
The reason that I'm singling it out is because you're looking, so like here, Miami-Dade, that's 84 in, right? A lot of these other counties that we're getting large numbers of votes in, they're in that proportion, but that's not what we're seeing from Broward. Let's go back to Steve.
Yeah, they can be bits.
We just got 1 million votes in Miami-Dade County. This is a biggie, and take a look at what we're seeing here. Let me try to clarify the screen for everybody. We got about 1 million votes in. That's the bulk of the vote we're going to get from Miami-Dade County. Joe Biden is leading here. His lead is only 9 points. This is significant because we've been asking, has President Trump made inroads with Hispanic voters, particularly Cuban-American voters in South Florida, in Miami-Dade County? This 54-45, remember, this is a county that Hillary Clinton won by 30 points in 2016. Now, again, we think this is primarily, I believe, early vote you're looking at here, because again, the vast majority of the vote we know is going to be cast early. There may be a scattering of some same-day precincts that are part of this as well. But again, I think this is...
Yeah, there are way more voters in Miami-Dade County than 1 million. Okay, so apparently MSLSD doesn't realize how these things work. All right, so what we are going to do is we are going to work on switching to another channel. Let me go and X out of there. It's crazy. They just don't know what's going on. We've done 2 liberal ones. Let's go to Fox News now. So we will go and switch right now. 1 second.
And digging into the numbers in the various states. In South Carolina, for example, President Trump leads in men 57 to 40, but he's losing with women 52 to 45. When you look at a place like Georgia, it's really upside down. Men 51-46 for President Trump, but women 56 to 42. Do you think that the president tonight, looking at these numbers in the Trump campaign, is concerned about that suburban women vote across the country?
Well, I hope he was concerned well before tonight. I mean, the dominant thing I've heard, Brett, from the women in my life who trend conservative, not exclusively, but they trend conservative. They care very much what your policies are, but they care about the manner in which you communicate those policies.
All right. That's one thing that we have to deal with every now and then over here is that one of the things I tend to do is I tend to pause the video for just a couple of seconds, then let it run, because we are using so much bandwidth over here right now by doing this live stream that sometimes the stream will get caught. So here we go.
Both urban radio ads and television ads targeted towards...
Sorry, I realized I didn't have the audio on there. Somebody should have let me know. But let's see here. Monarch 9 says, who do you think ends up winning? Honestly, looking at the numbers of early voting and looking at the history of early voting is something that that many people don't do. And in terms of the early votes, they have predominantly been won by Democrats in the early voting. Same day voting is a much different animal. That has been predominantly Republican. So if we look at the percentages in which it is that Democrats outdid Republicans during that of the early voting and all that stuff, if we were to take those same percentages and plug them into the amount of votes that we're getting now, it seems that Donald Trump is going to end up winning. I would say by 3, he would probably end up getting 300 votes, 300 electoral votes. But the thing about it, though, is the thing that I have to admit is that this is a different time in history. We got a lot of things that are going on that we have not had to deal with in the past, such as the pandemic, such as, having to cast a majority of the votes during early voting and all that stuff. These are things that it is that we have not had to deal with in the past. So I'm trying to give you objective analysis in this. So Monarchus 9, I hope that helps. Let's go back to the analysis from the news
And
here.
we still have 2 very important Senate races in Georgia. We'll continue talking about those. But first, we want to jump over to the critical Senate race in North Carolina, where Democrats are hoping to flip and pick up a seat. It has been a wild race there. Just a month ago, a sex scandal forced the Democrat Cal Cunningham to go on the defensive. That very same day, Republican Tom Tillis, the current incumbent, was diagnosed with coronavirus. So both campaigns have been scrambling ever since. Cunningham was probably not going to win over North Carolina's white evangelical.
Now, the thing to realize here, first of all, is that the evangelical vote is a huge vote in North Carolina. That's my state. Okay. So therefore, when you see those numbers in terms of the evangelical vote, I think that Tillis is going to walk away with this.
Almost half said that was the single most important factor to their vote in this race. And those voters are split down the middle. So it doesn't get any closer than that. We will continue to crunch the data. But for now, back to you guys.
Okay, Shannon, thank you. We've been talking about the probability meter, and we have, looking at the state of Georgia, the vote total is coming in. You see the probability now 59% to Joe Biden. Again, here is the thing with the probability meter. This is the early vote that we're getting out of Georgia. This is likely the early vote that dumped at the beginning of the polls closing. Remember, we talked at the beginning of the night that is likely 6 out of 10 for Joe Biden in a lot of these states. Donald Trump, however, is leading, according to our analysis, on the day of vote, which comes in over the night. So you're going to see this probability meter shift throughout the night. Right now, it's at 59%. In the raw vote total, Joe Biden is leading at 56%. And we're going to see that through.
See, now, these are going to be some of the things that are going to be tough. Dealing with these probabilities, given the fact that, again, a lot of these returns that we're seeing are the early returns. And so if you get a 10% difference in a state, well, actually the entire country predominantly votes more Republican the day of the election as opposed to that of early voting. This could be very problematic for that of Georgia, considering there's only 10% difference there. Okay, so let us go back to the talking
right
heads.
direction or the wrong direction. 61 to 39, wrong direction of a right direction. And then finally, which is the most important issue facing the country? If you think the economy is the key issue, 77 to 20 for Trump. If you think the coronavirus is the key issue, 72-26 for Biden. The difference is 39% think the coronavirus is the most important issue. 26% in Georgia think the economy is the issue. So we don't know how it's going to turn out, but you look at the internals of these polls, and you can certainly see a potential path to victory in Georgia for Biden.
We got to hit a break, Britt, but go ahead.
Real quick. Just looking at the percentage of men and women voters in Georgia, as Chris suggested, women.
We're going to go ahead and switch to another news outlet here. Let's see, have we gone to we're at Fox News. There's Fox Business. I want to go through all of them. Okay, so let's see. Who do we have here? I don't know who this is. Okay, so let's just go to this.
It's not going to win Florida, but it's very early on as we go through. And again, as you get real votes, 83% here. This could be critical here. Osceola County here. You come through, 61%. Again, you're looking for math, especially if you're Joe Biden and you're not getting what you wanted out of Miami-Dade. You need to make up for it somewhere else. So you're looking here, 50,000, 85,000 4 years ago. You come back in now. Joe Biden right now about the same, a little below where Hillary Clinton was. We're still waiting for some votes there. This is what we're going to have to do. Florida gets so competitive. You go county by county, you match up the math to 4 years ago. You see how much turnout is up this year compared to then, and you average it all out.
50% of the vote in Florida is now in. Trump is ahead by about 74,000 votes, 50.2% to 48.9%. Now he's up by.
And notice that the panhandle is not in yet. Notice that.
Look at Georgia right now.
So you move up, you see Georgia. It's not often you see Georgia blue.
Yep, there we go. We got that little hiccup again. Let us go ahead and pause the stream there, and we'll hit unpause here in just a second. That's one of the things that we have to deal with, considering that we have the fastest bandwidth that we can get through Compass. But however, at the same time, when you're doing stuff like this, sometimes it's not enough. Let's go back and hit play.
And again, you see a lot of red, and yet Georgia is blue because right now Joe Biden is winning. And this one here, this is Fulton County where Atlanta is. We don't have any votes yet. But then you move here to Cobb County to the north. And again, this could be the story of the night. I emphasize could be because we're early. But you look at right here, it's only 27% of the vote in, 63 to 35 in Cobb County. This is the suburbs to the northwest of Atlanta. It used to be Republican country. Hillary Clinton won it last time, but just barely, right? 49 to 47. So this is what we're going to watch throughout the night. Especially suburbs are growing. Suburbs are where the people are. Suburbs is where you get your math. Especially if you're a Democrat, you know Donald Trump's going to run it up in all these smaller rural counties. As you see, this is 2016. You come up to 2020, you're starting to see the same repeat of that, right? You see the president. That's not a huge margin there. We'll see how it goes. But in these small rural counties, the president tends to run it up. You move up here. Let's just see 83%. In a county like that. And again, it's 3,000 plus, 4,000 plus votes when you're done, said and done. That's what Trump does to offset the urban areas and the close-in suburbs. So one of the tests tonight, let's drop down a little bit more to Henry County, 59% there, come back in time, 50%, 51% if you round up. So those are the things you're looking for, especially in these places where Joe Biden's performance in the suburbs is absolutely critical. He needs African-American turnout to be up in Atlanta, in Augusta, in Columbus, in Savannah. And he needs, when you get into the suburbs, and the Democrats do very well in the close-in suburbs, more and more increasingly in the Trump age, they've been moving out into the outer rings of the suburbs, out to the exurban areas. So you watch this play out here. You look 16,000 votes ahead there in the state of Georgia. Let's take a peek in South Carolina. The president winning quite handily here so far, but that's very preliminary in the vote. One of the things we'll watch throughout the night, are the president's margins about the same, or do they shrink even in the places he wins?
Well, the funny thing is that, when he was going into Georgia and talking about Georgia, his analysis there was rather preliminary as well. So, I think that we're going to have to play one of our little things here.
No, you haven't. You're a lying dog-faced pony soldier. You said.
All right, so let's go back to the talking heads. See what they got.
Just a few hundred votes in Palm Beach a few moments ago, and the president was leading. Right now, Wolf, the Florida vote coming in as Joe Biden would like it, as we wish, but we will keep counting.
We certainly will. Florida's emerging as a major fight that's going on right now. We're coming up on another critical round of poll closings in the Biden-Trump presidential race just moments from now. That's when most polls will close in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. Together, those states account for 38 of the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House. All right, we got a key race alert right now. Too early to call in these states, including in Ohio. Too early to call in Ohio. 18 electoral votes in Ohio. Too early to call. Too early to call in North Carolina as well. 15 electoral votes in North Carolina. Too early to call. West Virginia, 5 electoral votes. Too early to call in West Virginia right now. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. It still remains the same. 11 Electoral College votes for Trump, Indiana. 0 so far for Biden. 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now. All right, in Florida.
All right. Sorry, guys. We had a little bit of a hiccup there. Tends to happen.
Votes 58% to 40.5%. Three more.
I forgot to hit the audio.
New Hampshire, Biden is ahead there. Only 2% of the estimated vote is in. He's up by about 3,300 votes, 59.2% to 40.3%. And Biden is ahead in Vermont, but less than 1% of the vote is in. Only 610 vote lead, 62.7% to 37.3% in Vermont. Let's go back to John King. Florida and Georgia, two very critically important states, lots of electoral votes at stake. Let's look at Florida first.
Let's look at Florida first. It is red at the moment. It has gone back and forth several times in just the last 15 or 20 minutes, and that's what Florida does. The President of the United States right now, President Trump, it's his new adopted home state, 50% to 49.1%, a 1-point race in Florida is what.
See, like I said, they have to count the panhandle. They weren't counting the panhandle.
Rounded up. If you're looking at the map, it looks like a traditional map. 1+ for the Democrats, Pinellas County here. One warning sign for Joe Biden as we watch this play out, and we got a ways to go. Remember, 3.4 million votes, 3.4 million votes. 4.6 is what it took to win it 4 years ago. We think turnout is higher this year, so we're going to watch as this goes. But here, if you're looking for trouble signs in the Biden campaign, it is right here. In Miami-Dade, again, we have more votes. This is early in-person voting, predominantly, I'm told. People who showed up to vote in person early before Election Day. Joe Biden with a very narrow lead. You could say that's a 9-point lead, but narrow by comparison to where we are 4 years ago. That's nearly 30 points there. It's 28
Biden
points.
just took the lead in Florida once again. It's moving very quickly,
so let's move
back and forth.
Let's come back and see where it came from. Now by 134,000 votes. They are reporting very quickly in Florida. Congratulations to Florida. We hope it plays out.
65% of the vote is in.
Play it around the rest. So let's see what happened here. We got a big jump in Palm Beach County, 60% to 39%. Remember, a short time ago, the president was ahead there, but it was only a few hundred votes. So again, you're looking at 60% there, especially if Joe Biden is underperforming Miami-Dade, and we'll go back and check on it.
All right, guys. We're gonna stop for just a minute here and fill you in. We actually have cameras on Joe Biden right now. Yes, we do. As a matter of fact, he is actually. Well, let's go and check in with him.
They can't hear.
Oh, they heard.
Yes, we know.
It's a happy neighbor. We heard some Van Halen here, and my name's David Lee Roth, and I'm right across the hallway. Want to know? We're on our way to EDC, but the fellas here were coming down the hallway, and they.
Yeah. So, another instance where Joe doesn't know where he is or who he is. This is kind of par for the course for Irvy Joe. Let's go back to some election day coverage here. Let's go and choose for ourselves another network here. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's go. I have no clue what channel this is. Oh, it's Spanish. Yes, I get the Spanish channel apparently. Let's see who we got here. This one's in English. Let's find out who we got here. We'll pull it up here for you.
Of voter suppression, because through Fair Fight we were able to help expand the number of voters.
Oh, we're back to ABC again.
That we had support for the county officials, and because we saw incredible numbers of people who took advantage of our early voting and had a number of places to drop off their absentee ballots. I think it's going to be tight, but I would prefer to be a Democrat than a Republican right now.
What's happening on the ground today? Are Democrats coming out today?
Yes, I mean, look, there was a steady number of people voting. It was not the crush of voters that everyone anticipated. That's why I'm more bullish on our side. But again, this is Georgia. We know that things become very, very close very, very quickly. And so I'm not going to prognosticate who's going to win. But I will say that we have been pleased by turnout, both early turnout and by absentee ballot performance, as well as turnout today.
Stacey Abrams, thanks very much. Let's take another look at Florida right now. 66% of the expected vote is in right now, and now it's flipped a little bit again, but it's oh so close right there, 50-49, Biden and Trump. Tom, you got anything?
Yeah, we got some news. There's good news, bad news for Florida right now for Joe Biden, and we'll show you why. I want to start with some of the good news for Joe Biden at this hour. You can see through the I-4 corridor, we're going to split up Florida into 3 parts right here. You have South Florida, where Democrats usually do well. You have the Panhandle, where there's still a lot of vote left to be counted there. That's Trump country. And in the middle is the swing area. And right now, Joe Biden is doing pretty well. In a county like Pinellas, which I said earlier, older voters, white voters, this usually mirrors how the state does. Joe Biden's doing really well there. He's 3 points ahead of Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump underperforming in that area right there. Hillsborough right next door in Tampa, same story. Joe Biden's doing a little bit better. But I also want to show you some other parts where they're making grounds. Jacksonville, Duval, this is usually Republican territory. And Joe Biden tonight is on top. Earlier, Ron was asking about African-American voters. There's about 30 to 40% African-Americans in Jacksonville. This is also an area Democrats targeted for the suburbs. Another one of those areas was Sarasota County, a lot of retirees, but also growing suburbs as well. You can see Joe Biden may be down, but he's growing on Hillary Clinton's number. But the headline, George, we got to keep coming back to this. He's underperforming in the biggest county. This is where Democrats have to win big. And right now, Donald Trump, even though he's down, is looking good.
David Muir, what are we seeing from the exit polls in Florida?
Well, it's really interesting. You know, Tom mentions this. We were always going to be looking in Florida at senior citizens in Florida, whether or not he could peel off some of President Trump's support and some of the more rural areas of Florida. But right now, when you take a look at Donald Trump's job performance, and this is often an indicator, although these are preliminary exit polls, as we always like to say this early in the night, 54% approve of the job that President Trump is doing. Now, here's the interesting thing on COVID. When you talk about the pandemic, 48% say Joe Biden would handle the pandemic moving forward better than Donald Trump.
Now, this is what they said just a couple of minutes ago.
The economy, 53% say the president they trust to handle the economy, to 44% with Joe Biden. But many of these numbers, just show how close it is.
And it's just flipped again now, 50-48.
Okay. George Stephanopoulos, I can only take so much of him, to be perfectly honest. Let's see who else we got here. Shepard Smith is back on TV. Oh my goodness. Let's see what Shep has to say here.
No matter who wins, but you got to buy a hand over fist. Because I'm telling you, once this election's out of the way, it really doesn't matter. We are going to be in good shape. And I feel strongly, economy's getting better, and I do think we'll have a vaccine in the first quarter. That's what matters.
Jim Cramer, Mad Money, our warm-up act, and the greatest thing on TV. Thank you, Jim. It's great to see you.
Thank you, Jim.
The Arizona Senate seat, one of many that Democrats are hoping to flip. And as it stands, Republicans control the Senate by a 53-47 majority. But tonight, there are 35 seats up for election. Democrats need to net 3 seats if Joe Biden wins the White House. If Biden loses, they would need 4, because the Senate, the vice president breaks the tie. CNBC's Elon Moy is here. There's a little bit more to this because there's a Democrat who they think doesn't have a chance of winning down in Alabama.
Well, that's right, Shep, that Democrats are on the offensive in these down ballot races tonight, and they are especially hopeful about picking up those 2 seats in Georgia. The polls there closed just about half an hour ago, but it could still be months before we know the winners. And that is because if no one gets 50% of the vote, the races will go to runoffs in January. Now, that is almost certainly going to be the case in the jungle primary that has 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats all facing off against each other. The other Senate race there pits current GOP Senator David Perdue against Democrat Jon Ossoff, and it is a toss-up. Another state to watch is North Carolina. Now, almost all of the voting there has just ended minutes ago, and it had not been looking good for the Republican incumbent, Senator Thom Tillis, in his battle against Democrat Cal Cunningham. Still, Republicans are expecting to pick up at least 1 seat this cycle, and that is Alabama, which you mentioned, Shep, where Democratic Senator Doug Jones is behind in the polls against former college football coach and Republican Tommy Tuberville. Now, the GOP is also giving Democrats a run for their money in Michigan. That's where businessman John James is challenging the current Democratic Senator Gary Peters. So there is a path for either party to win control of the Senate. But in the House, Democrats are expected to expand their majority. Congressman Jim Clyburn today predicted that their numbers could grow by 10 to 12 seats. Republicans would call it a win if they could limit that to just a single-digit, Shep. It is clear that the GOP is playing a lot of defense down the ballot.
No doubt. Elon Moy, thanks very much. We'll see what Tommy Tuberville does down there in Alabama. A long night ahead. So, aren't you looking forward to the moment we can just sit back and relax? I mean, times are tense for a lot of different reasons.
I think
No
right
matter
now
what-
too many people are sitting back and relaxing is the issue. We want people back to work, Shep.
we need a break. We could really use a crystal ball. Larry Sabato runs one of
We've had an 8-month break, for goodness sake.
a longtime fan here in the presidential race. What are you watching for tonight, Larry?
First of all, thank you, Shep. And actually, I think we could use a couple of martinis. That would work better than a crystal ball.
Please.
Look, after 2016, I listened to what Jim Cramer said. I don't want to get too far ahead of the votes. That's one thing we learned, and it's an important lesson. I'm looking at each of these states individually, the swing states, because they're a universe unto themselves. We have an electoral college system that means the national popular vote means nothing. That means there isn't a direct relationship from state to state. Take Florida. I thought for a long time the Biden campaign was being overly optimistic about Florida. I know it hasn't been declared. He can still win it potentially. But looking at the pattern of votes that I've seen so far, as in Miami-Dade, where Biden is winning, but by nearly not enough, I think the Biden people will be very, very lucky to capture Florida. Probably that would edge to Trump. That doesn't mean anything, though, in relation to Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Texas, certainly Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Sure.
Those are the states that we have to be focused on.
Let's talk about a couple of those that have already closed. If you're a Democrat, you're looking at Atlanta and about 9 counties that surround it. And if you can get your turnout big enough there, you have a chance in Georgia. What are you seeing in turnout there?
The turnout has been remarkably favorable for Democrats. They almost won the governorship in 2018. Just a fraction of a percent kept them away from it. And the momentum has continued to build. There's a lot of anger left over from 2018. So Democrats have a real shot there. I still think it would be a mild upset if they carry Georgia, but they're in the hunt.
North Carolina, if you're on the Democratic side.
Well, you know, with Georgia, you have a majority of people saying that Georgia was going to go Democrat anyway. But here, it doesn't look to be at the percentage in which they were saying. So, you know, let's be pragmatic here. Let's be honest.
Places are, in fact, generating a high African-American turnout, high minority turnout. Other places, at least from the scattered precincts I've seen, not so much. And that's the crazy thing about elections. We expect a uniform pattern, but the more you look at it, the more you realize rarely is it uniform. So we'll be here a long time once they finally start reporting the vote.
If I'm sitting at home right now wondering what's about to happen with my money, and we realize what's happened all along the East Coast, what state is Larry Sabato watching for the one that might be the one that pushes one side or the other over?
Oh, I would love to say Pennsylvania, but as everybody has reported, it takes a long time in Pennsylvania to get the vote. So I would tend to look at Michigan and Wisconsin.
You know what? I need to go and say right now, the thing I can tell you is that Amy and I have a business in downtown Morganton, North Carolina. We would not have been able to open that business under a Hillary Clinton economy. We would not be able to keep it open under a Joe Biden economy. The fact is that under this president, entrepreneurship has been encouraged. We have had, let's see, currently we have 4 employees, okay, including ourselves. 4 employees. The thing is that here is the way that economics work. If a business gets less restriction, doesn't have to pay as much in taxes, then what ends up happening is there are several different things that happen. First of all, because of the less restriction and less taxes, the people with whom it is that we buy our product from and the equipment that we need, it is then sold at a cheaper cost. Why? Because their restriction has also been lowered. Their taxes have been lowered. They also are able to go and hire more people because of higher output. The same is true with our business as well. or any business for that matter, when you have less taxes, less restriction, then it encourages, first of all, for that little hamburger stand that was once known as McDonald's, just that one little hamburger stand can then become a medium-sized business or a big business. Every single person that has a business wants their business to ultimately become a big business. Ultimately, that's what everybody wants. But the fact is that, okay, I'm being told that somebody cannot hear anything on my end for some reason. Oh, it says that it's going through. Okay, Liz sent me the thing. Liz, try turning up your speakers. Let me. Okay, let's see if I can hear myself here real quick. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to open this link on YouTube, as a matter of fact. Sometimes it's just people that haven't turned up their speakers. Sometimes that's not the case. Sometimes I might be having some sort of issues over here. It doesn't say that on StreamYard that I am having any sort of issues, but we are going to check right now just to make sure that it is not me that is having the issues. Nope, it is not me. Okay, I heard myself on the headphones here, and everything seems to be going through just fine. But anyway, what I was saying is that in terms of a business, when your taxes are lowered and restriction is less, it causes the business to then be able to increase. Your small business will then become a medium-sized business and a big business. McDonald's started out with one hamburger stand. Okay. Places like, Walmart started out with one store. That entrepreneurial spirit allows businesses to then be able to hire more people and allows them to be able to become more profitable, thus lowering the cost of their product. Take, for instance, one of the things that we're using to do this live stream is we are actually using an app called Camo, and it allows my iPhone to be able to be used as my camera. Okay. And so with that, the thing that you've noticed with the iPhone is, you remember in the previous administration, the iPhone, just starting out base model, was over $1,000. Now, what had happened because of things like NAFTA and things of that sort is that businesses went and they were encouraged to go overseas. The idea behind NAFTA was to be able to bring in technological businesses. But as you know, we had that .com bubble that ended up happening. The .com bubble happened, and so it didn't work out so well. But because of NAFTA, a lot of places were going to India because of the fact that there's less regulation, less taxation, and all those things. Apple, for instance, goes and made its product in many other different places. When President Trump came into office, he then told Apple, we're going to lower your restriction, we're going to lower your taxes and all these things for you to come back and to manufacture in the United States. And so the new iPhone that just came out was $699. The base model, $699. If it was still being made overseas, then it would have been $1,000, because of the fact that the president here ended up cutting the restriction put upon that of the manufacturers of Apple of the iPhone. Okay. Let's see here. It looks like some of these channels have got some commercials going on, so we are not going to run commercials right now. Let's see here. Let's see if CNN is running commercials or not. Nope, they are live. So we are going to go live now to CNN. As we go to the share screen option, share audio. Here we go.
Joe Biden has 49.6%. Trump has 49.5%. Biden is ahead by 9,200 votes. 9,200 votes. in Florida, 29 electoral votes. In Ohio, 18% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a lead, an impressive lead of 347,000 right now, 64.4% to 34.5%. In Ohio, 18 electoral votes. In New Hampshire, only 3% of the
And this is one of the things I forgot to do every time I go to a new stream. I got to pause it for a couple of seconds so we don't get that little hiccup. And then we're able to get back going on there. So let me go ahead and
estimated vote
get
is
that
in.
fixed.
Biden is ahead by about 3,000 votes, 54.8% to 44.4%. Two more states. Let's take a look right now. We've got Georgia. Right now, 7% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by 9,000 votes or so, 50.8% to 48.2%. In Virginia, 13% of the estimated vote is in, and Trump is ahead by about 80,000 votes, 55.6% to 42.6%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. We're watching these states very closely, including Ohio right now, which clearly is a major battleground.
Right. It's fairly interesting to watch. Florida's still Biden. We'll get there in a minute. Very close. The president's lead and the popular vote is shrinking. We'll see how that plays out. But let's start with battleground Ohio. This is a state. Joe Biden went there Monday morning, right? He went there and people said, whoa, do you really want to be doing that? Do you have a chance in Ohio? Well, let's see. The middle part of the state where you see all these counties and you see nothing, and most of that is going to come in red. You just know that, right? So the Democrats need to run it up in the urban areas. That would be Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati, Akron, Toledo, Youngstown. But if you come here, this is interesting to see from this regard. If you get in 2020 here, Joe Biden right now, Mahoning County, Youngstown, blue collar. This is where the president goes and says, you know, I'm on your side. I am your voice, trade deals. Joe Biden getting 62%. We're about halfway in the count. So we'll see if it stays this way. But 62%, you go back in time, Hillary Clinton just barely won this. So this is one of the tests, right? Can Joe Biden, one of the things he says he can do is that unlike Hillary Clinton, he can win Trump voters. He can win blue collar, traditional Democrats who left the party to go for Donald Trump. We'll see if that holds up here as you come to 2020. That's a big deal. Even if Joe Biden loses in Ohio, that's a big deal when we move over to Pennsylvania. It's a big deal in Wisconsin. It's a big deal in Michigan. Ohio, a more Republican state than any of those three that I just mentioned. So you're looking up here, challenge number one for the Democrats. You want to win a state as competitive as Ohio that leans a little bit Republican. You got to run it up. Cuyahoga County, Cleveland, only about 40% of the vote in, a ways to go, 75 to 24. Let's go back and take a look. 66% for Hillary Clinton. This is a good sign. You have to see if it holds. If you're in the Biden war room, you're looking at that, and that's a good sign. An even better sign, or at least an even better add-on for Joe Biden, this is your base. This has to be your foundation, largest county in the state. It's about 11% of the vote when you're all done. But you move out here to the suburbs. This is the battle for the American presidency. Close races are decided in the suburbs. Lake County, Joe Biden ahead, 51-48. It's close, but if you go back in time, this was Trump country 4 years ago. Donald Trump narrowly carried the suburbs in 2016. That's why he's president of the United States. That's why he's president of the United States. It's part of the coalition Trump put together in 2016 as he won Ohio rather comfortably. If Joe Biden can hold Lake County, hold the suburbs to the west of Cleveland, that's part of the building blocks. At least get you close. Now, as you see, as we go through this, some more of the middle of the state is filling in. These are smaller counties. There's not a lot of people here, but let's pop them out. This is where the president runs it up. Right? He doubles your vote, essentially. And so the challenge for Biden, if that fills in, and we'll watch turnout, we'll see if the Trump voters come out in those places, is he has to, in all of the urban centers, Franklin County, that's a good number. It's not just Columbus. Huge suburbs around it. Columbus has been Democratic a long time. The suburbs used to be more Republican, so you get a more competitive county. You see that, right? That's about half of the vote, 76%. You come back in time, 61% for Hillary Clinton. That's how, those are the building blocks for Joe Biden. Win in the cities. A lot of that's the Democratic base. In Columbus, it's the capital of the state. It's unions. It's African Americans.
It's amazing to me that they think that the formula that Joe Biden needs to be running is the same formula of Hillary Clinton. I mean, I think that CNN may just be out to lunch here.
Districts, Democrats are trying to expand their majority. So it's
John,
Ohio.
I want to go back to Florida because it's essentially tied right now. Let's take a look at Florida. 1,000 vote separation. Biden is ahead by 2,033 votes. That's incredible.
I was just going to say, some people at home who have a partisan stake in this will be throwing things at the television, but this is why this is fun. I mean, look at this. This is more,
Trump has just gone ahead by 18,000.
See, the thing that they're not counting is the panhandle. So nobody's throwing anything at the screen because the Panhandle hasn't come totally in, and that is your most conservative districts right there. So I think Wolf Blitzer seems to forget this each and every single year.
One of the, if not the ultimate battleground state. And so again, let's go through it and take a look. We started earlier in Miami-Dade. This, to me, so far, the biggest warning sign. And again, every election is different. So you're not performing, if you're Joe Biden, you're not performing as well here as Hillary Clinton did, as well as Barack Obama did when he carried the state. That's not necessarily fatal. It's not good. Then you got to make it up somewhere else. If you're not getting it here, you got to get it somewhere else. 54 to 46, if you round them up. Again, you go back in time. This is the largest county in the state. There are more people here voting than anywhere in the state. Hillary Clinton thought she did the job here 4 years ago. 64%, 624,000 votes. Joe Biden right now, 560,000 votes, only 54%. So that's a problem. It's a warning sign in the Biden campaign. Not insurmountable. Could you come up here? Can you make it up? This is number 2. Broward County. Miami-Dade's number 1.
Second largest.
This is this is the second largest county. You're at 66 with 562,000 votes. You go back and look at it. So you're running ahead of Hillary Clinton if you're Joe Biden in the count. In the count, turnout is up this time. Turnout is up this time. So that doesn't necessarily mean it's enough, but you're running ahead there. And then you come up here to Palm Beach County.
The third largest.
Get it to come up. 1, 2, and 3 are right there. 1, 2, and 3 are right there. 58.
Apparently, he doesn't realize the count is up everywhere right now.
Exceeding her total, and right now at the moment exceeding her percentage. So that's a good thing there. So those 1, 2, and 3 are right here along the coast. And then you come up from here. Here's where you find number 4. That's Hillsborough. That's Tampa. It's Tampa and the suburbs around it. Again, I just said this in Ohio, and I'll say it again here. The suburbs decide close presidential elections. President Trump narrowly won them 4 years ago. He's been losing them since. Nancy Pelosi is speaker because of the suburban revolt against Donald Trump. The question is, does it continue from 2018 into 2020 in places like this? 53%. You see, that's about, you see 300, 352, so you 52,000 votes, right? In a place like Florida, if you're not doing as well as you want in Miami-Dade, you got to run it up somewhere else. There's some votes there for you. Much closer, 45, 42. And then you come over here. This 4 years ago, it's a big victory for Donald Trump to turn this county. Democrats got swamped in election day turnout. At the moment, they're holding this 91% in. Again, not by much, 49.6 to 49.0. The question, that's a little bit of math. 3,000 votes. You take everything you can in a state like this, you get the votes. And so then you come up here, and now we're waiting, right? The Panhandle, this is the later time zone. We're waiting for votes out there. If you come through here, just want to show you, the president runs it up in these smaller counties. There's not a lot of people.
See, there you go.
6,000 votes to 2,000
Now
votes.
you're getting
4,000
it.
votes in the bank to offset the Democratic advantages elsewhere. That's what the president did 4 years ago. It looks like he's doing it in some of these places again. The issue is, as you get to the more populated counties, let's see if we have much votes. Earlier, we didn't have many votes. We still don't. This is a plus for Joe Biden. We don't have many votes out of Leon County yet. That's Tallahassee. And then you move over here, watching this all night to see if it switches. Duval County, again, sorry for the broken record, the suburbs, Jacksonville and the suburbs around it. Joe Biden at 51, the president at 47. If you go back in time, Donald Trump carries Florida 4 years ago narrowly, in part because he won the suburbs narrowly there. So, Wolf, as we watch this play out, I just want to come out to statewide and look. The president of the United States, 2,994 votes ahead in a state that has cast more than 9 million ballots.
Incredibly close in Florida right now. Voting is about to end in 16 states and the District of Columbia. The biggest round of poll closings tonight, a whopping.
Does that mean that we actually get to sleep tonight before work?
We got some CNN projections right now. Let's start in Massachusetts. CNN projects Joe Biden will win the state of Massachusetts, will win its 11 electoral votes. CNN projects Joe Biden will win the state of Maryland and win its 10 electoral votes. Another win for Biden in Maryland. Joe Biden will win his home state of Delaware with 3 electoral votes, a win in Delaware for Biden. And Joe Biden will win the District of Columbia, which has 3 electoral votes as well. Trump, we have a projection for Trump right now as well. Oklahoma, CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Oklahoma with 7 electoral votes. That goes to Trump. Right now,
No surprise there. No surprise in any of those, to be perfectly honest. I see we're getting a little bit of a hiccup there. And we are also going to switch to another channel as well, because I think they're coming up on a commercial break. So we will go ahead and do that right now.
for the former vice president. Biden will also coast to victory in Massachusetts, according to our Fox News decision desk.
And the reliably blue state of Rhode Island.
Oh, I forgot to pause it. Again, this is one of the things that you have to deal with whenever it is that you are streaming on a platform to another platform. There's a lot of bandwidth that is used and all that stuff. So every now and then, if you are a streamer as well, one of the things you want to do is to pause your stream for just
Island
a
will
couple
also
seconds.
be added to the Biden column tonight. Ditto for Connecticut, where the former vice president will coast to victory as well. Biden will also prevail in Illinois, where the president has long railed against the violence in Chicago. He will also pick up the perennially blue state of Maryland, according to the decision desk. And finally, Joe Biden will win the state of New Jersey. So a big blue run for him in those states, none of which are surprises tonight.
President Trump also racks up some electoral votes at this hour. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Trump will easily win the state of Alabama. We're also watching a Senate race there. The president will also prevail in Mississippi, according to the Fox News voter analysis.
See, in Alabama was considered to be a toss-up state this go around. So that should tell you something.
Trump will win Missouri, which has now voted Republican in 6 consecutive presidential contests. The president will also beat Joe Biden in Oklahoma, according to our decision desk.
One of the few states where we cannot project a winner at this hour is New Hampshire, where we need to analyze more voting data before making a call in the Granite State. Finally, let's turn to Maine, one of the 2 states that does the winner-take-all, does use the winner-take-all method for allocating electoral votes. They do not. Actually, they split out one. Our decision desk can now project that Joe Biden will win 3 of Maine's 4 electoral votes. But again, there's another one that's split out. We don't have enough data yet to determine the winner of Maine's.
Now, it's funny because New Hampshire was called earlier by CNN, with 0% of the vote being in. Now, honestly, to CNN's credit, the thing that we do have to say is that in terms of CNN, or in terms of New Hampshire, it has predominantly gone Democrat. So, I don't think that there'll be any sort of upset there.
A challenge from Democrat Sarah Gideon in a race that could help determine overall control of the Senate. It is too early to make a projection on that race at the moment. The other big Senate race of the hour is in Alabama, where incumbent Democrat Doug Jones faces a strong challenge from Republican Tommy Tuberville. Too early to call that contest, which, if Tuberville prevails, could be the first Senate flip of the night, and that would leave them with only 3 pickups in the future if they were to do that.
And there you see the balance of power. Fox News can project that Republicans will keep their Senate seats in Tennessee and Oklahoma, while Democrats will keep their Senate seats in Illinois, Maryland, New Jersey, and Delaware. All of the other Senate races in the states where the polls have now closed are still too early or close to call. The same for gubernatorial races. We'll bring you any surprises in that as we get them.
So let's take a look at the electoral map right now. You've got 56 for President Trump, 91 for Joe Biden. It's almost as if, you're playing the what if game, and we're easily starting to fill in some of the ones that you punch in that are givens essentially across the map, and the battleground states, obviously.
And no surprises yet. No surprises at this time.
If we could just pull up North Carolina and Ohio again, just to demonstrate what we were talking about earlier tonight, about how some of these states are going to look very red or very blue early on in the evening, but we're still waiting for more data, obviously, to come in these places, because the mail-in vote leaned heavily towards Biden, and the walk-in vote today is, you can see 65 to 31 in North Carolina, and we'll get Ohio up there as well. But this is where we want to be cautious.
Right. And you see less than 1% of the precincts in, and you see the numbers on the screen. And in the states that we can make a projection, that's based on our
But it's
voter
less than
analysis
1%, but
and
still.
where our decision desk knows that state's going to go. Bill Hemmer is back with a look at where things stand tonight so far. Some key states. We talked about Florida. We're talking about Pennsylvania all night long.
Yeah.
Bill?
Hey, guys, good evening again. I just let our viewers know, again, this is real-time data. You're seeing it at home the same time we're seeing it here. And Florida, you got 82% of the vote tallied now, okay? Talk about the panhandle. It closes at 8 o'clock a moment ago, as we mentioned. So these counties that are gray will start to fill in, and indeed they are red. I would expect this based on 2016, a lot of Trump votes to be right here in the panhandle. As it is right now, 83% of the votes in. President with a half-point lead now in the state of Florida. You've got upwards of 9 million
President's
votes
going to
cast.
win.
And just for comparison,
the president is going to win Florida hands down. No problem there.
with what we sort of anticipate in terms of raw numbers in that state. Again, about a 0.7 lead there. The Trump team felt very good about this state about midway through the day today, and they continue to feel that way now. We'll see whether or not that holds. I mentioned Georgia here. I'm just going to pop up these East Coast here. We're only about 11% of the vote in Georgia. President with a slight lead there, but often it takes time to figure out where the vote's coming in from. Remember this?
Yeah, don't get too excited about Georgia just yet, because right now there's a lot of districts that go many different ways with various populations. So that's important.
With 13,000, that's going to change throughout the night here. While we got the time here, you guys mentioned North Carolina. Been a little stubborn, only because they had a bit of a delay. It's supposed to be 7:30, got laid about a little bit past 8 o'clock. So as it starts to fill in here, not a ton of data here. We can start poking around. Well, this is Robinson County. We just talked about this a moment ago. President, big numbers there from 4 years ago, and right now too early really to get a measure. Well, the president's going to win this county. We know that. We can say that. By what margin is something that is still outstanding. You guys mentioned Pennsylvania. Here we go. It is now closed, and this is the amount of data that we have from the Keystone State. Hey, it's early. I told you it was early, right? So indeed, it's early. While I've got you here, let's go over to Ohio.
Now, the thing is that with Pennsylvania, the Democrats are very scared of Pennsylvania right now, because right now there is data coming in from all of the different counties and all that stuff in terms of polling data, that is. Now, we can't always trust the polls, as you guys know, but the thing with it is that we're seeing in many different kinds of polls and all that stuff, like even the bakery poll, the president is winning big time, and the attorney general of Pennsylvania has warned people, saying, look at this massive amount of crowds that he is getting. He tweeted this out, a picture, and he is very, very scared that President Trump is going to end up winning Pennsylvania. And of course, we hope the president does win Pennsylvania.
And twists. Could it be diabolical in a sense, because the vote could come in heavy blue and it'll shift to red, or vice versa? So we'll be patient with this and see.
All right,
how
don't
it
look at the
unfolds.
map. What's the 5th county down on the left?
Yeah,
No, I'm just kidding. But show us where you're looking. Like, where are you focusing on?
A couple
this
of things here. This Cincinnati down here, Hamilton County, Franklin County is Columbus, Cuyahoga.
Shalom, Philip, one of my conversion students there, or not conversion, ordination students. Philip Reyes is watching with us. Shalom, buddy. Can't wait to see you on Thursday. Hopefully we have a good result tonight.
With the percentages for the total vote for the county. Joe Biden's got 33,000 votes. Donald Trump has 24,000. Do the quick math, right? 55,000 votes. From 2016, in that county, they had 90,000 votes cast, and Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton by 6 points. So you've got a ways to go right here, but based on this, Joe Biden seems to be in a pretty decent poll position at the moment. We'll see what other precincts clock in here in a moment. So I'm watching that. I'm watching Cuyahoga. Pop down here to Hamilton County. This is Cincinnati. Just a few votes in right now. There's a big congressional race there. Steve Chabot's up for re-election. It's gotten a lot of attention down here in the 1st District. Here's what I would say. This is Warren County. This is suburban Cincinnati. This is where people who grow up in Cincinnati move when they become adults, and they want to have a larger piece of land and a larger home and raise their family. There's been a lot of suburban flight into Warren County for the last 20 years or so. So it gives us a measure right now about how these people are thinking. Donald Trump, 50,000.
Am I the only person that in school they referred to New Hampshire as New Hampster? Thought it was New Hampshire. Anybody else who's watching online? You know, let me know if you ever made that mistake when you were in school. Is it calling it New Hampster?
Oh, I just punch up here. Delaware County is north of Columbus. It's early. You pop down here to Franklin County. This is one of these counties that a lot of people have their eye on. for people who are leaving the Republican Party. So we'll keep an eye on that, just for comparison's sake from 2016. All right, 63, it was 2-1 from 4 years ago. And at the moment, at this stage in the night, Joe Biden is faring better, I should say. Raw votes, just quick math in my head here, guys. I'll say 350,000 total votes in Franklin County so far. 4 years ago, you're in excess of 600,000. So we've got some votes to still come in this part of Ohio.
Bill, let's take another look at Florida. And I just want to take a look at some of the voter analysis questions on coronavirus from Florida voters. And the question is, say if you have had this experience during the coronavirus pandemic, you or someone in your household has lost a job or lost income. 56% of the people who said yes to that question are Biden voters. 41% of them are Trump voters. Have you lost a close friend or family member to the virus? Among those who said yes, 65% are Biden voters and 32% are Trump voters. These are Florida numbers. And obviously, Florida, fared well in the beginning and then got pretty hard hit by the virus. Your thoughts on that and where we might.
And this right here is important, guys. This right here is important because the thing that you're going to have to realize in terms of this, Philip says to check out OAM News. I don't know if they are on Hulu, but if there is a link to them online that streams live, let me know. I've been using my Hulu Live account for this, so I am not familiar with those news outlets. But one of the things that I want to say is that one of the things to think about in terms of this election is right now you have a majority of people who are going through this pandemic and all this stuff, and they just want life to go back to normal. Okay, we've had it, 8 months of this stuff, and people are wanting life to go back to normal. I think that is going to pull a lot of votes for the president because of the fact that you have Joe Biden that's like, I want to shut everything back down again. But then you have the president who's saying, we need to open back up. And so, I think a lot of that is going to be in play, to be perfectly honest. But let's go back to the news here and see what is going on.
You look at where this is a major factor in this country, and it goes from yellow to deep red. I mean, the country is essentially red or light red across the board. Florida is in the deep red category as far as cases. So coronavirus is hanging over this entire election. And the question is whether it's the lockdown and the economy, as President Trump closed with, or Joe Biden saying that the president's not handling it effectively.
Yeah, it's a good question. This is October 5th in Florida on the heat map, right? This is what they were doing. Go back a month prior to that. September 7th, it was rather red. We look down here at the change per weekly. Let me just throw you back a couple months here and see where we were back in, let's say, come on, Mr. Machine. So this is June 15th, right? This is Florida. Pretty good condition at the moment there. Change in a week, though, was up 19% in cases. All right, so now I'm going to fast forward through the months, okay? Mid-July, you're up 37% in change per week. That is a massive amount of a COVID explosion, you could call it. August 10th, though, you're back down to 9%. Then come into September, you're down to 4%. Come into, you see the trend here, right? We talked about them peaking, and then as of today, even though the map shows red, you're at 4% of an increase of cases from month to month. What that shows is that Florida had that spike and they got it back under control. What we can't say, I don't think for the moment here, is how all that factors into this vote and whether or not it's a determinant factor as to whether who wins this state. But at 86%, we can keep talking here, guys, and we're going to see these numbers change. And since we've come on the air here, Donald Trump continues to increase his lead.
That's a lot of vote, 86% of the precincts in.
See, and that's the thing. When we were watching MSNBC and we were watching CNN, they were saying early on that it looks like Joe Biden's going to walk away with Florida. And I kept saying, guys, wait till the panhandle vote comes in. The panhandle vote is always conservative. And now it seems that, it could be within the hour in which it is that Florida gets called for Trump. Okay, so, this is the thing. We got to look at history. We got to look at the maps county by county
the Southeast
and all
stays
that
red
stuff.
in 20.
we've heard so far.
Sorry, I
Kinda
forgot
not
to turn
what we
that
were
back
told
on.
To expect. I'm especially interested in Florida. It does look like the president's got a very good shot of winning. But I'm interested in this because elections tell you what the parties actually look like, not what you imagine they look like, but you find out who voted for them. So the coalitions become really clear. And in Florida, the population center, of course, Miami-Dade County, biggest county in the state. Hillary Clinton 4 years ago got 334,000 votes there. An hour ago, with 84% reporting, Donald Trump had already outstripped that by more than 100,000 votes. Now, Miami-Dade is 70% Hispanic. That's not what you would have expected if you've been watching for the past 6 months, this attempt to racialize everything, to make, Trump the greatest racist in world history. You would expect, whether you buy that or not, you would expect that that would depress the votes for Trump in Miami-Dade County. But the opposite happened. He's doing better there with non-white voters than he did 4 years ago. Now, I'm not exactly sure why that is. I suspect the BLM message is a mixed blessing. It doesn't appeal to all voters in the same way, and it turns some off. And some of those are Hispanic voters. But we'll figure it out in the coming weeks. But the obvious lesson is this is not what people predicted. This morning, the New York Times, Nate Silver had the president's chances of winning Florida at 31%. So you have to kind of wonder, how did that, these are smart people. They have access to all the data. They've thought about this deeply. It's their job to think about it. How could they be that wrong on the day of the election? And I'm not quite sure I know the answer, but at some point, we, the media, need to pause and ask ourselves serious questions about how we're thinking through what's going to happen and how we present it, because our predictions affect outcomes to some extent, and they also, of course, determine our credibility. People judge us based on our predictions. And so something really went wrong in the way we predicted a number of these races. And let me just restate something really quick. Florida is the future of the country, not simply because it's multi-ethnic, which obviously it is, but because that's where people are moving.
Yeah.
Florida and Texas.
And see, the crazy thing is that every election cycle, the left is always saying, trust Nate Silver, trust Nate Silver. And I understand, I would think that you would have to have a good track record in order for us to start trusting you. Whenever it comes to battleground states, I often say this. Take what Nate Silver says. The opposite is usually what ends up happening 75% of the time. How the heck Nate Silver made a name for himself, I will never know. I don't think any of us will ever know. Let's go back to hear what Tucker's saying here.
That I live in, the media world, the political world, not many people believe the president had any chance whatsoever. None. This was going to be a blue wave. This was going to be an early night. And again, we don't know. It's 8/18. We don't know the outcome. And I think it's always been a pretty tough race for the incumbent president. But it's not what people thought it was last night. And again, you have to ask yourself, why is that? Why is the demonstrated reality so different from what purportedly smart people said it was going to be? And again, I don't know the answer to that, but we're going to have mountains of data. This is the second election in a row that people paid to get it right apparently got it wrong. And I just think it's important to learn from your mistakes. And I hope that we do. I really do. And take them seriously. Like, well, how did we screw it up? We, in effect, lied to people. How did that happen?
With the Hispanic vote, Tucker, when I look across the tabs on a number of states, it looks like the president, and this is obviously very early looking at this data, it looks like he's doing better with Hispanics than with African-American voters, at least in the states that we have seen coming in so far. And that could change throughout the evening. But what everybody, the sort of conventional wisdom on Florida is, oh, well, that's just the Cuban vote. And Cubans are Republicans. That's what we've been hearing over and over again. Do you think that holds up to be true? Or do you see this Hispanic trend being broader than that across the country?
Well, I would just say two things. Again, Donald Trump did better in Florida, in Miami-Dade, 70% Hispanic county this year than he did 4 years ago. Florida is actually less Cuban. The Hispanic population of Florida is, just to be precise about it, since you ask, is less Cuban than it was 4 years ago. And it is a very diverse community. Not everyone we call Hispanic is, from the same culture, has the same views, obviously. And we should always be clear about that and not pretend that all people of any group are the same, because they're definitely not. I just think it's interesting that the emphasis from the leaders of the Democratic Party for months has been on race and racism. And the conversation we've been having as a country has been about racism. You would expect, and their intent, of course, the whole point of this was to affect political outcomes, it's really remarkable, no matter what the final result is, that this president, specifically this one, denounced every day as a racist, is doing better with non-white voters. And again, I do think that the BLM message is clearly very appealing to a lot of white suburban voters. It's clearly very unappealing to a lot of non-white voters. Who expected that?
Call real quick. Stand by, Tucker. President Trump will win the state of Indiana, home state to Vice President Mike Pence. We can make that call. The Fox News decision desk projecting that the president, will win Indiana. Tucker, you mentioned BLM earlier.
Now, I had to step away for a second there because, as you guys know, I'm sitting over here at the desk eating some peanuts and popcorn. And just so you guys know, me being a guy with dentures, popcorn and peanuts are not the best thing to be eating whenever it is that you're trying to keep your teeth in your mouth. So that's what's going on over here. That's why I had to go off camera for a second. Philip says this is another good place, and talking about the state you're in, or what you mean there? We are actually going to be switching. Let's go to CNN, see what they got going on over there at CNN. So let me go and maximize that, and I'm going to go ahead and bring it up on here as well.
48,000 4 years ago.
See what's
That
going
could be
on
a
at
key
CNN.
test. We'll watch this play out. That's 75%. Let's watch. The president had a deliberate travel plan. He went to certain places where they knew that their voters are, where they thought they could at least match 2016, hopefully exceed 2016. So let's watch this when we get closer to the final. He was there for just a while.
CNN's been talking about Florida for at least the past hour. They are scared of what's happening at Florida. They don't understand it. And I keep saying the panhandle. It's the panhandle. And it's funny because CNN as well as MSLSD, this is going against their projections. So, the president seemingly handily winning Florida, where he only won it by a point last time, could very well be could be an indication here. Philip goes and tells me, in reference to the right side of broadcasting. Well, Philip, one of the things we wanted to do is to go and have all of the sides, represented on here while I give my snappy little analysis over top of this. But I'm telling you, they are just going crazy over Florida and over there in CNN. It's pretty funny.
Phil.
Oh, forgot to turn the
Both
sound back
campaigns
on for
spent a lot
them.
of time
Sorry.
here. The president had a rally here as well. Senator Harris was here. 60% for Joe Biden, 38% for the president. Let's go back in time. 57%. Again, Joe Biden overperforming. Let's actually pull that out and see if we can see how significant the overperforming is as we come into the thing. Let's see where he's overperforming here. Oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong map. Thank you. Let me come back out here. Back out, and we hit where is he overperforming, right? And so he's overperforming. If you see these counties where he's overperforming, where the two biggest places for a Democrat, for anybody, but for a Democrat in North Carolina, they are Mecklenburg County and they are Wake County. And you see here, he's overperforming Hillary Clinton by 5 percentage points here, the biggest, most populous county in the state. That's the building block of a smart campaign. Then you come over here to Wake County, second largest county in the state. Again, changing population. You know what?
So a smart campaign is go where it is that Hillary went. I don't get it, especially when all the vote is not in over there yet.
Biden, and you come out here, this is significant as well. These are counties President Trump is going to win, but Joe Biden is overperforming Hillary Clinton by 5 percentage points or more. What's that mean? Shrinking the president's margins in these smaller places where the president tends to run it up. You shrink the president's margins there. You expand your margin in a place like this. Let's check in on Winston-Salem as well. I don't want it to feel forgotten. Important to the Democrats here. Again, 59%, just shy of 100,000 votes for Joe Biden. That's 5,000 votes. 5,000 votes matters in a close state when you're coming through. So you come back to 2020 here. We're not done in North Carolina. I'm not saying by any means we're done.
I don't know. I hear his voice trembling a little bit over there. Don't you guys?
4 to 48. That's a nice lead for the former vice president right there. 60% in. You know, in a lot of these places here, the president's going to get his votes. But if you're the Democrats and you look at the early North Carolina map, you are encouraged, especially when you compare in the suburbs and in the cities. Did you turn out the Democratic base? Did you make inroads in the suburbs? That's what that looks like so far. We got a ways to go. And I say when we have a ways to go, we're looking at a South Carolina right now that is blue, which reminds us, go slow, be cautious. Don't think anything we see now is absolutely definitive about where we're going to end the night. However, this just that it's closer. It's only 9% of the vote. Just that some of these red states are going to be closer does tell you something. There's a competitive Senate race there. We'll see how it plays out when we get more votes. Let's keep going down. Ohio is still blue. I was going to go south to Florida, but Ohio is still blue. I just want to check on it. About 40%. That's where we were last time. 55. There's a lot of, not as many though, rural counties to fill in here. And we'll just pull out to the map and we look just really quick. Florida still close, but the president holding that lead there. Georgia still close. Ways to go. Long way to go in the vote count in Florida. In Georgia. Not as much to go in Florida. If you're the president, you're looking at 189.
And he's back to Florida again.
Right now, 90% of the vote in Florida is in. Let's check in with Jake, Dana, and Abby.
All right. Well, thanks so much. So there's a lot of blue on the map right now, but of course, it's still very, very early. What are you looking for?
Look, I mean, you're exactly right. The fact that Georgia in particular seems to be so competitive when 4 years ago, if anybody would have told us, watch Georgia, we would have said, no, that's a very red state. And it seems to be really giving Donald Trump a run for his money. And it is, as we talked about, and which is similar in a lot of other battlegrounds.
Yes, 56% to 42% is really giving him a run for his money.
We might see tonight a little bit of a distinction. I mean, when we talk about demographics, we often sort of talk about it in a way that where we're saying all demographics benefits the Democrats, but that's not always the case. In Florida, Joe Biden is struggling because he's struggling with Latino voters in Florida in particular, but we might see him benefiting from non-white voters coming out for him in places like Georgia, in places like Ohio, in places like North Carolina as well. So we'll see what happens, but it's not going to be necessarily an even story all across the map because of these different populations acting in different ways.
And you said non-white voters. I think the other thing that's interesting that we're seeing is that white voters, which, either college educated or not, you kind of.
Now, this is something that I cannot stand with the left. I cannot stand this racial identity politics. Where somebody is classified based upon their age, their race, their skin color, their creed, all of these various factors. And I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a story here. When I was going to college, I had to take a sociology course. And within that sociology course, I started to read the book because I didn't know what sociology was. I was reading the book a couple of days before the class started to kind of get a feel for this sociology thing. It was a required course. And as I was going and reading this book, it was interesting to me because I started to learn that sociology was formed in the introduction of this textbook. It said sociology was formed by Karl Marx, by Adolf Hitler, and Trotsky. And I'm saying to myself, now, first of all, why is it that we're studying a philosophy that was started by these guys? Second of all, I realized that it was sociology is basically can be renamed stereotypes, the study of stereotypes. And I remember the first day of class, I walk in there and the teacher is saying that she's a sociologist. She wholeheartedly agrees with sociology, all of these things. And I looked at her and I said, ma'am, then by definition, you're a racist. And she thought she had me cornered. She didn't realize I was smarter than her. And she said, well, would you like to explain what it is that you mean by that? I say, absolutely. basically sociology is saying that this is how it is that you're defined by your race, skin color, sexual orientation, all these other various factors. So basically it puts you in this little box saying this is where it is that you are. This is where it is that you belong. There's an absence of something known as the individual. You know, any two people, no matter what their race, skin color, or any of those factors are going to be different in a vast amount of ways. That is the individual. Okay. Now, I said, now, if you look throughout this entire classroom, we have people here that are of different race, different skin color. They come from different regions of the world, people with different creeds, some with no creed, all of these things. And however, considering that they're all here right now in this classroom, this shows that your methodology doesn't work. Her response was not a response to me in any way, shape, or form. It was instead, she said, let us just move on. And it was funny because I would fight her over these things each and every single week in class. And she ended up going and asking me, she said, how is it that you fight with me every single day in class, but yet at the same time, you ace all of my tests, all of my homework, you ace it all. How is that possible? And I said, ma'am, the way that I'm able to do that is because of the fact that that whenever it is I take your tests or do your assignments, I let all reason and rationale go right out the window. And so the thing is that when you see these things, especially CNN, constantly voting, talking about the voting percentages of people of different colors and putting them into these boxes, the thing that they don't realize is that they are indeed racist by doing that very thing. Though it's that they say that they are fighting against said racism, they are actually the most racist out of anybody by doing that very thing. This is basic stuff. Okay, let's go back to the talking heads over there at
7,500 votes, 53.7% for Biden, 45.3% for Trump. 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire right now. Too early to call in several of these states. We're monitoring right now, once again, Florida, Michigan, Georgia, and Virginia. We cannot make any projections in those states right now. Too early to call right now. But let's take a look at the vote in those states right now. In Florida right now, 90% of the vote is in Florida. Trump is ahead by about 226,000 votes, 50.5% to Biden's 48.4% in Florida. In Michigan right now, only 4% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead by 39,000 votes, 57.5% to 40.6%. In Georgia, the numbers are increasing. 22% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by an impressive 154,000 votes right now, 56.2% to 42.8%. In Virginia right now, 30% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead, also impressive, 260,000 vote lead in Virginia over Biden, 58.3% to 39.6%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. I'm really curious to see what we're seeing in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
It's interesting that we have a lot of places on the map that at this moment in time, and remember this was going to be that night because of the combination.
And you know he's sitting there saying, darn it, I was looking at Florida.
Now, we'll see where it ends up. That's what makes tonight exciting. Makes it exciting. But you're looking at a map right now that has Kansas in blue, Virginia in red, where I started my career, Rhode Island in red. I don't expect it to end that way. Michigan's in red at the moment, but again, we're waiting for votes to be counted. We're very preliminary in some of these states. And on the flip side, I just circled some states that you'd be surprised by. You look right down here, Texas is blue, Mississippi is blue, South Carolina is blue, which tells you what? A, we're having an unusual night because of the pandemic election and the different ways people are voting and the different ways states are counting. Everybody needs. Number two, without a doubt, though, even as I say that, and even as we have a long way to go, we are seeing a very different map. We are seeing in a place like Ohio, where Hillary Clinton was not competitive 4 years ago, we don't know how it's going to end tonight. We know Joe Biden is more competitive in this race and across the industrial Midwest with blue-collar Americans who voted for Trump. We know Joe Biden is more competitive, and we know that because just look at that. That's a 10-point lead in Ohio, only 40% of the vote. There's a long way to go. Ohio is a traditionally Republican state. It's the more Republican if you're going through Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. This is more Republican than those states, so we'll see how it ends up. But the fact that Joe Biden...
I see Philip's comment here. There's a chance NC gets a Republican governor. I'll tell you, I have been fighting our governor like you would not believe. Are there numbers in yet, Philip, for that of the governor race? Are we seeing anything in terms of that? If they are, go and get them in here to me, and I'll give that a look. I will be exceedingly happy if Roy the Rat Cooper is out of office over here.
It's the suburbs. He's president. 2018, the suburbs revolt. Nancy Pelosi is speaker. Test tonight. Does that last? Does that accelerate? Does it stay the same? Lake County right now, we'll see. We're not at the finish line. Tells us that the suburban revolt and rejection of President Trump continues. Is it enough in Ohio? We don't know yet. But Lorain County again, to the west of Cleveland, Joe Biden at 57% when you round up. You go back in time, almost 10 points, running almost 10 points ahead of Hillary Clinton. Again, look at the vote totals. Turnout's up everywhere. So this makes the math a little different this year. 66,000, just short of 67,000 there. Joe Biden running behind that right now, but we still have 60% of the vote. We're going to watch as it plays out. Again, you come back out to Battleground, Ohio. Why are we spending so much time on it? Joe Biden flips this state blue. Donald Trump has no path to re-election.
This is the first time that he's gotten to Ohio. He's been talking about Florida the whole time.
Right now, about halfway through, though. About halfway through means things can change. So let's keep an eye on it. Let's come back out. You see Pennsylvania is blue. I just want to stop here very quickly to see we don't have anything yet. So it's blue at the moment with early votes. We'll stay with this one. We're told, Pennsylvania could be tomorrow, could be a couple days after that. We'll watch as it fills in. Joe Biden has a lead early on. It looks blue on the map. You're happy if you're a Democrat, but that's not, we're not there yet. So you come down here. I said if Joe Biden wins Ohio, Donald Trump's path to re-election is blocked. If Joe Biden wins North Carolina, Donald Trump's path to re-election is almost blocked. You can come up with some other scenarios, but it's really hard. And so you're looking at this one right now, 66, 2/3 of the vote in Wolf, 53 to 46 when you round up, 275,000 vote lead. That gets hard to overcome at some point.
66% of the vote in North Carolina is in, and Biden has a 275,000 vote lead. I want to check in with David Chalian right now. So we have a sense, David, how much of this vote is early vote? How much of it is today vote?
We do have that sense, as John was just showing you. What you see here now is a Joe Biden lead. He's got 2 million votes to Donald Trump's 1.7 million. This is 66% of the estimated vote that is in North Carolina right now. But Wolf, I want to show you what percentage of that is early vote. 97% of the current vote that you're looking at in North Carolina is early vote. That's benefiting Joe Biden. In fact, in the big Democratic counties, in Charlotte, in Wake County, and in Raleigh area, it's almost all early vote, those big Democratic counties. And we expect the share of the early vote to go down to 75% of the total vote at the end of the night. That could benefit Donald Trump as more election day vote comes in. So it's.
And the fact is that will benefit Donald Trump because of the fact that every single time the Democrats always kill us in early voting. Okay. This is the thing that I don't think CNN understands. Okay. Every single time. Majority of Republicans vote on the day of. Okay, so the thing is that they're trying to call these things much quicker than it is that they should actually be even thought about. In all honesty, because again, the same day voting is going to go all the way down to 75%. Okay, and since 200,000 is not that much, so. But they're trying to be hopeful.
Has ever won the White House without carrying Ohio.
Right. It was so critical. Obama took it back from George W. Bush. Remember the 2004 election? People forget how close 2004 was. 2004 came down to one state, Ohio. That was the first election after 9/11. It was a very close state. But let's come up now to 2020. We can do history another day because we have history unfolding before us right now. And in 2020 right now, this is a very important point that David just made. And this is why we've said throughout the night, we need you to be patient at home. This is all real. These are real votes. However, the context is we're waiting, right? So a lot of this is early vote. We know Democrats voted disproportionately in some states more than others. North Carolina is one of the states where we know Democrats disproportionately voted early. Democrats returned their ballots early in the mail-in voting. So now we watch to see the election day vote. And again, that's why the president was traveling the country in the last week in places like North Carolina, trying to get his people to show up today because he knew coming into today he was behind. This tells us That was in fact correct. And so you're looking here in Mecklenburg County, which is the largest county in the state, and you bring it up. The challenge is, we think this is about 84% of the vote. Joe Biden will win Mecklenburg County. Hillary Clinton won Mecklenburg County. It's Charlotte and the suburbs around it. The question is, can Donald Trump close that gap? Close that gap. It's all about margins when you're in a close race, right? In the places you see on this map that are blue right now, Joe Biden's leads are enormous. That's Charlotte.
Okay, let's see here. Philip's got Roy Cooper at 55%, Dan Forrest at 43%. And hopefully, you know, with those percentages being what they are, we see that they very much match what it is that they're showing with the early votes. And that's mainly early votes that are in right now. So it's very possible, you know, that if President Trump gets North Carolina, then we'll also get rid of our horrible governor as well here in North Carolina as well. So thanks for that info there, Philip. I really appreciate that, big guy. I think what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and switch to another cable news outlet. And I am going to run to the restroom and all of that good stuff. All right. So you guys just get the talking heads here for a little bit, and I will remember to pause for just a second here before it is that we end up going and doing that, so that it is that we don't get any hiccups. That's one of the things that we have learned through this live stream. So I'm going to go and pause it, and then we'll let it go now. All right, so I will be back in just a couple of minutes, and it looks like we got a little bit of Karl Rove here, so go and listen to him.
It is like.
Hey, Karl, I want to ask one thing. Just interrupt you real quick. We talked about this earlier tonight, and I just want to bring it up now. In all of these states, you have absentee ballots requested, and then absentee ballots, according to the secretaries of state, that come back, that have been returned. In Florida, as of this afternoon, you had the requested at more than 6,004,000. As of this afternoon, 4,649,000 of those ballots had been returned. We're trying to get an update for tonight. Is that an issue if the separation in some of these states fits below that number?
Yeah. Well, yes, there's some people who just decide not to vote. The bigger number come from people like myself. I was planning to do a mail-in ballot, got my ballot at the house, and then decided my wife went and voted at the early vote location in Texas, and she said, "Look, like a breeze, walk in, walk out." Well, I went there. I took my ballot, ran it through the shredder, went to the early voting location. If I'd shown up with it, it would have taken me maybe 10 minutes to do the whole thing. Surrender my blue ballot, sign one form, and then go. Instead, by not having it with me, I had to spend 20 minutes, and I'm a provisional ballot. But that's the way a lot of people handle it. They just get rid of the ballot or turn the ballot in and end up voting in person.
I don't know if an angel is landing or what's happening there, but somebody's
a wonderful life.
Yeah, it's a wonderful life. 4.737 cast so far, but some of these states, we should point out, extended the deadline for those ballots to come in, and there's different statewide rules, like Pennsylvania, where you don't even have to have a postmark or a signature on the envelope. Okay, we're minutes away from getting our first look at Arizona and Michigan, Wisconsin, a host of other states. But first, a quick look at where the race stands now. President Trump has a total of 73 electoral votes in his column. Joe Biden has 91 so far tonight.
Let's check in with the campaign's Peter Doocy is at the Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. But we begin with John Roberts, who is at the White House. That's where President Trump is tonight, watching as these results come in. John, what's the mood with the campaign tonight?
Martha Brett, good evening to you. Of course, the campaigns will always tell you that they're optimistic, but they are actually very optimistic here at the Trump campaign, and folks here at the White House as well, believing that the president is poised to win this. You heard Karl Rove a moment ago talking about the Villages and how it's going for President Trump. I was at a campaign event, his last one at the Villages. It was a week ago last Friday. There were thousands of people there. The enthusiasm really was off the charts. But as importantly, President Trump really does seem to be performing performing much better with Hispanic voters in Florida this year than he did back in 2016. And when you talk about enthusiasm as well, he had an event in Opa-locka, Florida, a couple of days ago. 12,000 people were there. So I was talking to somebody from the Trump campaign a short time ago. They believe that Florida is a lock for them. They're just waiting for the official call. More difficult is what's going on in Pennsylvania. They believe that they're going to do well there. I was in Scranton, the Scranton area yesterday, a lot of enthusiasm there. They might win it tonight, but then there's this concern about 3 days of counting ballots thereafter. Those ballots will be counted but segregated. Anything that comes in after 8 o'clock tonight, that could be potentially the focus of a legal challenge. But that all depends on what happens tonight. If Joe Biden were to run away with it, clearly there wouldn't be a challenge. Or if President Trump were to run away with it, there likely wouldn't be a legal challenge. So we'll still have to wait to see. Other than that, the campaign feeling good about Arizona, Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, Iowa, and Ohio. There's some thought that the president could flip Nevada. The idea being that casino workers and other service workers are concerned about more coronavirus lockdowns under a Biden presidency, and the fact that that might actually cause some of the casinos and hotels to go under. Might they come out for President Trump? And then there's Minnesota. They think.
And that is not just a Nevada issue, okay? That's something that is a part of the entirety of the country, okay? So, you know, when we see that the president is getting bigger leads in Florida than he did previously, that should tell you something, okay? I mean, this is just common sense.
You know, John, real quick, Ohio, we've got the board pulled up here, and that vote, as we said, early vote going for Joe Biden in Ohio. There was confidence, though, in the Trump campaign about the situation on the ground in Ohio, right?
Yeah, and of course, you know, early voting tends to favor Democrats, but they believe as the numbers start to come in that things will turn around. They really do believe that Ohio is going to go into the win column for them. But this idea of if Florida is called, I mean, clearly it's not going to affect the vote because the vote's already been taken, but it certainly will be a big psychological boost for the Trump campaign.
Yeah.
All right, John, thank you.
It's worth pointing out that Florida started counting weeks ago. So they may be one of the states that in the battleground category that has perhaps the most efficient process that we're going to see tonight. So we do expect that we're going to be able to make, you know, some call on Florida tonight.
They were afraid
based on
of
that.
2000.
Yeah,
I remember
exactly.
Tallahassee.
They want to
well.
make sure they've got it, all those I's dotted and T's crossed. Our thanks to John. We'll go back to him later tonight. Peter Doocy is also with us. He's live where he has spent quite a bit of time over the past several months in Wilmington, Delaware, covering the Biden campaign. Peter, what are you hearing from their side tonight?
Well, right now, Martha, we're not hearing anything at the Biden HQ. It is very quiet, as you can see, because the 300 cars that have been queued up and swept nearby for a drive-in event tonight have not been let in. So it is kind of a surreal scene where we do expect to see Joe Biden if he has anything to say. We have heard from the Biden team that nothing has changed as of right now from the last time that they ran through their numbers with us this morning, when they were confident enough to say that they thought they had a path to victory, even if they did not win in Pennsylvania, Florida, Ohio, or Texas. So as of right now, the way that they see things, that still has not changed. They think that a lot of the, they're also telling us that a lot of what they think they're hearing from the Trump campaign is platitudes, and that if the Trump campaign really thinks that they have a pathway to 270, or at least as many pathways.
Okay, what we're going to do right now is we are going to switch. We are going to switch to another conservative outlet right now. We are going to switch to Steven Crowder, as a matter of fact. So it's not giving me the option yet to make it full screen, so give me just a second. I have to skip the ad first in order for them to let me do that. All right, so we are going to switch off here in just a second. All right, so give me one moment to go and do this. Hit share audio.
One in Rocky Mountain and Western time zones. We're already calling Virginia for Trump. So we're calling Virginia, sorry, for Biden. So Trump doesn't have any. So you might as well stay home. And instead, Florida ended up being that way, which could energize people, I think, in Arizona, particularly the Comodice folk in Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, it is funny that Biden did, kind of by insulting the black community, saying that the Hispanic community is very diverse, but while he was simply looking skin deep, right? The actual purpose of looking at these groups, and specifically the Hispanic vote, is there are a number of individuals who are very pro-Trump, who are very pro-conservative, who are out there saying there's nothing in Biden that is going to be in favor of me, because all they know that he sees them as is an immigrant vote. That's it.
And by the way, we actually have Smooth Manny, the slightly racist voter, later today, talking about how he filled out the ballot. He's Colombian. And I don't know if you know this, but Colombians can be very racist.
Yeah.
My mother was wildly offended at how Smooth Manny filled out his ballot, but you have to hear his reasoning. And he is Hispanic, and his family is Hispanic. But even I heard it, and I thought, that's a little severe.
Wow.
But again, it's like, just look at soccer riots.
Look at what's going on with Florida. It's just huge.
Florida 50 to 48, and that's with what percentage of the vote?
91.
Where are you guys seeing 91%?
Bottom right. Bottom right.
Do we know what percent of that vote is? In other words, I think the Panhandle usually comes in later.
Look at Michigan.
The Panhandle
look at that.
still out.
It's still very, very early in Michigan.
Yeah, it's very early.
Only
in Michigan.
9%.
But in Florida, it's if I'm not mistaken, I remember the Panhandle tends to come in later.
It does. They're on Central Time Zone.
It's typically
so
Pinellas County. They're coming in later. When we looked earlier, they hadn't come in. I don't know if Reg, if you've seen whether they've come in or not. But they were still out a little while ago.
So in other words, if there's a 2-point lead right now in Florida for Donald Trump, that's the best shot that they had with Miami-Dade County, and they expected the Como Dices cavalry coming over the hill, and instead they said, "Donde está mi balato for Trumpo?" And they're like, no. Stay home. I'm going to call ICE. I don't care. You can call ICE. I am going to vote, but I don't wear the shoes to my polling station because they make me fall down.
Yeah.
So I think they were expecting that's their best shot. So I wouldn't be expected to see a 3 or 4 point lead for Donald Trump in Florida, if not more. What did he win it by? Do we remember? Maybe Reg, you can bring that up. What he won Florida by last election?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah. It looked like in Miami-Dade, Trump had pulled in 100,000 more votes than he did last time around. That's big. That's supposed to be your home, Joe.
That's what my 2-year-old says.
So in 2016, Trump won 48.6% to Clinton's 47.4%.
Oh, so it's already further apart.
Yeah.
It's already further apart than that.
That's a big
And
spread.
again, it's only going to get worse because I don't think we have the Panhandle. Perhaps someone can let us know or let Reg know. I think the Panhandle, I remember last go around, was the last.
Part of the Panhandle is actually in right now. So yeah, it basically they can already call Florida. In all honesty, Florida can already be called. But yet CNN don't want to do it yet.
Or shit's foot.
Or both.
Could be.
You never know.
It could be
Or
both.
number 2. Is that what you're saying?
You could also be shit on your foot with this domesticated pheasant 102.
It's 100. It's
just over 100.
I said no. You're thinking of something else. I said
I want to hear
102.
I want to hear from our audience here. Those of you who are watching with us live, go and put within the chat what your election predictions are based upon what it is that you're seeing right now. I know we've gone from MSNBC, we've gone to CNN, we've gone to Fox. Now we got Louder with Crowder on. We've gone to ABC, we've gone to CBS, we've gone to NBC, we've gone to CNBC, we've gone to all of these. I want to know, based upon where we're standing right now and what it is that you're seeing from all of these things, from the talking heads, what is it? How do you think this election is going to map out? Do you think that Biden is on a path to victory, or do you feel that Donald J. Trump is on a path to victory? And what the heck is Steven Crowder doing right now? What the heck is this? We may have to go and tune in on here and see what exactly is going on.
Hey.
Come on. What about Notre Dame?
Well, listen, Notre Dame. He's been busy campaigning.
Jeez, corn.
He doesn't have time to write all. And I cannot believe that we have 50 states of this.
So
much
hold on,
winning.
Steve, you were talking about this earlier. We spent a whole time nerding out on the analysis about the early mail-in voting, and my tax lawyer and my corporate lawyer back at the firm are sending me some data talking about Nate Silver walking it back walking back the reliance that he had.
I hope he
on the
walks it
votes.
right back.
What did I tell you guys about Nate Silver earlier on? I mean, they must be watching us.
It's one of the deadly sins. Nate Silver, you should know better. So let's see your maps before we continue. I just love look at the face on that. I mean, listen, it could go anywhere, but you guys saw my map. You guys saw what I thought. I've already been. You know what? I've got one out of however many. Florida. And I said
that's a big one.
Everyone was acting like Florida was up for how many times? Reg, the bandit, how many times did you hear me say you believe Florida? Everyone here believed Florida was a swing. I'm like, Florida's not a swing state.
No, it was
and
not.
Ohio is not a swing state. I've told you guys, Ohio, Florida, and Iowa are. I would be more surprised if Florida went blue than Texas. I don't think Texas is going blue.
No, so hold on. Let me say one more thing about Nate Silver. So you remember earlier you were like, "Oh, I'm going to nerd out. We're going to dig into it. You know, look, we got to look at this data." Let me just read you Nate Silver's tweet. The big split in mail versus election day votes just makes election night harder. Like, I think the Midwest sort of looks decent for Biden, but it's very hard to know much definitively unless you've really done a lot of needle-like analysis on exactly what type of votes are in. If only there was a stream.
If there was only a
that
source.
was doing.
If
that
only
analysis.
there were a stream. Are you guys telling me that I need to bring them on right now? No. Okay, not right now. So let's show your maps then first. Okay, Gerald, let's see Gerald's map, and then let's see Bill's map. And who here has a map?
I have.
I do.
All right, well, let's cycle through. Let's see yours really quickly. You have to show them to the camera. Or do we have them digitally?
I just have.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's how you have it looking finally. That's upside down.
Upside down.
Yeah, no, that's not the right way to do it either.
Does he know?
Oh my gosh.
Pretty close to 2016.
Thank
where I
God
gave
he
a couple
wasn't with
different
the.
ones, you know.
Thank God he wasn't with the Spaniards.
I gave him a couple of different ones.
Okay, so
I gave him Australian
Audio,
risk. It's good to
changed it a
So
little bit.
I don't have Trump losing any states that he won last time.
Right, that's
and
right.
I,
The
and
same
I,
here.
I did just as a long shot give him Minnesota.
you did give him Minnesota.
Yeah, I didn't give him that.
By the way, when Wisconsin is
I
called,
think you're right, though.
even Brendan is going to be attacked by an attack dog. Oh, and I should tell you
Oh, that's
later in the
good.
stream, Betty, my lovely Betty, will be reunited for the first time.
That's
She's been at doggy training to become a
Ah.
physical therapy dog, and she will be coming in here with an entire a pyramid of toilet paper as she had before. You guys, do you have your maps? Do we have overlays for their maps?
I
or
didn't
no.
know. No,
No,
So
we
I
don't?
can tell you.
I don't
I
give a
can
crap.
tell you
I can
about
tell
mine.
you
We
mine
have
too.
them.
So
Yeah. So if you know
We do? Okay, let me show.
Hold on.
Let's show
No,
half
Bill-
Asian Bill's
Yeah,
map.
Bill didn't follow directions. We have Gerald's.
I sent.
Bill can't be
Yes.
bothered. Harump, harump. He's going
I
into court.
sent in a
I mean,
map.
what is fascinating is
Are you
There
sure?
we
Bill
go.
goes into court. He's going, are you sure about those 5 minutes? Where's your
Now-
map? Are you sure about those 5 minutes?
Well, let me,
I may have been mistaken.
let me tell you what my map looked like, which is I
Small
definitely
Asian
think
penis?
that there's. Well, that's an obvious. That's an duh. That's an everyday.
Sorry.
There's no question there. It's the California penis sizes. You know where it's going.
California.
Trump win China.
But the
He's not a kind of
Michigan,
penis.
you got actually. I bet you would. You get a lot of those roll votes out in China. They're like, man, fuck Beijing. But back to America. I'm with you on Minnesota. I do think Michigan goes.
I'm sorry for the language on here. Usually they bleep it out. We'll just go for a couple more minutes and then we'll go on to another one.
North Carolina going to Trump.
Okay, and you?
So I picked Minnesota. I picked Pennsylvania, and then obviously the other states. I thought
You
Arizona
guys
was
are
solid.
out of
Iowa
your
was solid.
mind. I think.
No, hold on. So
if you,
here's
if you think Minnesota goes red, but Michigan and Wisconsin don't, that's
no.
what's crazy to me.
I thought it was going to be a toss up between those three. I thought one of those at least would go red, and I picked Minnesota for fun because I didn't figure anybody else would.
This isn't about picking for fun. Do you know
this
the
case, it is.
consequences if you're getting shot in a bulletproof vest? Do you understand
Wait,
how painful that's going to be?
You mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, it's going to be very painful.
No,
he's not going to
Bill
die
is
because
getting
Spartan
shot.
Armor is a wonderful sponsor, but it's going to hurt.
Well, no.
I think people think we're joking.
No, Gerald,
No.
it's definitely going to hurt. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
no,
not a
concussion,
question.
No, it's just not going to happen. That's
I
the thing.
wanted
Like,
to
I
get
don't
shot in a
consent.
bulletproof vest, and then my half Asian lawyer said we couldn't get the key man insurance.
And I'm definitely not a key man. So
Look,
is that what I'm hearing?
Look, there's a reason why we asked your wife to sign the permission slip.
Whoa, honey.
We do not have the Daily Wire yet, correct? No, not yet. Okay. So actually, before we continue, I do want to, by the way, people who are watching at mugclub.com/mugclub, The Blaze will be taking your chat throughout the
Yes, sir.
evening. Of course, keep us updated, Reg, the Bandit, as things unfold. But we actually have our correspondent. Let's hold on that. Our correspondent, Thomas Finnegan, who you know, he does our morning traffic updates. We
Yeah.
actually sent him out to polling stations today to kind of get a feel. It's our own unofficial exit polling. So let's go to Thomas Finnegan out in the world.
Well, Stephen, I was on my way up to Waco to ask some people who they're voting for, but my car broke down. So now I'm here in Travis County, and I'm looking for some folks to ask some questions.
Oh, well, we hope that you stay safe. I don't really know if that's the best way to fix your car, but you plan on asking some people out there today,
I'm
right?
Sorry, Stephen.
You plan on asking them
my
about their
earbud's on
votes?
the fritz too. I can't quite.
Well, sure.
Here's some folks. I'll go ask them.
Okay.
Hey,
Well,
ladies, who you voting for? Who you voting for?
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't want to.
I hope it ends well.
Nah, well, it doesn't end well.
Okay, we are going to be going to WNBC here in North Carolina.
Quite competitive in New Mexico. It is too early to call. In North Dakota, too early to call, but the president is leading.
Same story in South Dakota. The president leading too early to call. And Wyoming, it's too early to call Trump with a lead there.
So let's put up our map of 270 and let's see how it shakes out at 9 o'clock Eastern time, 6 o'clock Pacific. And there you have it.
Oh, they're very
Numbers
behind.
Don't quite tell the story.
They're very
We're gonna have to wait
behind.
for all the votes to be counted. Andrea, we were talking about Texas and Arizona. Now the polls have closed. They'll start counting the votes. The Latino vote, incredibly important there.
Incredibly important. And as
Okay,
Chuck was
considering
saying,
how far
Miami-Dade,
behind they
Florida,
are, we are
the
going to
Cuban
switch to
American
another
community
stream
is a unicorn.
because that
But
is very, very far behind all of the other news organizations. I don't think we've gone to CBS yet, but I don't know where theirs is. Okay, that's CNN. We've been to CNN many times. That's ABC. This is Channel 3. That's CBS. Let's see what CBS.
The remaining vote, President
doing.
Trump only needs in our computations 55% of what's outstanding to catch up and tie Joe Biden. So that's not enough. That's not a wide enough lead yet for Joe Biden. And 74% of the vote is in, so you've got about a quarter still left. So a lot more to come there in North Carolina. The other thing I want to show you is Texas. Now they're starting to count. They've been counting for a while. Right now, it is very, very close, 49-9 to 48-8 for Joe Biden. Democrats really ran up a lead in the early vote, but we see Republicans catching up in the election day vote. It's the same story that's been going on. I'll do the same thing. I'm going to show you our decision desk models. The president actually takes an edge when we add in what we expect to get.
Now, notice down there. Look, Lindsey Graham is winning his Senate seat. They haven't been talking about Lindsey Graham for the past couple of days. This is why.
Ed, to see how close the Lone Star is. I grew up in Texas.
And the Texas you grew up in is not the Texas of today, and that is why it is a toss-up now. And when was the last time Texas was a toss-up? 1976, I believe, was the last time a Democrat won it, and Jimmy Carter did it. And here we are tonight having a serious, potentially, conversation about a Democrat winning the state, or at least keeping it close.
Yeah.
Remember, Democrats will say, even if they don't win the state of Texas tonight, they're going to win congressional seats, and they're going to win a lot of local races, and they're going to turn that state purple, meaning that come 2024, at least, we may be
But the
talking
fact
more
that
about
it's so close says something, doesn't it, John? I mean, who would think that Texas would even be in this conversation?
Well, and the turnout has been astronomical in Texas. More.
It seems that CBS is also really far behind on their analysis right now. We may have to switch back to the cable news, and that's what we're going to do right now. We'll switch back to the cable news and see what is going on there. CNN, they're just kind of, constantly going back to Florida. So me X out of that. No, we don't want sports. It's MSNBC. Well, let's see what's going on in MSLSD. Let's see what's happening over there.
where he really
Okay, I forgot to
surged in
turn on his
2016
microphone here.
in terms of his level of support.
Now, the
And I'm
thing
just
is
seeing,
that he's
you know, is he
comparing
hitting
Donald
that
Trump's
level?
numbers,
And
and it's kind of backfiring on him because it shows that Joe Biden has smaller numbers than Hillary Clinton in those particular places.
Trump in these are very small.
Oh, and that's another one we forgot to pause before it is that we allowed it to start streaming. So give us just a second there, and the stream will be back, and we won't have any more interruptions because we are going to let it go and buffer for just a minute and load up and all that good stuff. And I think that should be adequate. So we'll go back to it right now.
Counties here holding his own relative to 16. I'm not immediately seeing big slippage there. Here's another big county, though, Cincinnati. And again, about half the vote here in Cincinnati, Biden by 40. What was the Clinton margin? It was 10. So as this comes down, does it come down and level off in the 20s somewhere? That would be substantial improvement again in a state where that Hillary Clinton lost by 8 points. Let's keep an eye on Cincinnati. Let's go right outside Cincinnati. Butler County, less than 100,000 votes to come. Trump had won this by 28 in 2016. He's leading it by 7.5 points. Right, he's leading it by 8.5 points.
See, and they cannot give proper analysis with those numbers yet because it's not 100% in. Because you're going to have certain parts and corners that are going to be more conservative than others. You're going to have parts and corners that are more liberal than others. So when you have 50% of the vote in, and you're comparing it to a previous 100% of the vote, you know, those numbers are not going to correlate. They're not going to. They're not going to give you any sort of indication of anything because, you know, you're going to have the suburb areas, you're going to have the other areas, and they're all going to, you know, certain districts are going to have their numbers come in a little bit later. Okay. And the thing that you tend to see, as we've been seeing in Florida, as we've been seeing in Texas, is that as the night goes on, the conservative count goes up. Okay. And this is something that it is that I said early on when we started this, because a lot of these votes that are being counted right now are the early votes. So, you know, the thing about it was to make these distinctions. For some reason, MSNBC and CNN, they don't understand this. NBC doesn't understand this. ABC doesn't understand. And I think ABC's problem, ultimately, I think what ABC's problem is essentially this. That basically what you have are individuals that are, you know, kind of in the game of politics, and they think that everybody thinks the way that it is that they do. These are also people whose jobs have not been affected by the coronavirus. Okay. So they are living in a much different world than you and I live in. Okay. So with that into account, their analysis of these things really is coming from their perspective as opposed to the people on the street. And when I say the people on the street, I mean an unbiased person on the street. You know, when you go and you don't have any sort of agenda and you say, you know, if everybody was going to tell you who it is they were going to vote for, you are going to get different reasons why. And a lot of them are going to come down to, well, because of how well the economy's gone under Trump, well, because of the fact of, you know, I've gotten a pay raise and the place that I work for has expanded, or the business itself has expanded. It's interesting because businesses have been going and boarding up their places of business the past couple of days because of the election results and the possible violence that comes if it is that Joe Biden doesn't get elected. Isn't it interesting that all of the talking heads are saying that Joe Biden's going to win in a landslide, yet these businesses are going and boarding up their windows and doors and entrances, all of these things, they're boarding these up because of the fact that it's possible that they see something because they live in the real world. Okay. These people at ABC and NBC and all these places, even Fox News for that matter, they don't live in the real world. They don't live in the world that you and I live in. Okay. So these are things that are not being accounted for, especially at MSLSD, especially over there, because then you got the bias on top of that living in the ivory tower, where that nice little boy Rachel Maddow lives and all that stuff. So these are things that are very much a part of this whole thing. Okay, so let's go back.
What you're looking at right now, we've been talking about Ohio. We've been talking over here a lot about Pennsylvania. We haven't heard a lot from you in terms of what's in Pennsylvania thus far. Is there anything in Pennsylvania that is worth talking about yet?
Yeah, not much, but I just want to give you a sense of how confusing Pennsylvania is going to be. I mean, you see red in Pittsburgh right now. What you're seeing here, this is same day vote basically in Pittsburgh. And that's why Donald Trump, remember, he was going to win the same day vote big. There's a little bit of mail vote that's mixed in there, but this is basically one of those places where the mail is expected to come in. This is Pittsburgh. I mean, this is what a normal sort of Democratic margin would look like in Pittsburgh. So, you see Trump at 69. You got to remember there is a ton of mail in a place like Pittsburgh. You take a look at Philadelphia, where again, it looks like
again, guys, it's those votes that come in today. Okay. That's the thing they're not accounting for. They think that it's the same people that voted before is the same percentages that they're going to use for today. Apparently, they don't remember 4 years ago. Apparently, they don't remember 8 years ago. Apparently, they don't remember 12 years ago. Apparently, they don't remember 16 years ago or 20 years ago. They don't remember any of these things. This is a constant. Okay. The Democrats always get in the early vote. I mean, this to base your analysis on the early vote is horribly problematic. And this is what we've seen people such as Nate Silver and others constantly doing. Okay, so let's go back.
We get to midnight, later on in the night. There are other counties too, smaller ones. They will report out some of it. And then over the next couple of days, you'll get the rest of it. There are some counties as well in Pennsylvania where you're not going to get, folks in Beaver County. They haven't reported any votes here yet. The folks in Beaver County say they're going to report their same day vote tonight. That's expected to favor Trump. He's supposed to do well in the same day vote here in Pennsylvania. And then tomorrow they're going to begin processing and reporting out their mail-in vote. And that's something that a number of counties in Pennsylvania have also said. So there are going to be some very, very jarring movements here, depending on the method that the county is using in Pennsylvania. So the overall picture when you're looking at Pennsylvania numbers right now is not much is in. Some counties are only going to report the votes that were cast today, which could be a small fraction of all the votes that end up getting cast in that county. Some counties are going to report the votes that were cast today, plus some of the mail that was cast today. So there's going to be a range of possibilities here. And in Pennsylvania, more than in other states, we are looking at just dramatic shifts between those two buckets of votes, where Democrats look like they are going to absolutely clean up in the mail vote in Pennsylvania, and Republicans are going to really clean up in the same day vote. There's going to be huge disparities. So it's all dependent when you're getting results coming in, whatever county you're looking at in Pennsylvania, it all depends what bucket the vote is coming from. Clearly in Allegheny County, you're looking at a lot of same day vote that's being reported out right there now. The question is how much mail, when does that get reported out? What does that do to the result there? So Pennsylvania, and I think we can expect this a little bit too in Michigan and Wisconsin, but I think Pennsylvania in particular, it's going to be slow and it's going to be very inconsistent in that state, just in terms of the reporting and trying to interpret it.
Yeah, and it's to that end, I think the statewide officials in Pennsylvania have been trying to prepare the rest of the country for that, as Pennsylvania has emerged as such a pivotal state in terms of the Electoral College and the path to 270 here. For example, the governor of Pennsylvania, Tom Wolf, did a TV ad earlier this week in which he literally said, it's going to take a few days to have our results, and imploring Pennsylvanians to be patient. But of course, it's the rest of us outside of Pennsylvania who are just as impatient for those results. But the Secretary of State as well has been totally unequivocal, saying no way will Pennsylvania be announcing any winner on election night, given that multiple counties are choosing multiple methods that will counting. And
yet at the same time, Pennsylvania, the governor of Pennsylvania tried to report the results and where their electoral votes are going this morning. They were trying to call it this morning. Ridiculous.
Or the Secretary said,
The Attorney General.
that every vote will be counted. And I think that we have talked about an election season, an election week. People still expect an election night.
Yeah.
That is still what people are down for tonight. But I think, your deep dive last night, that is the real story about Pennsylvania.
Yeah, there's no fuzziness about it.
Her talking about a deep dive by Rachel Maddow. I'm sorry. Rachel Maddow is as deep as a shot glass, to be perfectly honest. Oh my goodness. But I guess you got to have the IQ below that of a dandelion in order to watch MSLSD, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I'm feeling dumber just watching this, in all honesty, but it's what we got to do.
Statewide, we're close to 80% in now, Steve.
We're close to 80% in. And again, North Carolina, a lot like Florida, where you get all that early vote, you get all that mail-in vote. Most of the counties in the state we've got early mail vote from.
Oh,
so
now
just
you're
to give
getting
you a
it.
sense of what's left to come here, about 1.2 million votes to come. I drew attention to.
Looks like they got the Kinko's guy working over there at MSLSD tonight. They're like, hey, get off on your shift on Kinko's today. And come on down to the studio. We need you.
This number right here, which represents Joe Biden's lead statewide, that is starting to fall. And again, we say because Biden doing so well with the early vote, so well with the mail vote, Trump doing so well with the same day vote. I can tell you, we are at 78% in right now. We're at 74% in, and what's come in since then is same day. At 74% in, the Biden advantage statewide was about 170,000. It's come down to 115,000 with same day vote coming in. So this is resembling Florida a bit in that the gravity in a lot of these counties is shifting here. You've gotten the best vote out for Joe Biden just in terms of the margin he's going to get or the percentage he's going to get. And now you're going to get Trump's best shot at these counties. Now, that doesn't mean Trump's winning every county here in the same day vote, but it means probably in a place like Wake County here, Mecklenburg County, Biden may not be getting those margins he got with the same day vote. So 115,000 now. Let's watch that number. 112,000. Let's watch that number and let's see what happens.
Steve, I got one you may be interested in. Here is a flip for the Democrats. Colorado. Joe Biden. Not a flip, forgive me. This is presidential Colorado. 9 electoral votes. Take back what I said about a flip. Steve, back to you at the board as we look at the.
I was about to say, pothead Colorado. When has that ever been conservative? A flip. Oh my gosh, the guys on MSLSD are flips.
Thus for 89-51. Steve.
Yes, let's take a look here. We're starting to fill in, big picture view. We're zoomed in on all these states looking at counties. Let's take a look at the road to 270 here. These are the states that have been filled in so far. No surprises yet so far. We said at the start of the night that, look, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania were Joe Biden's most direct route to get to 270. If he wins all 3 of those and Trump isn't flipping any blue states, that's going to put Biden over 270. We also said those are the states that are going to take the longest. We were just in Pennsylvania, and you see what a confusing mishmash Pennsylvania is. So we talked about Florida at the start of the night, Georgia at the start of the night, North Carolina at the start of the night, Ohio, and Texas at the start of the night. These are opportunities, we said, for Democrats to really put Trump on the ropes by putting a win on the board. You've seen the direction Florida is taking.
And that doesn't seem to be happening, does it?
Not in Florida right now. North Carolina, you see Biden doing well in the early vote, but now there's some erosion there. Let's see if it erodes all the way and Trump is able to get the state. That lead as the same day vote comes in North Carolina continues to dwindle for Joe Biden. In Georgia, again, looking at, we want to see the Atlanta metro area there. Democrats are going to have to do, this is a lot like we were talking about in Texas. It's not enough for Democrats in Georgia to do better than Hillary Clinton did in 2016. I think Biden's doing that, or will likely do that. He has to do better than Stacey Abrams did in 2018. So the burden is really going to be on him from what we're seeing in Georgia right now, which is Trump country, rural parts of Georgia, really holding its own there. So that puts really a burden on Biden to do even better than Stacey Abrams did in places like the Atlanta metro area. Otherwise, they won't get Georgia. And then Texas, again, you're seeing Democrats, they're certainly outperforming Hillary Clinton in those metro areas, but are they outperforming Beto O'Rourke? I'm seeing it in a couple counties, but it's not a consistent pattern. I'm seeing them fall short by a couple points. And then again, down by the border there, substantial slippage, not always talking about huge counties there population-wise, but I think you're looking at some substantial Democratic slippage there. In a state, again, every vote, they are scrapping for every vote to try to get over the hump there. So those 4 states, Democrat to varying degrees, fair to say they have their challenges at this hour. And that leaves, I'm trying to go into Ohio to look at the result. I started accidentally playing with the Road to 270 board. Let's just take a look at Ohio then, because this becomes crucial here. Biden's lead in terms of did Democrats get one of those first 5? Biden's lead now sitting close to 150,000, a little bit under 150,000 statewide, with about 60% of the vote in. Now, in some of these counties in Ohio right now, you're looking primarily at early vote. Some of them you're looking more at same-day vote. It's not a totally consistent pattern. So I can tell you what we're trying to do right now in Ohio is figure out what is the trend for the early, and really what is the trend for the same day vote, the vote that was cast today in Ohio. What's the trend? Is it Trump by X, Biden by X? What is that? And how much of the vote that's left to come in this state is same day? That will go a long way. And you see this is dropping down to 136 here. That'll go a long way to telling us where this is going to land in Ohio right now. But you see Biden up 136,000 right now, with about 60% in Ohio. But that right now might be the Democrats' best shot at one of those first 5.
If we could, I'd like to ask the caller if we could.
Here we go again. A matching Dakota has been projected for Donald Trump.
Obviously, it's funny, they are so disorganized over there. As they're trying to go and give this, you hear the producers going to yell, I want to say something. It's just funny. They got a bunch of potheads working over there.
How the map fills in. Rachel, back over to you.
Sorry, I stepped on you there for a second, Brian. I was going to say that since we have the NBC News projection of a Democratic win in the presidential race in Colorado, that raises the question about a potential Democratic flip there, as you alluded to, Brian, with that Senate seat. So we're going to take a quick break now, but when we come back, we're going to talk about that Colorado Senate seat. We're going to talk about that hard-fought North Carolina Senate seat, where Tom Tillis is trying to fend off a challenge from Democrat Cal Cunningham. We're going to take a look at the balance of the Senate overall as we continue to watch some of these.
All right, so we're going to go to another
Stay with us.
network now. Let's see here. Who are we going to? Let's go back over to Fox News.
The Ocean Superior Omega.
Oh.
Keep up to date with the Fox News app. Follow all races across the nation with real-time.
Okay, as we got
data.
commercials
America
going
is
on.
Watching. Download the.
I'm going to mute that. And I'm going to go to full screen. No, not that. I'm me. One of the things that we see happening is that on CNN, MSLSD, ABC, NBC, CBS, we see a constant issue. And the constant issue tends to be that they are relying a lot upon that the early vote. Historically speaking, and I know I've said this many times today, historically speaking, the early vote always tends to go Democrat. Every single time. And so the thing is that they're finding it to be shocking that these very small percentages are eroding away on same-day voting and all that. So, the thing about this should not be something shocking. And this should also be where we say don't count your chickens before they're hatched. This is why it is that people like Nate Silver get these things wrong almost 100% of the time. Almost 100% of the time, people like Nate Silver get this stuff wrong, but yet they still see him as some sort of expert. I just don't get it. But we're going to go back to the talking heads
there
here.
in Lauderhill, Florida. Hi again, Steve.
Martha, they're counting ballots behind me in Broward County, and a couple of storylines really developing here in Florida. One is what's going on in Miami-Dade County. That's, of course, high population, heavily Democratic county. It's a county Hillary Clinton won by 30 points 4 years ago, and something the Democrats need to run up big margins in. However, Biden is leading by just 9 points, so Trump dramatically overperforming in Miami-Dade County. A second storyline is tremendous turnout in some conservative areas. Collier County, where Naples is, 90.1% turnout, and the Villages, conservative bastion.
My hometown, Naples, Florida, baby.
So it looks like President Trump is so far running up big margins in conservative areas and keeping it close in Miami-Dade, likely through strength with Cuban voters and Hispanic voters. Finally, officials here say things have gone smoothly. The polls opened on time. There have been no security incidents, and the early ballots were processed and counted and posted early. Martha, back to you.
Steve, thank you very much.
Democrats retaining majority of the House, even picking up a few seats tonight. As we just told you, we're also watching the Senate very closely, specifically North Carolina, a race that could be a decider whether Democrats take control of that chamber. Mark Meredith is on the ground at Republican Senator Thom Tillis's headquarters in Mooresville. Mark?
Brett, good evening. We're here at Tillis headquarters. They've been watching the numbers very closely, and within the last hour or so, they have seen this race tighten to less than 2 percentage points that they are trailing the former state senator, Wells Iraq War veteran Cal Cunningham. This is a race that, of course, is not important just only in North Carolina, but everyone that's going to be looking at the balance of power is going to be monitoring what happens here in North Carolina. This was a state that saw record early voting turnout. We saw people that voted the second they could when absentee ballots first went out, as well as October 15th. The day that early voting began in this state. We were at a polling location today, not too far from where we are now, and it was amazing to see that it was so calm because so many of millions of North Carolinians had already taken the chance to vote. I just got done speaking with one of Tillis's supporters as well as advisors, and they, again, were looking at those numbers very closely, remaining somewhat optimistic, but also not certainly popping any champagne corks here at any point. This race is also just so fascinating because it's tied to the presidential race so much. North Carolina, that swing state, 15 electoral votes, Brett and Martha, as you know very well. If the president were able to carry this, this could be good news to bring Tillis over the finish line. However, of course, if Joe Biden ends up catching the state, this could also be a big boost for the Democratic Senate candidate. There's also a governor's race here in this state that we're watching. Democratic governor doing very well. This has been a big referendum on him when it came to the state's COVID restrictions, because in this state, compared to other states like South Carolina, Georgia, you still see several different restrictions in place for businesses. And while you have plenty of Republicans that are saying they want to see the state reopen, the governor taking a much more cautious approach, and it's been curious to see whether or not that was going to be what voters were focused on the most here, not just where we are in this part of North Carolina, but throughout the entire state. At Tillis headquarters, it may look like there's nobody right here behind me, but there are plenty of people in this room. Everyone is wearing the masks, not just the media, but also Tillis' supporters, an indication that they're taking things seriously, not only with just COVID, but with how the state sees their operation here. Brett and Martha?
All right, Mark, thank you. Just pointing out, we've already called the House for control to the Democrats, but interesting races along the way. Madison Cawthorn will win in North Carolina. That is Mark Meadows, the White House Chief of Staff's seat. He had a bumpy road there in the campaign. He will become the youngest member of Congress.
He's paralyzed from the waist down. People might remember him from the Republican National Convention, standing up on the stage during that, but he ran into some controversy along the way and secured that seat. Ronnie Jackson, also of note in Texas, not a huge surprise win, but you may know that he was the president's doctor at the White House at one point, and Ronnie Jackson will now also be a member of Congress.
So through the night, we'll pepper some of those interesting races, even though control will stay with the Democrats.
So let's get some analysis from Molly Hemingway, who is joining us now, senior editor at The Federalist, and Byron York, Washington Examiner correspondent. Both are Fox News contributors. Great to have both of you with us this evening. Molly, your observations on the evening so far?
Well, we know a little bit about a lot of states. It would be nice to know a lot more about a few states that are out there. But one of the things that is definitely an emerging story is about the closing of the racial gap. There's usually a pretty big racial gap in voting where minorities strongly favor Democratic candidates. And Donald Trump obviously is doing very well in Florida on the strength of not just Cuban voters, but also Venezuelan and Colombian and other minority voters. And there's starting to be an indication that this is happening in other states.
And that honestly should be of no surprise. And the reason why that should be of no surprise is because of the fact that when you have people from Venezuela, you have people from Cuba, and all that stuff, and they hear somebody like a Joe Biden, the thing is, they're going to say, this is the same type of stuff that was sold to us in Cuba, in Venezuela, under communism and socialism. Why in the world, concerned that I've escaped from there, why in the world would I want to go back? You know, so this has always been the case with Venezuelan Americans as well as Cuban Americans. And so the thing about it, though, is that also, I don't think that message has really gotten out to the rest of the Hispanic community, sadly. I think that, you know, what you always end up hearing is orange man bad, you know, is the way that it's always kind of pushed. Excuse me, upon people of different races and ethnicities, you know, and a lot of the times, you know, we played early on in here a lot of the clips of things that were taken totally out of context and all that stuff about, you know, people trying to say that President Trump is a racist and all that stuff. And when we played those clips in their full context, we see that the narrative that the media has created is not the actual narrative. And the thing about it, though, is that I'm pretty sure that Cuban and Venezuelan Americans understand this. They really do. You know, so let's go on back to the
Make
to
that case
to
in
the commentary.
Georgia
here.
and North Carolina right now, but clearly the level of hostility and distrust toward the media among Trump supporters is just off the scale.
Byron, just staying with you for a moment. When you look at what Molly was discussing, you know, we see in a number of states the president coming in the 30% range with Latino voters in places where there's a large presence of those voters. Do you agree with Molly that we're seeing, you know, sort of an attraction to President Trump from those voters that we haven't seen in the past?
Yeah, that's a potentially huge development. Remember, after the 2012 presidential election, lost to Barack Obama, RNC, the Republican National Committee, did this huge study. They called it the autopsy. And the only conclusion they came to was that Republicans had to do more to attract Hispanic voters. And if President Trump is in fact attracting more minority voters, Black and Hispanic and other minority voters, I mean, that's a very, very big deal for him. It's kind of ironic that some of the people who were involved in the RNC study opposed President Trump very, very strongly. But nonetheless, this is something the Republican Party has been trying to do for a long time.
And in addition to all of that, Molly, COVID is basically on this ballot as well.
Well, I think that is another issue that has been a very important thing for the Biden campaign to push, and also many people in the media. I think it is interesting that you were just talking about the feeling that Trump is running not just against Joe Biden, but the media. There were so many different ways that the media assisted the Joe Biden campaign throughout his entire campaign once he won the nomination. Prior to winning the nomination, they weren't so sure, but then they all got on board. Whether that was hiding negative stories about Joe Biden, hiding positive stories about President Donald Trump, hiding successes or whatnot, elevating the campaign themes that the Biden campaign wanted, or really an overemphasis on polls. We know enough right now to know that there has been too much emphasis on polling as opposed to the larger issues. Florida was supposed to be a win for Biden. Some people had it a strong win for Biden. It is not going to be. And that is interesting. And if we could have covered more about how the Democrats' left-leaning push toward some of these socialist messages, how that didn't resonate with minority voters and other people, that would be an important thing for us to know, that if we rely too much on polling, we miss some of these stories that we could find out by talking more to the people who will be voting.
That is a 3% difference, or almost 4% difference in Florida right now. And the thing about it, though, is the Democrats are really banking on Florida. They needed Florida and Ohio. Ohio's still up in the air. We don't know there yet, but they're definitely not going to get Florida. And they were thinking that Texas looked promising, and I think as the night goes on, you're going to see that Texas is not in any way promising.
The Senate candidate outperforming the president, that one would be a very big deal. We all assumed, although it hasn't been called, that there would be a Republican pickup in Alabama where Doug Jones would lose his seat there. In Michigan, you have a Republican challenging an incumbent Democrat. So Republicans, the way they had looked at this race is they got 53 right now. They pick up one with Alabama, and then they start subtracting. And Cory Gardner has already lost tonight. Michigan could be a huge, huge factor in Republicans keeping the Senate.
Molly, let's take a look at the South Carolina Senate race as well. Lindsey Graham versus Jamie Harrison. This is obviously a race that's gotten a ton of attention. Millions of dollars poured into this race, and this is how it shapes up right now. Also pointing out that we're just at 29% of the.
Oh, wow. We just heard here from Philip that the news media is now retracting a Biden win in Virginia. Trump is closing the gap in Virginia, and Virginia is now in play. That's interesting. Where is that being reported at, Philip? Also, those of you who are watching right now, I would love to hear what it is you guys' election predictions are based upon everything that it is that you've seen happen up until this point. So far, it doesn't seem that there's any real surprises, but that is the closest I think we've gotten to a surprise here, that it is retracting the Biden win and that Trump is closing in on Virginia at the moment. That is very interesting. And I think that that is also going to, okay, it's on the two channels that I don't get over here. He says it's on OAN and Newsmax. Man, I'm just betting 1,000 a day. Now, wait a minute. You said one of those is on, I think somebody told me earlier, one of those is on YouTube. Let me see if I can find one of those on YouTube. Okay, so let me go over there and we will go and pick up that stream on here if we end up finding it. And chances are it could be that both are actually going live right now. That could be. And yes, Newsmax is live. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull up Newsmax. We're going to get out of the other right now, and we're going to go over to Newsmax. And let me go and make this big and all that good stuff. And here we go. Okay, I'm not familiar with this channel, so hopefully it's not. Hopefully it's not wacky. We'll find out.
Period is here.
There we
and
go.
That means it's time to enroll or make changes to your Medicare coverage. Do what I did. Call the EasyMedicare.com hotline to see if you qualify for more benefits.
Like $0 copays, $0 deductibles, and
Okay, let's see here. We do have a prediction here from Philip. Philip says, my prediction is Trump wins. We will flip the House and keep the Senate. Oof. I would love if that were the case. Sadly, I don't see it stacking up to those things. I think it's very possible that Trump will win, first of all. The Senate, I'm kind of 50-50 on that. I'm kind of 50-50 on the Senate as to whether or not we will keep the Senate. In terms of the House, honestly, I do not see it flipping. Now, I could be wrong, okay? You know, the thing that I know well, more than anything else, is, Jewish understanding of the scripture and all that stuff. With this, maybe Philip knows something that I don't. It's very possible. So I don't know. I think we're living in a really murky time right now with everything that has gone on with this pandemic and all that stuff. I think we're living in a really murky time. And so I really don't know about that. I don't know. And let's see, Philip follows up here. He says all 435 seats are up for grabs. That is true. Now, the thing is that if we do get a huge red wave, I think that is a possibility. Do you see a huge red wave happening right now to the extent to where it is that could possibly be? Personally, right now, I don't see it. I could be wrong. Again, You know, I'm not going to say that I know all this stuff inside and out, but yeah, that is true. Every 2 years, the seats of the Senate or of the House are up for grabs. So that is something to factor in as well, because, you know, in all honesty, incumbency really does help out, you know, and we vast Democrat incumbents. But the question is that are people as fed up with the restrictions that are happening, you know, all throughout the country right now as I am? That's going to be the question. All right. Let's see here. It looks like the people at Newsmax are back on, so we're going to bring them back into the screen here.
Carolina has just been called for President Trump. 42% in. That's all it took to make that projection. 55% to the president. At this point, 44 to Joe Biden. Also, we've got a very close race in North Carolina.
See, he's really closing in on North Carolina now.
As we take a look, 50 to 49. If that's showing 96% in. I'm not entirely certain that's accurate, but let's just take a look at that number. It's going to be close to North Carolina no matter what. That's the point. That's the moral of the story. One of the biggest stories, though, to come out of this election, as we turn back to a little news here, is the Hunter Biden scandal. Voters rocked by the news, you know, had everyone already made up their mind by that point?
Okay, let's see here. Philip says OAN, Newsmax, and Trump War Room are reporting 2 to 3 hour waiting lines all across the country. Wow. True counts will more than likely be after midnight. You know, and I got to tell you, brother, and you very well could be right, but you know, for me, I got to be at work at like 7 o'clock in the morning because I got to make that coffee before the girls get there and all that stuff. I have this stream. They allow me to do a 4-hour stream, you know, on StreamYard. So here in about an hour, we'll be off the air. We're not going to get a lot of information by that time, but you know, if that's the case, then that is some very exciting news. Sadly, I'm not going to be awake for very much longer after this goes off. Because the first thing I'm going to do as soon as I get done is I will go and leave the news on as I get ready to go to sleep and all that stuff and have it run throughout the night. But I'm going to go and make my chamomile and intention tamer tea. And then within an hour, I'll be out, you know? So, Philip says, me too, Rabbi. I have an early meeting tomorrow. Tomorrow should be a national holiday where we all get off work, I think, you know. But it's not the case. Today and tomorrow should have been, you know, but sadly, that's not the case. Let me go back to the Newsmax here.
Just because the FEC would ask a question about their campaign finance reports. But in order for the Democrats to get one, you actually had to find 90 grand in cold hard cash in their freezer. This seems to have broken that wide open so that everybody understands the double standard now. You have documents, you have testimony, firsthand testimony about some of the things that have happened in connection with this scandal that deserve an investigation. Look, this is something that goes to foreign powers, money making its way into the system. And this is something that deserves a robust investigation to get to the bottom of it. The media completely fell down on this.
Sure. Betsy, I just want to ask you, I mean, we're in the middle of this night, and this election looks so close. And basically, the Democratic National Committee has essentially colluded with the media and with big tech to push Joe Biden over the edge here. And here we are still talking about this razor-thin margin between these candidates and this very tight race. How incredible would it be if the president actually pulls it off?
If the president is reelected, and I expect that he will be, and we hold on to the Senate, it's time to hold the social media platforms' feet to the fire, not just in terms of their liability protection. We've got to treat these social media platforms like public utilities, because that is what they are. And they owe to all Americans that we be treated the same, that our information be respected, that anybody can post absolutely anything, no censorship at all.
And she's absolutely right on that. I was suspended for 5 days here recently on one social media platform for just mentioning the name Hunter Biden. This has gotten really bad with these social media companies. And right now, because of the House of Representatives being where it's at, they're very protected. You know, people were wondering, well, what happened to Christopher? Well, I was suspended for 5 days. And so, you know, just by mentioning Hunter Biden, and it was reported as bullying by mentioning Hunter Biden. And so this is the world we live in. And there's not enough outrage about it. There's outrage about ridiculous stuff, like, you know, pronouns. There's ridiculous outrage of things like that, but not with what these social media. And so it's actually something that's very saddening. But let's go back to the talking heads.
Just showed that too. You had 60% of the people saying they're better off. Generally speaking, at the end of the day, people vote their pocketbook. One of the things that people forget about the economy is everyone talks about the economy is a personal thing. It's not a number. So you can tell someone a statistic, but do they feel better? Do they feel that their job is safe? Do they feel like they're bringing home more money? Do they feel like their family is better off? And I think you're seeing this over and over again in these exit polls where people saying I'm better off. If you're better off, you're not switching horses.
We're going to send you guys to the board here real quick. While I send you there, I'm going to give you one more county. I know. Well, you know, you didn't get a chance to hit the gym today. We're going to help you out. You guys go ahead. I'm going to bring up Kent County while you guys take a walk. Kent County, Michigan, is where Grand Rapids is. I used to go there on ski trips with the family. This is a county that in 2016, the president won by 3 points, Kent County. In this, so far tonight, 43% reporting the president is up by 16 points. That's overperforming. That's a big county. Grand Rapids is a decent-sized city.
How many total votes did he get in Michigan 4 years ago? You
No
know?
clue.
No clue.
No clue.
I'm going to look that up while John talks about Michigan.
But again, you're looking
I'm just trying
at
to
these
keep
areas
up.
right now. You still have a lot of where the president will need to do well still out. This Detroit area where he's not going to generally do well if he holds his own there, and that's where John James. We're talking about John James, the Senate candidate, overperforming against Gary Peters, the first-term incumbent. This is helpful to Donald Trump because even if he picks off one or two more, I can't answer Mark's question fully, but I will tell you that the president won the state by 10,704 votes.
Right.
So you're playing on a razor's edge in this state. Those small differences can make a difference.
And could John James, this very popular senator that could take this thing for the Senate, could he carry the president in Michigan?
Well, that's the point, is that when you're playing on a margin of 10,704 votes, if John James internally, we were talking about him being up 5 to 7 points today. I mean, look, if he can carry the president by a handful of votes in some key areas and do well in Detroit, especially among black voters, yeah, that's enough.
Yeah. So one thing that was true, the president's campaign said it from the beginning. He needed to get more votes than any state he won last time in order to win. Turnout was going to be higher. There wasn't going to be a strong Green candidate or Libertarian candidate.
Yeah.
So right now the president's got 788,000 votes, a quarter of the vote in. I'm no math genius.
Yeah.
4 years ago, he got 2.2 million votes. 4 times that is more than 2.2 million.
And as we look
so
at
he's
Wayne,
on track for more, which is what he needs.
Well, this is what we saw in Florida, Mark.
And as we can see from the map, the Upper Peninsula is Trump country. The western part of the state is Trump country. The northern part of the glove is Trump country. So,
and to be fair, you've got Wayne County, which is where Detroit is. That's the big city, and that is only 3% in at this time. So I mean, it's going to change. Obviously, that big. Usually, the big cities report earlier.
Right. Here's a dirty little secret about people who make fun of Hillary Clinton. She's a better candidate in many ways than Joe Biden. In a lot of states.
Well,
she's
not just
a better
that, but
Michigan
she had a better
candidate.
organization.
Better organization, but a better Michigan candidate because she had more connection to the city of Detroit than Joe Biden does. And she had a better connection to labor in some ways than Joe Biden did. She had her husband.
That's interesting.
This is a state where the president can do better because who he's running against.
Look, you talk about trade. The president passed that new NAFTA, the USMCA. Joe Biden voted for NAFTA. The president brought that up. That's a big deal around the Detroit area. If he can hold that vote, talk about trade. John James helps him a little bit there. All of those things are important to him.
It's a great point because it's another issue. Again, press doesn't typically cover issues.
Yeah.
The one issue that I see with this particular channel is that I don't see them putting up the the amount of collected delegates up on the screen. Well, maybe it just popped up. It just popped up, and let's see.
These are the people in pickup trucks around Detroit that
Right.
go to work every day, that care about their jobs. And here's where the coronavirus comes into play. Donald Trump's been very clear about opening the economy. These are people who want to open the economy. They want to go to work.
And these are folks who also get that Joe Biden comes in and he hikes taxes.
That's
and
right.
what happens when you hike taxes amid economic insecurity or uncertain times? That creates job loss. And a lot of people are concerned about
just to show everybody, this is the Kent County I was talking about. That's Grand Rapids. That's about half in at this point. The president with a 15-point lead in a county he only won by 3 in 2016. And then you go down. Well, I can't find Oakland County on here.
I'll say two things about Michigan.
There it is.
If the president wins Michigan, he will be reelected.
Oh
yeah.
And if the president wins Michigan, his aides 4 years ago were mildly surprised he won Michigan. If he wins Michigan this time, along with every Biden supporter, they will be stunned if he wins it. Stunned.
It is stunning. Okay, they're yelling at me to let you come on back, guys. Let me move my phone.
Come on back into the
Back
fold,
over here.
gentlemen.
We've been good.
You have been good. You've earned your way back.
Getting tired of that walk, though.
You know, I think one untold story, maybe that people will be talking about tomorrow, is
Now, the question I have for you guys who are watching is, you know, if he does get a higher percentage of Michigan, that is going to be very surprising. But the question then becomes, because of a higher percentage in Michigan, does that necessarily correlate to a higher percentage in other parts? You know, because we've been going back and forth from all of the different news organizations, all the different cable news. And the thing that we've been seeing is there are parts to where it is. Now, I didn't look to see or to pay attention to if there are places with the full vote in where it is that Joe Biden is faring slightly better than that of Hillary Clinton. So there's there's different things at play here. I don't think that, because this is me personally, but I want to see what it is you guys think. Put it in the chat. Do you think that even though he's doing better in Michigan, do you think that that necessarily correlates to the rest of the country? Personally, I don't think so. I think that there are certain pockets, because, you know, anybody who does any sort of traveling, you're going to notice that there's going to be some very diverse pockets all around the country. At the same time, I also mentioned earlier, which could kind of go against what it is that I said, to where it is that, you know, people are sick and tired of the restrictions because of this virus and all this stuff. People want out of it. So there could be an uptick in other places, but then how is it that we then go and say, well, these places where it is that Biden is doing better than Clinton, you know, that's another part of it. Let's see here. Trump is within 1% of taking the lead in North Carolina. Trump has taken the lead in Ohio. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. He's going to have to win North Carolina again. Right now, you know, within 1%, that is good. It'd be nice if he was on the other side of that 1%, because I'll tell you, that's the state I live in, you know, and these races, you know, many people are focusing in on the Senate race. I'm focusing in on the presidential race and also our governor's race here, because I'll tell you, this anti-Semitic governor that we have in Roy the Rat Cooper over here, that guy's got to go. That guy's got to go. So, you know, that's some of the things is good that he's up to that 1%. And that could be because, again, of the early vote versus the day of vote. So, you know, that could be a huge part of that.
The Democrats led early vote in North Carolina, 1,701,336 to 1,443,882 to the Republicans. That's a 300,000 vote lead for the Democrats. But the Trump campaign felt very confident that they had that many election day voters going into today. The key thing with that is when you're a Democrat in the early vote, you knew how many you had in the bank. The Trump campaign knew if they could get the turnout operation working, that they could overcome it. But you just don't know on the morning of election day whether they'll go. They are clearly feeling confident now that those people did what they thought they'd do.
If you look at
North Carolina on the screen
if
right
you look
there.
at what ground game might end up meaning for this race, I think the biggest irony of 2020 will be the Democrats were certain that the pandemic would stop Donald Trump from being reelected, and the Democrats canceling their ground game because of the pandemic could get the president reelected.
You just said 94% chance, 95% chance by the New York Times. Can we flip back to North Carolina real quick? Because it still has Biden in the lead. If we can just jump back to that last full screen, guys.
But what these formulas do, the way these formulas work for the New York Times or the exit or the projections, the way they work is they're not just looking at the raw vote. They're looking at key precincts.
And what's
they're
left.
looking at the exit poll. They're looking at the polls of people who voted by mail. They're looking at where the vote is out.
I mean,
And
that's 97% in.
Everybody is very cautious because of the environment we're in. So if the New York Times is saying that, they're pretty darn
But look at how tight that is. What is that? Is that 15? What am I? 20, 24?
Well, I mean, it's less than.
It's less than 10,000
right now,
votes.
As of
It's less than 10,000 votes.
But they know where the vote is at,
Right.
and they know
So
how
you've got less than 0.3% right now.
That is
But they know.
insanely close.
But look, I got to dovetail on what Mark said. This is crucial. After 2016, the media and the Democrats doubted the Trump campaign and the RNC working together to put together the most sophisticated.
Now, I want you guys to look at this. You see how close North Carolina is. I have come in contact with a lot of people who say that my one vote does not count, that it really doesn't amount to anything. The thing about it, though, is this is within 10,000. All right. If you had 4 or 5 people from every single town and city within that of North Carolina, just 4 or 5 from each of those, you would see how it is that collectively, how people who think in that way, how their vote actually does count. And the thing about it, though, is that we have this false narrative that, and the Democrats luckily seem to fall for it every time, in that, oh, we're up in the polls, and all that stuff, so we don't have to vote on, the day of and all that stuff, because everybody else has gotten that taken care of, And the thing about, though, is that it always comes to bite them in the tuchus. They never learn. But, for those of you out there, I want you to think of this. I want you to think of this next time. If you didn't vote in this time, think about it for next time. I see Philip has gotten in his prediction. He thinks that the Republicans are going to take back the House. They're going to retain the Senate and the presidency. I think that is very optimistic. I would like for that to be done. I think the president could very well, 60% sure the president is going to take is going to get reelected. I believe with 50% certainty, 50%, so it go either way, that the Republican Party will retain the Senate. I am about 90% certain the Republicans will not take the House. Okay, so that's where I am there. And it looks like we got numbers in from Florida. I don't know if this is the final count, but let's go to it and see.
400,000 votes, which, as Jim McLaughlin said, is a landslide in the state of Florida, which is always tight. 29 electoral votes to the president.
Florida's been called.
What else we got in here? They want me to jump up. I am going to leave you people now and leave you in the hands of the great John Bachman, who's going to take the big chair as we take a look at Florida. Oh, I guess we'll just do it like this.
I guess so. Can we see it? Switch. Inner Sandman coming on. Well,
I just got to get your phone. Let me get out of here. Go
So,
right ahead.
hey, FYI, Virginia now, 2430.
Okay, now you guys know I got to switch over to CNN now to see how they're handling this this whole thing in Florida, if they've even called Florida yet over there at CNN. So we are going to switch to my Hulu Live account, And we are going to go back to live, and I am going to go to, where is CNN, and see where it is that we are and see how badly they are crying, if they've even called it yet. We're going to go and take a look right over there. So let me go over there and switch the screen to there, share audio, share it. There we go.
Iowa and Nevada,
All
total
right,
of
let's see.
21 electoral votes are on the line right now. All right, we got a key race alert right now. We believe.
Oh, really? This is the one time they decided to do that. Okay, they're saying Iowa too close to call. We're going to let that just kind of sit there for just a second so it can buffer and all that stuff. So we don't miss a reaction about Florida if they haven't already given the reaction on Florida. But they said Iowa's too early to call. Okay. Iowa tends to go conservative
Believe
usually.
it's too early to call in Iowa, for example, 6 electoral votes right there. Too early to call in Nevada right there, 6 electoral votes. Too early to call in Utah right now as well, another 6 electoral votes there. It's too early to call in the state of Montana, 3 electoral votes right now. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where things stand right now. There you can see in the race for 270 needed to win the presidency, Biden is still
They
ahead.
haven't
He has
called Florida
89
yet.
electoral.
They have not called Florida in at CNN yet. But I see they have called South Carolina.
And in these key battleground states, let's start in Ohio right now. 69% of the estimated vote is in Ohio. Trump is ahead by 102,000 votes over Biden, 50.5% to 48.
You see, and this is the thing. They were talking about Ohio the last time we went to CNN. And well, basically they were predicting a Biden win. We see that doesn't seem to be the case. Oh, we have an update in terms of the governor's race here in North Carolina. Philip, who doesn't even live in North Carolina, has the inside info here. So God bless you, man. You deserve some extra credit in your ordination class here. Well, he says Dan Forest is closing in the gap. Ray Cooper is at 52.4, dropped 3%. Dan Forest at 46.1, 85% of the votes in. Okay, that is still, kind of a huge gap still. I'm not particularly confident in that, but I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that I'm wrong. I don't know, because I'll tell you, I can't put up with this anti-Semitic governor who is telling people not to visit establishments like Amy's and I any longer. I can't deal with this guy. I just definitely can't. There's an 800 vote gap in Illinois. Trump is closing in an 800 vote gap in Illinois. Illinois is now in play. Okay, anybody else who's watching, if you can verify this, that is the most crazy thing I've ever heard in my life. If that is true, oh my gosh. Now, I know that Philip has no reason to lie to me here, but, I hope he's not playing with me, because if that is the case, if Trump is within 800 votes in Illinois, that is huge. We will find out. Let's see what is that Wolf Blitzer? I can't tell. My eyesight's not as good as it used to be. Let's see what the Wolf man has to say here.
Curiosity as we go through the night.
No, that's not
now
Wolf
we come
Blitzer.
back to this right here. 50.7 to 47.9 in the national vote, but that's not how we pick presidents. We look at 2020 right here. Look what has just happened in the last few minutes. Ohio is red.
Wow.
The president ahead right now. If you look at the vote there, 70% there, 128,000 lead. A big shift there as more votes come in the state of Ohio, 50.8 to 47.9. This is why we've been telling you throughout the night, requires a little bit of patience on our part and on your part as well. They're counting votes in different ways, and so we're going to see some swings, and sometimes they're going to happen quickly when new votes come in. The President of the United States now leading in must win, battleground Ohio, 50.8 to 47.9. 70%, still a ways to go. And as David Chalian noted earlier, we're waiting for some early vote here. We're waiting for states to count their votes. Some are doing it in a different order. Early voting, mail-in voting, and today voting. We'll see how it plays out. Just want to check to see if the margins are changing at all as we play through this. This is a big shift. This is a very big shift on the map. President Trump, Ohio goes back to red for now. We're not done. We have a ways to go. 30% of the count there. You're looking at Pennsylvania right now. If you're looking at this map right now, let me just pull it back out a second. If you're a Democrat sitting at home right now, you're looking at this map and you say, oh my, it's happening again. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. If you're a Republican, you're saying that's what we needed. Here's the thing. Slow down. We have a long way to go in all of these states. No offense to anybody, but we're 21% right here. We know Pennsylvania has some issues. Some of the mail-in votes won't even be counted until tomorrow. It's worth looking at. These are all real votes. The question is, we don't have context yet because we're so early in these states. So just be careful. Don't look at the map.
Okay, I think I know where Wolf Blitzer is. I think he just fell down over there. Did you hear that bang over there? At CNN, I think he just fell down.
But that's a tiny, tiny vote count. There's a long way to go in these states. That's what makes them interesting. They're going to flip back and forth a little bit. Let's move over to Wisconsin and look. And again, the president has a narrow lead here, 51 if you want to round that up, to 48 if you round that up. But again, 30% of the vote, a long way to go. So when you pull it out like this, people look at it at home and you can, wow, we're not done. We have a long way to go in a lot of places, including Virginia is red right now. If the president can keep Virginia red, the president's going to be reelected. But we don't know this yet still. 53 to 45, that's actually gotten closer in recent times. And again, you come back up here. This is where elections in Virginia are won and lost. Northern Virginia is what has changed Virginia from a purple state to a blue state, and we're waiting still. We only have 28% of the vote. Fairfax County, it's the largest vote center in the state. It is Democratic, overwhelmingly so. So we'll see when votes come in here. Let's move down here. Look at this. Look at North Carolina. This was over 100,000 at one point. I think it was over 120,000 at one point. It is now 5,000, 2,000 as you speak. More votes come in. That's the magic. That is the magic of live data reporting and the counting votes. 2,000 votes ahead, 49.4 to 49.4 in battleground North Carolina. Joe Biden doesn't need it, but if he gets it, he blocks the president's path to reelection, most likely. This state, remember, and again, this is a textbook example of what we've asked throughout the night. Patience on our part, patience on your part. Votes, early votes came in. Joe Biden built an early lead. Now we're getting election day votes in. North Carolina, tight.
Let's take a look at Arizona. The votes coming in relatively quickly in Arizona. I think nearly a quarter of the vote is in Arizona.
And so you see it blue right now. Not since Bill Clinton has Arizona ended the night. We're not at the end of the night, but not since Bill Clinton, with the help of Ross Perot, has Arizona gone blue. And so you look at it now, and you see the entire state. You see the familiar cities: Flagstaff, Sedona, Yuma, Tucson. Let's be honest, this comes down to Maricopa County and Phoenix, one of the fastest growing areas in America. 60% or more of the vote comes right out of here, 77% of it in. Again, we'll figure out what's missing from that. But Joe Biden at 54%, the president at 44, so a 10-point race, a little under 10-point race. Let's just go back and look at it. Excuse me, get that to click in. Again, so Donald Trump wins Arizona 4 years ago, wins Maricopa County. This is the biggest basket of votes. Phoenix and the fast-growing suburbs. 4 years later, from 2016 to 2020, this is one of the fastest-growing states. You get out of Phoenix, you get down here, Goodyear and the like, fast-growing suburbs. Again, the suburbs have revolted against this president. There's an important Senate race in this state as well. Let's come back to 2020 and look at the map. That Maricopa County is blue, is a source of joy in the Biden campaign right now. They have to keep it that way. Let's just look down here. Pima County, again, 64 if you round that up to 35. 80% of the vote in. You go back here, 54. So 10 point, you're by 10 percentage points, you're overperforming Hillary Clinton. Just want to see how the turnout is here. 224,000 4 years ago, already 260,000. Again, one of the gifts of this election, no matter who wins, is turnout is up everywhere. That's a good thing. We want that to happen every time. But again, you see the split right there. Joe Biden overperforming Hillary Clinton there. You got some rural areas here to fill in the state. If you go back in time, you can see what happens here. The states, but this is it. This is it. Maricopa County, Phoenix, the suburbs around it. Again, traditionally Republican territory, increasingly because of demographics and because of the suburban revolt against the president of the United States. Maricopa County, if that holds up, that's the ball game in Arizona. But we have a ways to go there. The biggest piece of the state, Joe Biden doing what he has to do otherwise. And again, Wolf, we talked about this before. Both campaigns look at the last guy's map. So you look at the Trump map from 20.
Okay, guys. Philip is reporting to us that that the president has taken the lead in Pennsylvania. I think they're going to be counting votes for several days, however, because of those mail-ins and all of that stuff. And you know, I think that chances are he's going to take Pennsylvania. I do believe that because of the votes today. It really is going to depend upon how many mail-in ballots there are, because the predominant amount of those are going to be Democrat. I think he's in a good position, however, And now they're talking about North Carolina. Let's see what's going on in North
This
Carolina.
is why they're so much fun. Let's just come back out here and see if anything's updated. No, still at 70% here. Got to give these states credit in the challenge they face. Many of these states are reporting pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And the challenge they face with all the different kinds of voting this year, it's a good thing to see. Just want to check. He wants to want to go back to Arizona here. I was going to check the upper Midwest, but as you see 70% of the vote in here. And again, let's just see here, 70%. So 4 years ago, more conservative part of the state, 51.
Yeah, the mail-in vote's going to be reported for the next 9 days. So it could be a while till we hear from Pennsylvania. But in all honesty, I think that this whole thing will be over before Pennsylvania. Is it going to be tonight? Possibly. Possibly. I'm going to do a 50-50 on that. Possibly. We shall see.
77% in. Let's compare that to Secretary Clinton 4 years ago. She had 702,000 to end the night. We're not done yet. And she was at 45 with the president at 49. Joe Biden, 54%. That's game changing. If you can keep that there, we're still counting in Arizona. And again, that would be a flip. If I can walk over here, I just want to show you the significance of this as you come through this year. Let's come back to the president's map from 4 years ago. And again, if you're Joe Biden and you're looking at this map, you had a very comfortable lead here coming in. That would get the president down to 290. You had a lead here. That would get the president down to 280. And if you can pick this up here, you're
had
at
to throw the
269.
fist up in the air there because we just heard that President Trump has taken the lead by 30,000 votes in North Carolina. I am going to do some research myself to see how that has affected the governor's race. Hopefully it has in a good way. We will find out.
And the congressional district there's also a congressional district in here, Nebraska and Maine. Do it by congressional district where Joe Biden is favored. So it is possible for Joe Biden to win the presidency. That's a squeaker, but that's why Arizona is so important. You're looking at this map, you're thinking, well, Trump, is he going to pull off Pennsylvania again? Joe Biden had, 5, 6, 7 point lead at the end of the race. Hillary Clinton had 3, 4 point lead at the end of the last race, but you're not sure. You're not sure about that. You think you're going to get it back, but you're not sure. You feel more comfortable about this. You feel more comfortable about that. If you can get that, that's the game. That's the game. You look at the last guy's map, you take something away. That's why Arizona matters. Also, just remember the demographics of the United States. When I started covering presidential politics, that was red. That was purple.
Okay, I'm seeing in North Carolina for the governor's race, it's still, let's see here. It is 52.1% for Roy the Rat Cooper and 46.5% for that of Dan Forrest. That is not very comforting. That is not very comforting. But we'll see how the night goes.
We're into the 10 o'clock hour, right? Yes, we are. I had to check the watch on that one. We're into the 10 o'clock hour, which is this is where in presidential politics, 10, 11, up to midnight.
Yeah, California, Oregon, Washington State, they're about to close at the top of the hour. Those are big states as well.
And they're counting more votes here too. That's why as we get later into the night, this is why it matters more. And so let's just look at it again. Again, this is one Trump wanted to flip. Joe Biden wants to flip Arizona. Donald Trump wanted to flip Minnesota. Not happening if you look at it right now. So we don't see that yet. We'll watch them. We'll continue to watch it. Just want to keep checking in on these. Again, if you're in the Trump campaign headquarters, you're looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. If you can hold those, then you hold the presidency, right? But again, we just want to remind you, you're going to see things on the map. You're going to hold for a while, but this is slower count. So we're going to see this play out. 30% of the vote in Wisconsin. You come over to Michigan. Again, some of this may come tomorrow. We'll see. They're going to do the best they can. As we get later in the night, we'll know more about that. And then you come over here to Pennsylvania. Again, very, very early in the night. You see, I just want to take a peek down here, see how we're doing in Philadelphia. Look, 70,000 votes in Philadelphia, which means nothing, which means we're just starting.
9%.
Yeah, we're just starting the night in Pennsylvania. So we need to be careful about drawing any conclusions there. So then let's look at where we do have a lot of votes, right? This is real business now. When you get to a place, 72% in Ohio, Donald Trump up, stretching that lead a little bit, 177,000 votes. The Republican governor, Mike DeWine, thought the president would squeak it out. We'll see. Got a ways to go yet. As David Chalian noted, there's some early votes still to be counted there, so this could swing again. That's why we count to the end. And I want to come back to North Carolina, which is now red for the president, 25,000 votes ahead. This again, you're going to watch the map swing, right? Joe Biden had a big early lead in North Carolina. Democrats get optimistic, but we have to remember the difference of this night in the pandemic election, the different ways people voted and the different pace at which states are counting them. North Carolina now, the president ahead, up to 88%, 49.6 to 49.2. That means we still have more to count, but you see the swing. And we're going to see that. We're going to see some states start out blue and go back red because of the way the votes are counted. Sometimes they count the early votes first or the mail-in votes first, and today votes, election day votes later. Other states do it in a different order, and they'll swing the other way, which is why we just got to finish. Don't try to end the book before we get to the finish line.
Right.
49.6 to 49.2. Let's pull this out. You see this red here. Again, this one here, I'm waiting to see up to 54% right now. There are some Democrats in Virginia who are starting to get a little nervous, and they're calling the Fairfax Board of Elections and saying, hello, can we get the votes? So let's see what happens. We watch that one play out and come down here, battleground Florida. Again, president's starting to inch this one out a little bit.
Battleground Florida? I don't think Florida's a battleground anymore. Where are you getting this from? Battleground Florida. Not a battleground. Not anymore, at least. Not under this president. May have been a battleground for Romney. May have been a battleground for McCain. But not for President Trump, it's not.
73% now. 210,000 votes ahead. Again, 54 to 45 if you round it up. 49 to 45 4 years ago. Joe Biden. Maricopa County is the difference right now.
Okay. Philip is saying that Fox just reported that a water main at one of the polling stations in PA happened. The station is closed, possibly ruining ballots. Oh, goodness. That, and the thing about it, though, is that the last thing that should come to our mind is saying, is that a Democrat district or a Republican district? I think that in all honesty, if there are votes that have not been able to be counted there, I think that basically there should be a letter that goes out to those people immediately that they received the next day or the day after, saying, if you voted, you come back by, within a 2-day time frame and come and re-vote. And it'd only be those that, they can say, okay, yeah, we got yours. We got yours. We don't have yours. Okay. So you can go and vote. There needs to be fairness here for things like that end up happening. Philip also says, Tlaib Rashid lost her seat. Oh, thank you. She is yes, she's one of the anti-Semite squad members. That is so great to hear. That is so great to hear. Now I just need to get rid of that other one. The one in, is it Wisconsin that I'm thinking of? The one that married that married her brother. That Project Veritas found that she was harvesting ballots, whatever her name was. Oh, yeah, YouTube's going to get rid of me for saying that, I'm sure. But she has to go too. But given that Tlaib Rashid is gone, that is wonderful to hear.
Sometimes within a state, different counties reporting them in different order. The Democrats were hoping right here to have a closer state. But look, Fulton County still, again, a third of the vote. This is it. This is by far. And so you move around these counties here. You have Cobb here. You move Fulton here. You come out here. It's very slow, 1% here. So we have this is the bulk of the vote in the state.
Georgia potentially could become a lot more competitive because a lot of the major Democratic counties have not reported yet.
Right, very low percentage here, all around the Atlanta metro area. And again,
see, Elam Omar is who I was thinking of. There you go. Thanks for the layup there. I for some reason her name just escaped me for the moment. So yeah, she's got to go too.
Joe Biden, many believe, will do even better. A, higher turnout. B, suburban rejection of the president. So we have a long way to go. And maps can be deceptive when you have a big chunk of vote out in the Democratic area here. I just want to check down some other Democratic areas. About halfway there. Not quite, though. So there's more Democratic votes to be had there. Come over to the coast here. About 70% here. So some more votes, but fewer there. So you wait, and you see that's a pretty healthy lead, but it doesn't mean big city like Atlanta, growing suburbs around Atlanta. You can make up some pretty big math when those votes come in, and we'll see when they come in.
I'm curious about Michigan, specifically
I don't think he's going to make up that big of an amount of math, to be perfectly honest.
And we have less than a third, 28% there. We've been through Wayne County on many an election night too. Sometimes it goes really late. Sometimes things get a little frustrating waiting for the count to come in. I'll just use that word. But 147,000, 113,000, 28%. So you come up here again. Now you're going to move up to Oakland County, the suburbs here, about halfway in the count here. This used to be reliably Republican territory, but it's become increasingly Democratic. So here's a question.
Okay,
for you,
guys,
right?
we are
Hillary
going to go to Fox News next, and I want to ask the audience here, everybody who's watching right now, are things planning out the way that it is that you expected them to on this election night? Are there any surprises for you? Want to hear from you guys? Go and put it into the chat. Want to know what it is that you guys are thinking. And all right, we're going to
get started.
Switch on back to, well, actually, they got a commercial going right now. So you guys get to deal with me for right now. I got to say right now, I was hoping for a bigger red wave than what it is that we're seeing, but we still see that the president is on target, on track for a road to re-election. I think we see a lot of frustration from the talking heads over at CNN. That's why you're not seeing them. I notice every time we go to CNN, they have you don't see a Wolf Blitzer over there. Maybe he's falling asleep. I don't know. But we don't see him. We don't see the other commentators over there. We don't see Don Lemon. We don't see Chris Cuomo. We don't see any of those guys there. We constantly have the guy going to the board. Why? Probably because the commentators over there, the talking heads, know that that they're in trouble. They probably know that. I don't think it's going to be a huge wave. I do think the president could possibly get 300, okay, which is slightly less than what he got last time. Some have predicted all the way up to 323, I think is the highest that I have seen. And I'm not a person who likes to count my chickens before they're hatched. I like to be somewhat pragmatic, somewhat unbiased in terms of my analysis, looking at both sides and all this stuff. But I think we are seeing that the polls, again, have not necessarily been accurate. And that should not be a surprise to anybody. And so we see that the Fox News is out of a commercial, so we are going to go to them right now.
0.8 in Georgia. There you go. 56% of the precincts in, and you see Donald Trump. Again, some of that other vote, as we talked about. And then North Carolina, a very close race there in North Carolina, but 91% of the precincts in. Again, all of those too early to call at this hour.
And let's take a look at the overall electoral map as it stands right now. In the race to 270, Joe Biden at 129, President Trump at 109, and you see the percentage there, 48.2 to 50.2 as we stand, 0.3, as we stand this evening.
But correct me if I'm wrong. All of those that they have showed right then, the president is leading all of those, correct? So given the fact that Biden has technically more electoral votes, look at all the electoral votes that will come from those states. Okay. Philip said, retract Rashida Tlaib comment. They have not reported. The report was by someone by the name of Qasim Rashid. Okay. Well, you got my hopes up there, man. Kashim, I guess, Kasim, I don't know, was the Democratic incumbent. I'm guessing it's Kasim because that would be close to Aramaic, which Arabic is close to Aramaic. So, okay. Well, thanks for the heads up there and getting my hopes up, man.
Higher turnouts than they had in 2016. So there was a lot of talk about how Biden was going to bring all these new voters to the fore. And indeed, we'll probably find that he did. But the other story, which I think you're seeing playing out in state after state tonight, is that Trump brought more people into the party and then expanded the base from those blue collar workers on out. So we'll see what happens as the night goes forward. But to me, Florida is the future for the Republican Party.
You know, Laura, this is just an interesting thing, and you talk about this all the time about the president's policies toward China, being tough on China. Right now, according to the Wall Street Journal, the Chinese yuan has started to tank.
I just saw that. And what is that? Yeah.
What does that tell you?
It's very significant because it means, at least so far in the evening, they're looking at the betting odds. And I know you've probably talked about that already tonight.
Britt has.
Yeah. 64.
You know, given that, a couple of days ago, or today actually, the Drudge Report said the president had a 4% chance of winning. Now the yen has tanked in China. I've stopped going to the Drudge Report since they've gone off the derech, if you will. But I'm going to take a look at the Drudge Report right now, which I haven't checked it for several hours, and see apartments for rent. No. Not falling into that trap again. Let's see here. Battleground Tracker National. Okay, let's see here. Senate 43-41. Lindsey Graham wins. Nate Silver, Florida win. First step for Donald Trump. Okay. Now notice that I don't see on the Drudge Report anywhere where they are predicting again, or they've totally gotten rid of the article of a 4% chance of the president winning. I don't see that on their headlines anymore. I'm looking through all three columns. It was at the very top before, but it seems that the Drudge Report has gone and scrapped that. Let's try. Let's see here. There's another website that is like what the Drudge Report used to be. I think it's called like Happening Daily. For right now. So, okay, yeah. Happeningdaily.com. It's just like the old Drudge Report. Okay. Let's see what it is that they are saying. New York Times is saying 85% chance that Florida wins Georgia. The New York Times is also saying that 95% chance that Trump wins North Carolina. Trump positioned to win Ohio. Trump takes lead in Pennsylvania. Online gambling site Betfair now gives Trump a 66% chance to win the election. 66% chat. Exit polls, number one issue is economy. Now the exit polls, you really can't trust those, so we're going to kind of scrap that one and say we're not really going to worry with that. Dems worried about underperformance of black voters in Pennsylvania and Ohio. Maybe it's not underperformance. Maybe it is that they're finally voting Republican because they've caught on to the Democrat Party. After an early call for Biden to win in Virginia, Trump pulls ahead in Virginia. Fight breaks out at BLM Plaza in D.C. There's going to be horrible stuff going on there. 25% of white voters cast their vote for Trump, up 4% from 2016. 25% of non-white voters cast their vote for Trump, up 4% from 2016. Liberals melting down video. Oh, what is this? What is this? We got to see this, okay? I am going to switch to this video, okay, that we have. This will be the first time I see it, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to hit stop share, and I'm going to turn the volume off on the Hulu because we will want to go back to that. But I am going to go to this. I want to see this meltdown. I love these meltdown videos. I don't know about you guys, but we're going to put my hands on here, and we're going to give this a listen. Make sure I got this set up the right way here. Let's make that bigger. Let's make that bigger. In fact, let's just go ahead and do that full screen. All right, let's see what happens here.
It's okay. It's okay, baby.
Oh, it's a new one.
It's okay. She's gonna crack okay. It's okay.
Oh, right. It's the sequel. Maybe it's the same chick. Maybe she just lost weight. Who knows? That is outstanding. That is absolutely outstanding. And we're going to be seeing more of those possibly tomorrow or in a couple of days from now. But let's go on back. Let me turn the volume back up there.
Natalie, I'm going to start with you because it looks like in Florida, and we can't call anything there yet. Fox News not doing it yet. But how much work do Democrats need to do with the Latino voters? Not a monolithic group, any of us as people of color. We know that. But Biden is missing the mark so much more than even Hillary Clinton.
Like you said, we're not a monolith. There are, Cubans, I'm sure you're familiar with the line of Cubans, usually vote Republican, Puerto Ricans vote for Democrats. And we've actually seen a huge turnout of.
Did you see that little snarl that she had when Harris Faulkner went to her? I'm going to rewind this, okay? Because you got to see this little snarl that she had here. I mean, because this was just outstanding. Let's see. Oh, I think I went a little bit too far. Hold on. Oh, it's making me sit through the commercial again. Cannot rewind or fast forward after the break. Okay, it's going to give me 2 minutes till it gets out of there. But yeah, that's something you guys got to see. You got to see that snarl after Harris Faulkner asked the question that this woman had. So we're just going to sit here and wait because that was classic. That was just classic. They're starting to see that the whole thing is falling apart for the Democrats right now. There's not this. I don't see this big wave that everybody was, that many people were saying could happen with the Republican Party. I don't see that, but I do see the president at least getting 300. Okay, I'm going to say now I'm moving it to at least in terms of this. So, but yeah, and just so you guys know, let's see here. How much time do we got? We got about 15 minutes until my 4 hours on StreamYard, which it allows me 4 hours. Maybe they've upped it. I don't know, but I only got like 15 minutes until StreamYard gives me the boot. If they've upped it, then we'll go on for at least another hour. I'm not going to go any more past that because, man, I do have to get some sleep. But we will see how late they allow me to go here. I thought I was going to have a hard time doing 4 hours. I remember I did a 6-hour broadcast once. And that about killed me. This 4 hours hadn't been that bad. Let's see. Get to the point to where it's going to allow me to fast forward. Yeah, see, it's the one thing is that if you have Hulu, like right here. Okay, here we go. Okay, let me go and put the sound back on. Now just wait. When Harris asked the questions, you just see the snarl come on this woman's face. It's hilarious.
Precincts in Donald Trump, 51.3% to 47.8%. In Georgia, there you go, 56% of the precincts in, and you see Donald Trump. Again, some of that other vote, as we talked about, and then North Carolina, a very close race there in North Carolina, but 91% of the precincts in. Again, all of those too early to call at this hour.
And let's take a look at the overall electoral map as it stands right now in the race to 270. Joe Biden at 129, President Trump at 109, and you see the percentage there, 48.2 to 50.2 as we stand, 0.3 as we stand this evening. Things are changing by the second at 10:22. So let's get some thoughts tonight from Laura Ingraham, host of the Ingraham Angle, who joins us with her.
Oh man, we really went far back
looking
then.
so far,
if
Laura,
we're still at Laura
the
Ingraham.
evening, we've got some information and quite a bit more to come in.
Yeah, well, the in-person votes usually are the last to be counted, except with the mail-in ballots that are going to be rolling in, postmarked today. So we have to keep that in mind. But I think when we look at Florida and focusing on the GOP for a moment, Martha and Brett, the coalition that the Republicans have been able to put together in that state is really something that they should try to replicate as much as possible going forward up and down the East Coast with a strong contingent of seniors, Latinos, young professionals, African Americans. The Republicans have outperformed, it looks like tonight, across all of those categories with higher turnouts than they had in 2016. So there was a lot of talk about how Biden was going to bring all these new voters to the fore. And indeed, we'll probably find that he did. But the other story, which I think you're seeing playing out in state after state tonight, is that Trump brought more people into the party and then expanded the base from those blue collar workers on out. So we'll see what happens as the night goes forward. But to me, Florida is the future for the Republican Party.
You know, Laura, this is just an interesting thing. And you talk about this all the time about the president's policies toward China, being tough on China. Right now, according to the Wall Street Journal, the Chinese yuan has started to tank.
I just saw that. And what is that? Yeah.
What does that tell you?
It's very significant because it means, at least so far in the evening.
Did they mean the Chinese Juan Williams? He began to tank?
On the overseas betting now lean toward Trump. And the Chinese are watching all of this. And right now, they are indicating to us that they believe the tariffs that Donald Trump put on a whole swath of Chinese goods, they're here to stay for the foreseeable future. And that obviously hurts their currency, at least in the short term. So that's a significant metric, but it's just how they're reading the data that's coming in right now. But I have to say, when we look at the sheer numbers of people who've turned out to vote, we had a very engaged electorate this election season. And there are a lot of people who said that, you know, Joe Biden made a smart call and running on the pandemic and hanging back and letting Trump, you know, go out there and dominate the stage because people were tired of Trump. I think that was a, you know, really misguided way of looking at things. I think, as you saw after he recovered from COVID, he has been nonstop. And I think a lot of folks, as time went on, began to really respect that he was fighting, in their mind, for every vote that he could get in those swing states. And it was a breakneck pace. Obviously, Joe Biden could not keep up with that or didn't want to keep up with it. And those crowds, which, you know, again, a lot of people didn't want to talk about, they were a metric of energy and excitement that I just did not see replicated on the other side, at least the emotion of it, for whatever that's worth tonight. And I think in the end, the love for the country, the love for the average worker, they're going to say trumped the dislike that the left has for Donald Trump, his tone and tweets and some of his past comments.
Laura, a lot of people have wanted the president, people who support him have wanted him to focus more on the economy and on recovering from coronavirus. He really swung around to that in a stronger way in the final days as he campaigned through the course of these rallies. The NASDAQ futures are up over 3% this evening. And it just reminds me of, you know, the discussion that was had in 2016. And I want to keep reiterating, we got a long way to go here in this evening tonight. But, you know, it was all doom and gloom that he was going to sort of make all the markets crash. And I think, you know, would never, ever recover. The stock market would never, ever recover.
Yeah, well, it was going to be. Yeah, Martha, you hit the nail on the head. In the spring, it was the Great Depression was coming. It was going to be not just a long, dark winter. It was going to be a long, dark decade. We heard some people saying, was it going to be a decade before we'd recover? How can any incumbent president overcome a depression, a pandemic, and in concern about his tone? That was never possible. And I've got to say, for whatever people think about Donald Trump, you know, the personality, he never gave up on his winning formula of policies, which is America first, enforce the border, tighten the labor market, see wages go up, which you saw 6,000 for the average family income, median family income through the last year. These were significant advances for African Americans, Latinos. Some of that is paying off tonight. I think people are worried that we're going to go into a shutdown next year as they see a lockdown happening across Europe. And I think that lockdown versus liberty dichotomy, I think in the end, that ended up helping with women who want their kids terrible off.
3.6% up on the NASDAQ.
Some voters tonight.
the grittier issues
Okay, here we
around this
go.
election, some of the things that you were just talking about, Latino, black vote, that sort of thing. Our panel
This
voters
is what I was
back with
talking
us
about.
now,
Here we go.
watching
Watch-
the night
watch the
unfold along
snarl.
with much of America. Two Joe Biden supporters, Amanda A., Natalie Rojas, and backing President Trump, John L. and Janet P. You know, Natalie, I'm going to start with you because it looks like in Florida, and we can't call anything there yet. Fox News not doing it yet. But how much work do Democrats need to do with the Latino voters? Not a monolithic group, any of us as people of color, we know that. But Biden is missing the mark so much more than even Hillary Clinton.
Like you said, we're not a monolith. There are, Cubans, I'm sure you're familiar with the line of Cubans, usually vote Republican, Puerto Ricans vote for Democrats, and we've actually seen a huge turnout of Puerto Ricans tonight. And I think I think the thing is that people expect demographic change to happen in the general receiving centers for immigrants. So New York, Miami, Los Angeles, that kind of thing. But we actually have a lot of growth in like North Carolina, Alabama, Michigan. Those centers that we don't really think about. Traditional. Centers of Latinos. And so I think, there's a lot more to come tonight.
Are you surprised that your candidate has not done as well, though, even as the previous Democrat against Donald Trump, same candidate?
Harris is twisting that knife. Love it.
Well, again, we are just trying to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to vote and everybody has an opportunity to have their ballot counted, whether that's tonight or tomorrow.
Yeah. Janet, I want to come to you because we're focused so much on Georgia tonight. Fulton County, a very large black vote there. You obviously are a Trump supporter, haven't always.
All right, we are gonna. I think we got like 5 minutes left. So let's go and skip this on ahead to what is live at the moment. And see if anything has changed while I spent time just waiting for that snarl again.
16, where things turned around in the middle of the night. I think we're seeing that right now.
Yeah, I mean, we do have to pump our brakes because we have a long way to go. Ohio, North Carolina, very tight. Pennsylvania will not be decided tonight because of all of those ballots. So there's still a lot to work out, but you're right. All of those places seem to be reacting to this shift that you're talking about.
And Stuart, there's been obviously such a weight on the market from coronavirus and the shutdowns that we've seen in the UK and in Europe. And that's been one of the things that President Trump has said pretty much everywhere he goes, that he believes that if Joe Biden's elected, we'll find ourselves in another lockdown. Of course, he says that that's not the case, but he wants to deal with the virus first. What's the impact of that?
Well, for the economy to really emerge from the pandemic, you've got to open up the economy. States have to come back on those restrictions that are now imposed. That has always been President Trump's policy. Open up, expand, and grow. Joe Biden has taken the other tack. He's being very cautious, prepare and look at health first of all, and therefore he's entertained the idea of more lockdowns. That is not popular with investors. They don't want to see that. They want to see growth and prosperity, and you get that by opening up. And so what you got now is a stock market that's looking at a very significant gain in the middle of the evening, even though so many races are just far too close to call, and where in Pennsylvania, as Brett's saying, you're probably going to have to wait until the next couple of days to get a result out of there. Nonetheless, investors like what they see and are pushing stock prices higher at this moment. That could all change, of course. That's what happens on the market. But as of now, investors are putting their money into stocks and stock gains are holding.
Thank you, Stuart.
Stuart,
Great
as
to have you
always,
with us
thank you.
tonight. So the Fox News Decision Desk can now project that former Vice President Joe Biden will defeat President Trump in New Hampshire. Let's put that up and see the
No
impact
surprise
of
there.
that on the overall numbers here. Biden 53%, 44% as we take a look at the big picture here. You've got President Trump with 115, Joe Biden with 133. New Hampshire was a state that the president lost by just close to 3,000 votes last time around. And we've talked about this, but there were a number of states that early on the Trump team was looking at as places that they could turn into Trump states, places like New Mexico, Nevada, places like Minnesota and New Hampshire. So this is the first one of those four that we're seeing tonight, and it's clear that Joe Biden is very comfortably holding the lead, even more so than Hillary Clinton did.
And the president made a stop in New Hampshire, at least one. I know the vice president went there as well. We're back with our panel. Britt, what are you seeing right now? What are you feeling right now?
A couple of things. The betting odds had once gotten up as high as 78% for Trump. They dialed back to 60 something now at about 70. So he's still the favorite of people who are betting their money tonight.
But put the caveat on that, because I've had people asking me, what are the Vegas casinos have better pollsters than the
No,
Washington types? It's just market money.
It's market money. I mean, that's what this is about. I mean, it's you know, Stuart made the point. I mean, people are betting their money in stocks, and people in China are worried about the yuan, and the trend is in that direction. I love.
The thing to realize, though, is that last election in 2016, these people in Las Vegas with the betting odds had, you know, Trump at 65% the morning of. Okay. So, you know, these betting odds have actually been very accurate the day of, not beforehand, but the day of. Joseph says 4 more years of freedom. Absolutely. Joseph, how's it going? You said you're hanging out in the woods today. How's that? What exactly is going on there? And are you able to get the signal okay? I know we only got about like a minute left until StreamYard shuts us off, but hopefully you can get your answer in before then.
Any idea that there was going to be a blue tidal wave, that is absolutely impossible now, it looks like, and especially because you see North Carolina so close, and if Tillis is able to win his seat there, because think about it, you know, Cal Cunningham, the Democratic challenger, he had a big sex scandal about a month ago on the same day that Tillis comes down. With
Stayed at
COVID.
home.
And what happened? Tillis stepped on the gas in order to campaign. Cunningham really kind of went silent. He didn't want to answer questions or anything, and so it's almost like he sat on that lead and he watched it fade. And to the point about New Hampshire, I have really thought that Trump would be able to win New Hampshire, given that he had only lost it by 2,700 votes, and there was so much enthusiasm up there for him. But think about what the campaign manager, Bill Stepien, did for President Trump. Takes a look at that and says, that might
you're
not
very
work. But
welcome,
where did
Philip.
they focus? Way down in Florida. And you think about Donna Shalala, who was the former Secretary of Health and Human Services, and then she's a congresswoman.
Same here,
she lost her
Joseph.
seat tonight, the Democrat. And Maria
Gotta be at the
Salazar, the
coffee
Republican
shop
challenger, is going to pick
or
up that seat. Now,
at the
can they
store at
replicate that kind
7
of
in the morning,
support from
make
Latinos
coffee.
and Cubans from that Miami-Dade area across other places? You know, possibly so, and that could be
Well,
a big difference maker between when some of these states come down to the wall.
The StreamYard apparently has let me go over 4 hours because I'm now at 4 hours and 14 seconds. So I'm going to stick around for maybe 30 more minutes. Okay. I'm going to stick around for a little bit longer. They may shut me off before then. Who knows? But I do need to get some rest. And one of the things I'm going to do in the meantime is I'm going to get up for a second, take this to full screen, and I am going to go and make my tea for the night that'll help me sleep. All right. So I'll be right back in just a couple of minutes.
And we have not been accounting for that. Now, the projection.
What do you mean we haven't been accounting for?
Well,
we
the
haven't called those races.
Right, that's why. But if you could think about the clear direction of this night in the direction of President Trump, it would seem to me that you would also say, well, gee, turnout seems to have gone up on both sides. And the president's strategy was to have big vote tonight, election night, for him. And we may be seeing some of that reflected. The question is then, where are those mail-in ballots? Did they exist if, in fact, turnout is up, as we believe, on both the Republican and Democratic side?
Right. And I still think that there is a question in some of these states about the absentee ballots that have not come back.
Yeah.
And we're talking about tens of thousands of them, and the difference in the vote is less than that.
Correct. And that's why it's this night, to me, feels like that, Chris, that purple haze.
Okay, all right, we're moving on.
But I just feel
We're moving on.
I
Purple
feel
haze.
like I'm not sure what's going on, but I do think that clearly President Trump's doing much better than I would have anticipated.
All right, Chris, let's keep it PG-13. What do you got?
I think this night is totally up for grabs still. I agree that the early, easy Biden victory is off the board, but that was one of 3 scenarios. The other scenario was a narrow Biden win and a narrow Trump win. And those both are still absolutely open. And, you know, while it sure looks like Biden is going to lose Florida, the fact that the Fox News decision team hasn't called Florida yet says to me, maybe it's a small margin, but there's still up for grabs. The fact that North Carolina is too close to call, that Georgia is, because of irregularities. We haven't really gotten anything firm on Pennsylvania or Michigan or Wisconsin or Arizona. Basically, if it were a tennis match, I'm now going to switch from each side is holding serve. And they're winning the states they were expected to win, and the states that were up for grabs are still up for grabs. I think the story of this night is really not been told yet.
Yeah, which is exactly what we were told from the very beginning, to sort of go slowly and be patient and wait for these waves. This is an unprecedented situation to have 100 million early votes that need to be counted. They're paper, they've got to be opened up and all of that. Just with regard to Georgia, Fulton County is now going to stop counting at 10:30 p.m. and will resume their count at tomorrow morning. So don't expect,
So that's Pennsylvania and Georgia, that we're not going to get any answer on tonight.
No Philadelphia count, no Fulton County count until tomorrow. So those are huge chunks of votes in both of those states.
So we got North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Iowa, all seem to be toss-ups still at this hour, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Absolutely.
And we still haven't called Florida, right?
We have not. But, somebody on this
Getting a
desk
little
called
lonely.
Florida, but then they had to take it back 20 years ago.
I can't imagine who that was.
I think we may have a lead.
We're still reeling from it.
And the call turned out to be right, didn't it?
It did.
In the
It
end,
did. I'm just
exactly.
joking.
37 days.
I'm
It
just
just took
joking.
them a few days
37
to
days
catch up to
later,
you.
but it turned out right.
It was right all wrong.
All right, 4 more states closing at the polls in coming minutes. We'll have some new info on the other side of the break. And as Democrats hold on to their majority in the House,
Republicans are looking to hold their majority in the Senate. We're going to take a look at where some of those hotly contested races, very interesting night for these Senate races. That is next.
Once weekly Ozempic is helping many people with type 2 diabetes like Emily lower their blood sugar. A majority of adults who took Ozempic reached an A1C under 7 and maintained it.
Here's your A1C.
Oh, my A1C is under 7.
And you may lose weight. Adults who took Ozempic lost on average up to 12 pounds.
I lost almost 12 pounds. Oh!
For those also with known heart disease, Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events such as heart attack, stroke, or death.
It lowers the risk. Oh? And I only have to take it once a week. Oh.
Ozempic is not for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Do not share needles or pens. Don't reuse needles. Do not take Ozempic if you have a personal or family history of medullary thyroid cancer, multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2, or if you are allergic to Ozempic. Stop taking Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, itching, rash, or trouble breathing. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Tell your doctor if you have diabetic retinopathy or vision changes. Taking Ozempic with a sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Common side effects are nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach pain, and constipation. Some side effects can lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Once weekly Ozempic is helping me reach my blood sugar goal.
You may pay as little as $25 for a 1-month or 3-month prescription. Ask your healthcare provider today about once weekly Ozempic.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
CoQ10 is the #1 cardiologist recommended heart health supplement for people taking cholesterol-lowering statin drugs. I recommend Cunol CoQ10 because it has 3 times better absorption than regular CoQ10. Cunol is the brand I trust.
Back here on election night, let's go back to Bill Hemmer with a look at where we stand right now. A lot of places we're still waiting for.
I tell you, there is so much action on this board. I'll just give a
get a spin here in Pennsylvania right now. I mentioned a few moments ago that the Trump team thinks that the blue-collar worker is coming home in Pennsylvania, northeastern corner of the state here. There is some evidence that's happening, although it's still a little bit early here. Lackawanna County, just keeping an eye on it because it's gotten so much attention with Scranton, PA. Joe Biden was there. Donald Trump has been there as well. So you can pop around right here. Luzerne is one of the counties that the president flipped in Pennsylvania in 2016 with an edge over Joe Biden there. So just watching all this now develop, you know, Pittsburgh in the west and Philadelphia down here in the southeast. There are at least 6 counties, by the way, I think it's 7 total, that have said they will not count mail ballots tonight. And all those counties were won easily by Donald Trump in 2016. Not a ton of votes here, but they go right along the border here with Ohio. Greene County is going to wait till tomorrow. Beaver County is going to.
Now, just so you guys know, this has nothing to do with the stream, but and I'm not sponsored by this company, okay? But every night, to help me get to sleep, I have a hard time getting to sleep normally, and I do these 2 teas, and it helps. And it helps out. Wait, here's what I have right here. I got 2 bags of one tea in here, and then 1 bag of another. Okay, and what I got over here is the Celestial Seasoning Sleepy Time tea. Oh, it's green, so it's coming up on the green screen here. Okay, but it's the Sleepy Time tea. Nice little bear, all snuggly and all that good stuff. Great stuff. And then I do 1 bag of the Tension Tamer tea. Good stuff. Good stuff. So if you have a hard time getting to sleep at night, you know, go and get you both of those, mix them together and all that stuff. I could do 2 bags of the Sleepy Time and 1 bag of the Tension Tamer before I go to sleep at night. But yeah, let's go back to the stuff.
He's outperforming his number from 4 years ago. What does that mean? That means that blue-collar Democrats who crossed over and voted for President Trump are still with him in 2020. So you can make the case now, if these voters are with him on the eastern border of Ohio, so too are the same in Pennsylvania on the other side of the border there. And that is something that will play out in days to come, guys.
Thank you, Bill.
All right, let's go live now to Columbia, South Carolina. Winning Republican Senator Lindsey Graham speaking in his acceptance speech, defeating Democrat Jamie Harrison, who spent $104 million in that race. Let's listen now.
Charleston. We're not going to forget about the blocking and tackling of politics. I will never take my eye off the ball of taking care of the state interest in Washington. Now, I also want to find common ground where I can. Aren't you glad that this election's coming to an end? I've had 2 calls already. One from President Trump. He's going to win. He is going to win. To all the pollsters out there, you have no idea what you're doing. And to all the liberals in California and New York, you wasted a lot of money. This is the worst return on investment in the history of American politics.
And that is very true. And in terms of the return on investment, one of the things I always tell people when they're going to vote, the thing that has always fascinated me is that you have to look at the correlation between the money spent by a candidate for his election or re-election, and then how much it is that their counterpart or the one they're competing against, how it is that how much it is they spend, how it is they spend their money and all that stuff, because that is a direct correlation into what it is they're going to do with your tax dollars. The thing that is very interesting is that in the first election of Donald Trump, and in this election too, no money from lobbyists, none from special interests, none from any. He used a majority of his own money to campaign and to run in these elections. The thing about it, though, is that we want people to be responsible with our tax dollars. We want people to be responsible with what it is that we give to them to do the things in the country that it is that they do. And so the thing is that if a person is not good at delineating their funds with effectiveness, how is that going to translate to things like Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, all of these things? How is it going to translate in terms of all these things? There needs to be a return on investment. But the bureaucracy, the way the bureaucracy is set up is that when something fails, instead of reorganizing it and fixing it, we end up going and throwing more money at it. This is a sad reality. This is what ultimately ends up happening. Now, if a private business like Amy and I's business, if, you know, it is at some point that it is that, you know, we are taking in a loss right now, we're breaking even. We opened during the pandemic and we're breaking even. That's unheard of because most businesses lose money their first year. The past 7 or 8 months since we've been open, we have broken even every single month, every single quarter. During a pandemic. Okay. And so the thing is that let's say that it is that we ended up having a loss. One of the things that I plan to do when we open up the coffee section, that's going to be a part of our expansion, when I open up the coffee portion over there, I'm going to have set in stone my menu, the syrups I'm going to order, the blends of coffee that I'm going to order from my coffee roaster. But let's say that it is that the coffee shop starts to take in a loss. Say that it is that I find more people buying this kind of espresso-based drink or non-coffee drink or something like that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to adjust my menu, and I'm going to be adjusting a lot through that 6 months, through that first 6 months to say, okay, this is where the trend is from the people that are coming in here. This is what it is that they're gravitating towards. I need to change my business in a way to where it is that I am supplying them with more options of what it is that they like. It can start out as what it is I like, what it is that I know has sold well in the past and all those other things, but I have to make adjustments. And it's one of those things of constantly restructuring in order to be profitable. The bureaucracy, on the other hand, works in a much different facet. It doesn't restructure. Instead, it's the way it's always been done. Even though that it is that certain things in the economy change, technology changes, fads change. There's many things that affect a person's pocketbook with how it is, and businesses, and how it is that changes happen within the economy. You have to adjust to those things. But if we are running these bureaucracies on the same model that they were ran in the 1920s, of course they're going to take a loss. And this, in many ways, what we're seeing in this election not only shows us, you know, considering the betting odds are for Donald Trump at the moment, when Nate Silver said he had a 3% chance of winning, okay, we see that really kind of being put on its head. The thing is that the thing that we have learned from the 2 times that the president has ran, from his first election and what will, I believe, be his second election, the thing that we see is that he has outworked his opponent. Hillary Clinton made the horrible mistake of not going to many states that she thought were in the bag. Many of these battleground states, she underestimated Donald Trump. She didn't go out and do the hard work. Joe Biden spent all of his time in his basement thinking that the entire country hated President Donald Trump. And he was banking on that. The thing is, this should be a message to young individuals that if you work hard, you are going to succeed. If you put forth the extra effort, you will succeed. The thing is, what we see with the Democrat Party is we see the very same thing within their constituency. We see the very same thing in their mode of operation when it is that they are put into power. First of all, they say that, that basically they are going to rely on others to do the work for them. I don't need to go on campaign. I don't need to, go to this state. The president went to 5 different states yesterday. 5 different states. Biden went to maybe 1, hung out in his basement the rest of the time. What ends up happening is you see that his constituency is the exact same way. He's become his constituency. He has caused his constituency to be those kinds of people, to not work hard, to not, try and elevate themselves in a way of, of their jobs or their intellect or just their tenaciousness. I've been very fortunate to go to school for many years. I've been very fortunate to be able to obtain 2 rabbinic certifications. And yet I still take rabbinic classes myself. Why? Because of the fact that I'm never happy with where it is that I'm at. I always think that I could be doing more. My fiance tells me all the time that that I need to you need to go home, you need to rest after I get done with work. But I got this I got to do, I got that I got to do, and all this stuff. It's kind of my mode in operation that I have to constantly be going, that I have to constantly be bettering who it is that I am, and studying harder. It's crazy. Whenever I do the teachings on the Torah portion, I go through 12 books reading commentaries on these things. 12 books usually, if not more. Reading the Torah in Hebrew twice, reading it in Aramaic once, reading it in English once. There's a lot of tenacity that is put within the things that it is that we do. And I think that in many ways, it has helped me in radio. It has helped me in many facets of life. And so the thing is, that is the message that many of us should be getting from this election. Let's see. Joseph ended up writing something. Oh, wait a minute. Philip said something up here. Philip says, Georgia just reported that they're stopping reporting votes tonight. They will resume tomorrow. Trump campaign is posting voter fraud. Philadelphia stopped reporting until tomorrow as well. Interesting. Let's see here. Joseph said Biden was hiding. Biden thought it was a personality contest. That's what they always think. And the thing about it, though, is that let's be honest. In many ways, the election usually comes down to who's the biggest rock star. That's kind of the way that I guess who's going to win the elections. And, whether good or bad, that always ends up being the thing. Donald Trump is obviously the biggest rock star out of the 2. Let's go in and see what is happening on the news right now.
Worse. 10 points.
Oops, if I can get there. There we go.
And tonight, Donald Trump went 10 points lower than that. So the Latino vote has gone for Donald Trump in an astounding way, to my mind, but it's concentrated in Miami-Dade among those Cuban-American voters. If you look just down the line in Florida, you would see Latino men 59-39 Biden, women 64-34. And you might think, oh, well, gee, they went for Biden. But in fact, as I'm trying to explain, those numbers are 10% lower than what Hillary Clinton achieved. So Donald Trump did better here in this race than he did in 2016 in those races. The other point that strikes me at this juncture in the evening, Martha, is if you're thinking about Pennsylvania and Michigan as outstanding at this point, that the votes are not being counted, we're really getting into the issue of whether or not how the courts are going to deal with this, which votes are going to be counted, which votes are not going to be counted. previous court decisions that left Pennsylvania, for example, able to count votes 3 days after the election day.
Can I pick up on that? Because Jackie Heinrich, our very able reporter covering Joe Biden, says that the Biden campaign is now saying this could well come down to counting the votes in those upper Midwest states, Pennsylvania. I kind of am taking it from the east and Midwest, Michigan, and
This reminds me greatly of 2000. And the thing about it, though, is I don't know if my fiance is watching right now. I know she was really tired. She sent me a text message about 2 hours ago or an hour ago, I think. But, you know, she could tell you that I actually told her this. You know, what they're talking about right now with these votes and all that stuff. I said, you know, it's interesting that I went down and I voted early here in North Carolina. And usually they have the computers up over there where you press the things and all that stuff on the computer. This time you had to fully color in the circle and all that stuff of where it is that your votes are going. And I said, oh my goodness, we could possibly have another hanging Chad situation here. And honestly, in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, in these things, oh my goodness, especially when the lawyers get involved, we are possibly going to have that hanging Chad situation like we had back in 2000. It's very possible. I called it, you know, but let's see what it is that they're saying.
And Chris, if you were trying to pick out a state where people would be most concerned about coronavirus, Florida, with a heavy senior population, would seem to be that state. And obviously that's an issue that we all believe cut heavily in favor of Joe Biden. And yet Trump carries the state and does better than he did 4 years ago.
I'm now going to get myself in trouble with the Fox voter analysis, because we've been looking at this all night, and the Fox News voter analysis tends to show, you know, the women, big margin for Biden, men much more close. So, I mean, if you look at these numbers, it would seem in almost every state that Biden was headed for victory. The actual votes haven't counted it, which makes me think that a poll is one thing, an actual turnout on election day is a different one, and that, as we've pointed out before, that the ground game of the get out the vote operation of the Trump campaign has really come to the president's advantage.
You're just now figuring that out, Chris. I mean, didn't we learn this last election?
Didn't want to tell anybody they were going to vote for Trump because, among women, he was thought to be unpopular, and he was thought to have offended more women than he ever did men, and men liking him better. So
which, Dana, may be more of an issue this time than even in 2016.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, I think for everybody, right? I mean, a lot of people just didn't want to say anything at all. Though I think that, President Trump solidified his support. And I also think, look, Laura Trump and the folks on the campaign, Kimberly Guilfoyle, you think Mercedes Schlapp, they had that whole Women for Trump, and they made a concentrated effort. They knew they weren't going to win all women. They knew they were going to lose a significant amount. But it'll be interesting to pick through all the bones and see how that really turned out. But I keep going back to this thing. I think parents, moms, worried about children and not being able to go back to school, seeing them lose an entire year of interaction with their friends, not being able to do their sports, possibly losing ground.
Guys, this is what I was saying earlier. I said this several hours ago, that this is a key factor, and that the talking heads are not like us on the street. Okay? They don't know that these are basic things, that it is that we, the people, that actually these things that affect our lives are far beyond that of an ideology. Okay? Many think that we vote because of an ideology. But when you have a candidate who says, I hope Robert's talking about Chris Wallace as opposed to myself. But the thing is that we vote on what is going on and what affects us, the regular people. These guys, and it's the same as with CNN, the same with Newsmax, the same with, MSNBC, the same with ABC, CBS, all the others. with them, this pandemic may affect their schedule a little bit and what it is that they have to do in preparation, but it doesn't affect their job. It doesn't affect their job. So they cannot relate to the voters in the same way that you and the people watching, Philip, Joseph, and all the others who are watching, it does not affect them, or it doesn't affect these guys on TV like it affects us, because we have real jobs. Not to say that their jobs aren't real jobs or anything like that. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that their jobs are much different. They're safe, unless they get caught, screwing around with an intern or something like that. They are safe. Us, on the other hand, if you've ever worked in a restaurant, for instance, take, for instance, a waiter or waitress. A waiter or waitress is going to work and they're told the restaurant can only be at 50% occupancy, only 50%. What ends up happening to that waiter or waitress is that, first of all, they have the possibility of being laid off because they cannot pack the house. That's a concern. Another concern that even if they get past that concern is the fact that 50% occupancy, I could be making a lot less in my tips based upon a variety of factors. Because a waiter or waitress gets about $3 an hour. And then, on top of that, many of them have children. How is it that they're going to work their job making less than they did pre-pandemic, pre-restriction that was put on them, as they are during this whole thing? And the children can't go to school. These are things that affect people in major, major, major ways, and does affect their vote. When you have one candidate who says, I want another lockdown, the waiter or waitress says, okay, so I'm going to continue to make less tips. I'm going to continue to not be able to have my child go to school so I can work my job. How is it that I'm going to pay rent? How is it that I'm going to get groceries? How is it that I'm going to pay my car payment, my cell phone payment? How is it that I'm going to pay my Hulu bill? All of these things. These are the concerns that real individuals have. The thing is, the people on television today, these are not, and it's not anything against them, but these are not the modes in which they have to think. To them, it's all about ideology. It's all about ideology, as opposed to what affects them each and every single day. That's what it comes down to. See, Philip says, MSNBC is calling California for Biden with 0% in. Yeah, I don't see California going the other way. I really don't. There are conservative parts of California, don't get me wrong. But, and many have tried to make the case because of the lines of people, during the Trump rally and all that stuff, but that was the conservative part of California. I don't see California flipping. So, the thing about it is I can't say that MSNBC, MSLSD is going to be wrong there. I can't really say that. Do I see that as jumping the gun? Yes, that case could definitely be made. Absolutely. Let's see here.
Wisconsin. All right, the president's got a 4-point lead. This is a very, very close race. 2016, the outcome in Wisconsin, that was razor thin. It was 22,000 votes. So my point is, he is in this part of the country in a significant way. He is right in that battle. This is Milwaukee down here. I mentioned a moment ago, just to check in right now. Joe Biden's expected to win this county, but we don't know what the margin will be. So keep an eye on that. This is Kenosha. Not a ton of votes, but here's the point to be made here. Law and order. That was the message he was taking out here. You saw the protests in Kenosha. You saw the rioting and the looting. The president at the moment is turning 2-1 over Joe Biden. What's that tell us?
Philip says that he predicts that California will flip. And, you and my fiance think the same thing. And maybe it is that you guys see something that I don't. It's very possible, because like I said, this is not necessarily my foray. Politics is not necessarily my foray. You guys may be a little bit more politically astute than I am, and you very well could be right. Okay. I'm just kind of the man on the street here, as you guys know. So you very well could be right. And Joseph has let me know he's saying, yes, I meant Chris Wallace. He's not saying that, and that's in relation to this previous comment over here. As opposed to myself. I can be a bonehead at times, to be perfectly honest. It's been known to happen. But yeah.
Come back later with red. I think there's one clear concern on behalf of the Trump campaign at the moment, and that is Arizona. If you look at the numbers right now and drill down, Joe Biden has a lead by about 7 points with 3/4 of the vote tabulated. I am told that some of the rural votes for Donald Trump have not yet come in, but he's got some ground to make up. 11 electoral votes on the line in Arizona. So if Joe Biden were able to hold on to this, and he's doing pretty well in Maricopa County so far, a lead by 10 points. By comparison's sake, 4 years ago, Donald Trump won Phoenix and he won Maricopa County. Maybe there's still some more votes out there at this late hour, but right now, Joe Biden has a lead. So just go ahead and come back here to the what if scenario. I don't want to start ticking these off yet, guys. I think it's too early. I haven't made a lot of calls in some of the states, so I'll refrain from that for now. But what is this happening here? Why is Arizona blue? Did we just call it? Did we make a call in Arizona?
Well, let's see.
There's a check mark. Did our decision desk make it? Arizona, 11 electoral votes?
Yes, we can.
Okay, if
I
that's the
believe
case, then
we have a
guys,
yes.
when we come back, we'll fill this in. If you lose Arizona, where do you win now? You got to win up here in Wisconsin and Michigan and maybe even Minnesota in order to pull this out. And that's leaving Pennsylvania off the map. And I'll leave that with you guys.
Okay, time out. This is a big development.
Yeah.
The Fox News decision desk is calling Arizona for Joe Biden. That is a big get for the Biden campaign. It's also signals that it's a good night for Mark Kelly, the Democratic Senate candidate against Martha McSally there. But Biden picking up Arizona changes the math, and it is the first of the night that goes into the column of somebody else's bucket that they thought last time was going to hold on to Arizona. There was a lot of effort spent by the Trump campaign to get to Arizona, to play there, to have ads there. And we are calling now the former vice president. If you look at the race to 270 electoral votes, Joe Biden is ticking closer at 218 to 148.
And it breaks apart that Sun Belt strategy.
Okay, now that right there is slightly concerning. So that is a surprise of the night. I think that might be our first major surprise. And he's at 218. So right now he's actually in Hillary Clinton land now. So this very well could be problematic. How is it that you guys see it?
Sorry about that, but won't happen again. Promise. At least tonight, anyway. Before midnight. So here we go. Now let's go ahead and play this out, okay? I mean, do we think Donald Trump's going to win Georgia at the moment? I would say yes. Do we think he's going to win North Carolina? Probably by 1.5 points, okay? Is he going to win Ohio? It looks like it. All right, so Texas, certainly.
Iowa.
Iowa, it would appear. Montana and Alaska. Now let's go ahead and start filling some in here for Joe Biden. He's probably going to win New Mexico. I don't know about Nevada. It's considered a battleground state, but we'll see which way it goes. So leave that off the board here and come back to that upper Midwest that I was just talking about, Michigan and Wisconsin. You know how hard they've campaigned there. I mean, they've been trying to flip these states, well, and they did in 2016 and then hold them this year. And they're also working super hard in Minnesota. I don't know what gives there, but just for the moment, 247, if Trump goes into Michigan, he's at 263. And if he wins in Wisconsin, that would do the trick for a second term in the White House.
But that's a big pull, Michigan and Wisconsin. So I've got my board here.
Okay, all right.
And I've given them Nevada.
It's like Battleship.
I've given them Nevada. Biden at
The
6.
battle of the maps.
And then we've got Pennsylvania is really where it is, and he's going to come up short if he wins all of the 3 Midwest. So then it's Pennsylvania. But even if Trump wins Pennsylvania, that's 266, 264. You've got the other 2 congressional districts. So then
One in each.
Hawaii. Sorry, we got to get Hawaii.
Sorry. We do not want to forget about Hawaii, right?
I would like to be there, right?
I'm in the year of COVID for sure. Okay, so I have Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan still not checked yet.
Okay, so
I gave him Maine 2, right?
You gave,
and I gave Biden Nebraska 2. Does that check out with you?
Yeah, but
yeah, but what?
Well, if you give, that's 270.
260.
He gets there. Biden does. I mean, I'm giving him the 3 Midwestern states.
Gotcha. Sorry, I couldn't see that thing.
Yeah. So it's getting really tight.
Sorry, Brett, just to be clear, you gave him Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
All 3. And then I gave Pennsylvania to President Trump.
Yeah, there you go. 270, 260.
We called Mississippi Senate yet? I don't think so.
I'll get back to you, Britt.
they're playing
Let's ask Bill to punch up Mississippi.
I
Bill,
just
take a look. Have we called the
I
Mississippi
just
Senate
want you
race?
to know, 20 years ago is the hanging Chad. Now we got iPhones in our pockets.
Right.
We've come a long way.
And we're gonna be doing the fading.
We talked about that earlier.
Pennsylvania is my guess. We'll see.
Okay. Now with this, I didn't realize that, I was a little bit concerned until I saw the math, because I thought only MSNBC had called California, but obviously Fox News had already called California. I was like, oh, this could be troubling. It doesn't seem to be that bad, in all honesty. Joseph said, I hope Biden doesn't get Arizona. Too many libs from Cali moved in. And that's one of the things that we see from California. A lot of the liberals had gone out from California. Notable names too, like Joe Rogan, for instance, ended up moving down to Texas and all that stuff and scattered around. But are they really making that much of an impact in the places that they're going? Personally, I don't think so. And the reason why I say that is because you got these packets that are going all the way throughout. They can make a small difference, of course, but not one to totally change an electoral map, I don't believe. Because it's not like, you have 100,000 people all say, oh, well, let's all, go to Arizona. I don't see that happening. But, who knows? Who knows? I think that considering the way the businesses work in Nevada, coming from my mindset, I think Nevada is going to go Trump. Okay. That's just me. I think that is going to be the flip that is going to counteract these other states. Okay. Or the other states, which would be that of Arizona. It seems that Biden has a harder chance of getting to the 270 than President Trump does. That's just my opinion.
The result of Pennsylvania, which could be make or break as to who the next president is, that's a real possibility.
Especially since they stopped counting it at 10:30 at night. I'm not sure why. I mean, just because I guess Everyone has to go home and they have to come back in the morning. and
Yes, they're
start
normal
counting again?
people, Martha, as opposed to us.
What would have to happen that is within reason for us to be able to decide tonight who's the next president? I don't think it looks like it might not be possible.
Without Ohio, North Carolina, or Pennsylvania,
Pennsylvania.
it
Doesn't look like it's
it would
possible.
be-
Those three
Or maybe-
states.
Does that mean
Pennsylvania, we know, we have no reason to believe Pennsylvania is callable tonight, do we, or do we?
No.
No, I mean, that's
North Carolina is potentially callable tonight, potentially.
So but that
And
doesn't decide
I
it.
think Senator Tillis will hold on to that seat
It
in
looks
North
like it.
Carolina, and
Yeah.
that if you're looking at if you care about the Senate, and of course Mitch McConnell is, I'm sure he's counting every nose that that North Carolina race will be really important.
And he's ahead. Tillis is
He's
ahead.
ahead.
Yes.
And Trump is ahead in North Carolina, obviously. So, but if he holds North Carolina, that's just a hold.
Right.
Right. That's
So-
not a shift.
So
All right. So
we would
let's,
need to know. I mean, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan now become crucial.
which we always knew they would, but maybe not this much. We have some explainers about Arizona. Shannon Bream, is that right? At the with the voter analysis,
Yes.
looking into Arizona and why we maybe called it for Joe Biden.
Yeah, we got a little information for you guys. New data from our Fox News voter analysis on why Biden won Arizona. As you've pointed out, this is the first state that flipped from Trump to Biden, or from Republicans back in 2016 now to the Democrat. So in 2016, President Trump won by just over 3 points. He has not taken Arizona for granted this year. He was there 7 times at least. A lot of people retired to Arizona, helping seniors make up 30% of the voters of there, and that group split. Hispanics, of course, an important and growing group in Arizona, key to the vote there. President Trump had hoped his conservative views would ring true with them, but 6 in 10 Hispanic voters in Arizona decided to back Biden. Arizona was hit hard by the coronavirus there, and few voters feel that the spread there is under control. Indeed, a majority said the virus is still out of control across the United States. An Arizona resident drew national attention during the Democratic convention when she told of how her father had died of COVID-19 after putting too much trust in Trump. That was her story. Now, slightly more think that Biden would be able to handle the pandemic, while 4 in 10 voters believe Trump would be able better to deal with COVID. But you can see those are some of the key issues, the key voting groups there that apparently gave Arizona to the Biden win column tonight, guys.
Okay, Shannon, thank you. We have another call to make, and that is in the presidential race. The state of New Mexico we can now project will go to former Vice President Joe Biden. So that's 5 electoral votes for Biden. If we look at the race for 270, I think we can get it up here, and that is 223 to 148. New Mexico, not a surprise. Arizona, again, was possibly in the red column. We have a couple other calls to make in the Senate races.
Yeah, with John Cornyn in Texas. Let's take a look at that. This is the race. MJ Hagar ran against him, 44% to 53%. At one point, that looked like a close race. I think one of the storylines tonight is about Texas, which we've been told up and down was a possible flip. Kamala Harris was there just a couple of days ago. A lot of sort of excitement around the fact that perhaps Texas was in play. And at least in John Cornyn's race, it does not turn out to be the situation. We're waiting, of course, for the rest of Texas to come in tonight. But John Cornyn has secured his seat,
which bodes well for President Trump in Texas. Then you look at Mississippi, to your point, Britt, the Republican there.
Okay, we're going to switch for the last couple of minutes. We're going to stay online for maybe about 10 more minutes. And but we are going to see what the analysis is over with Louder with Crowder. So we're going to switch on over there really quick. And
he has an 11-point lead. But of course, that's not all of the vote coming in. Do you think Michigan goes for Trump this go around?
There you go. And it's the first time that it's ever even been pushing red like this. So I really do think that there's a very strong chance that Michigan's going to go red.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think, how do you think that people there feel about your fascist, frigid bitch governor, Whitmer? Because they always claim she has like an 80% approval rating. And I'm like, really? How does she have an 80% approval rating? Did they compare her to the Bride of Chucky? Did they bring him up on the stage at the same time? That's one of those numbers that I feel is hyperly inflated, and it usually comes from a local press in Michigan, which I don't trust because they claimed we had 200 people in Lansing, whereas our head count was 3,500. So you think that Donald Trump will win Michigan, Dave?
I really do, and I think it is because of Whitmer. I think entirely the reason why they're going red is because of the lovely job that she's been doing here. As we all know, she's completely taken way too much control, abused her power. She's a complete cunt. So yeah.
Well, hold on a second. Someone else. I hear another voice in the background, Dave. That sounds like Lil Wayne. You guys are all talking over each other. Hey, we're crossing streams, and you're crossing your own stream. Kumi, aren't you Italian? Don't you carry? Can't you start just bust a few rounds in that studio?
I gotta take some control. I understand. Yes.
Fucking guinea, disgusting. What?
2 years.
What? I just said something racist about Italians. What was that?
It's what it was.
Isn't it funny? Italians never care. My boxing coach, Anthony, you could probably.
Okay, guys. I've been going for almost 5 hours. 4 hours, 48 minutes, and 12 seconds, according to the ticker. All right. It's time for me to get some rest. And so thank you all for joining us here on the stream. Doesn't seem that there will be election results tonight in terms of who won, but we're hoping the president pulls it off. All right. So everybody have a wonderful day tomorrow. And